in the middle of a bonfire. You don't know how you got there, but you hold tight, knowing that you can't get burned. Just tell me how we lost track of everything but each other. I honestly don't know. And tell me how we messed up, drifting away from each other. Didn't want to let you go. Cause we wanted different things, and I have to deal with it, but it's not easy. So tell me how to let go, cause you really see. Sunny day in late July, and everything turned upside down. I almost lost track of time as weeks went by. I couldn't get him off my mind. I couldn't get him off my mind. Lost track of everything but each other. I honestly don't know. And tell me how we messed up, drifting away from each other. Didn't want to let you go. Cause we wanted different things, and I have to deal with it, but it's not easy. So tell me how to let go, cause you really seem to know how to carry on. How to carry on.
I'd like to reconvene the regular meeting of the City Council Public Finance Authority and call order a special meeting of the Successor Agency. Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick.
Here.
Councilmember Mosher.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark.
Here.
Mayor Strickland.
Here.
Councilmember McKeon.
Here.
Councilmember Bolton.
Here.
Councilmember Burns.
Here.
All present.
Okay, let's all rise. The Pledge of Allegiance today will be led by Chief Para.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Today, our invocation is going to be made by Huntington Beach Police Chaplain Bob Ewing.
Would you bow with me, please? Gracious and almighty God, we thank you for this great city in which we work, serve, and play. Father, your word says to pray for the peace and prosperity of our city, and I do that just now. Many of the people in this room, Father, are those who bring about that peace and prosperity. I pray for and thank you for our city council. I ask that you would give them wisdom and understanding in all their deliberations. I also thank you for all the men and women who make up all of our city staff, for they are the ones who make things happen. I thank you for the new season of the year that we are now entering. I pray for a blessing upon all of our students who have now begun school. I pray for their safety and protection. I pray a blessing upon all their educators. Lastly, I thank you for all of those who have gathered here tonight, men and women who love Huntington Beach. And I pray that all conversations that take place will be filled with grace and compassion. May we be mindful of your presence here tonight. In your most holy name I pray. Amen.
Members, going down the agenda, City Attorney, do we have anything to report?
Yeah, Mayor, one item from closed session. That is that council voted 403 with Bolton, Mosier, Kalmick abstaining to support by amicus the petition for Supreme Court review in the Gloria Johnson versus City of Grants Pass, United States Court of Appeals, Ninth Circuit case 20-35752. 20-35881 as it appears on the agenda.
City Attorney, I understand you have a presentation, important presentation. Would you like to do that at this time?
Sure.
He's going to.
I'm sorry, point of order, Mr. Mayor. Wouldn't this, on the agenda, this is agendized after public comment? Just wondering why we're doing this before public comment?
Well, I wanted the City Attorney just to go ahead and go make his presentation, then we'll go to public comments.
Right, but the agenda shows that it's this. I'm wondering this is so that the effect of this can be seen by the entire crowd instead of prior to, after
moved
public
up.
comment?
Well, we can move it. If you want to move it, that's fine.
No.
Well-
It can be moved up before public comments. There's no problem with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just seems rather irregular.
Okay.
And
Well, we
unwarranted. I
have-
mean, I also received this
Okay.
presentation 20 minutes before the meeting started at 3:30. It's a 66-page slide presentation, remarkably similar to the one we had 2 weeks ago with the same unfounded
Well,
information.
unfounded is your opinion, but again, back at that point, we did say that the City Attorney was going to come back for part 2 of that, and I'm glad he broke it up and didn't put it in one meeting.
Right, but it's,
So-
I mean, I was able to actually review it in the time that I had, and it's remarkably similar. It's about 8 slides longer, but it goes over an enormous amount of the exact same information we received 2 weeks ago. It was 45 minutes to an hour presentation last.
Okay, well,
last time,
then you'll know the presentation well. City Attorney, please move forward.
Okay.
Mayor, can I say something for a moment? A lot of people call in and they ask what time to come for public comments, and we've said 6 o'clock. This could take an hour or so. Do you really want to do this report first? We have 88 people signed up to speak. 88.
Oh, I understand that.
I can go quick.
We'll go quick then. Please, City Attorney, go quick.
Thank you. So, thank you, Mayor. I will go through this expeditiously. And as you indicated, it is an important report. There is a QR code on the screen. If anybody wants a copy of this file, they can download it by scanning the QR code. It's the same QR code on the subsequent slides as well. So this is a presentation in response to Councilmember McKeon's H item of December 20th, 2022. And the H item provided a lawsuit was brought in 2018 by former attorneys Neil Moore and Scott Field against the City of Huntington Beach and City Attorney Michael Gates. For years, City Council met with handling attorneys, including outside attorneys from Greenberg Gross, in closed session about the lawsuit. In 2018, City Council viewed this lawsuit as frivolous. The 2018 City Council viewed this lawsuit as frivolous, else the City Council would not have met in closed session multiple times to direct the handling attorneys for the 3 years to prepare the lawsuit for trial. The city attorney is the city's attorney designated by the people at election time. And again, this is straight from the Council McKeon's H item. The city charter is clear about this, and City Council was not at liberty to hire their own attorney behind closed doors to conduct any investigations or perform any legal work. This Steele investigation, in my view, was nothing more than a political witch hunt, all done in secret. The H item continues. The H item continues. Mr. Steele never interviewed Mr. Gates, the person at the center of the investigation, nor did Mr. Steele interview anyone from Mr. Gates's office, any of the Greenberg Gross attorneys, and he did not interview any of the council members who were actually present in the 9 closed session meetings and who made the decisions, witnessed firsthand Mr. Gates's conduct in the handling of the case. As a result of the H item, council voted 4-3 to waive the attorney-client and closed session confidentiality privileges for the closed session meetings on the Moore-Field v. City Gates lawsuit for the sole purpose of allowing Mr. Gates to give his side of the story, to return to City Council, which is what we're doing now, with a public presentation on what was discussed and decided by council member votes in those closed sessions. The council also voted that night to waive the claimed attorney-client and other confidentiality privilege and any and all communications between the city, council members, and Craig Steele and his attorneys regarding the investigation. City manager to preserve all emails, texts, communications between the city and Craig Steele and his law firm, between the former city manager Oliver Chi and the law firm. And finally, council voted city attorney, after review of the aforementioned communications and invoices, returned to City Council with recommendations if any further action could be taken against the law firm for the spending of taxpayer money on the investigation done behind closed doors and away from public visibility. So just a recap of what that lawsuit was about. The lawsuit itself was filed in 2018 by attorney Neil Moore, who had voluntarily retired from the city attorney's office in 2017, and attorney Scott Field, who, even though having filed a lawsuit, continued to work in the city attorney's office for 3 years. Both alleged age discrimination and hostile work environment. The defense of the case was that those 2 attorneys, after many years of attempts at correction, refused to meet the expectations of the city attorney's office, and after many years of demonstrating very poor legal judgment, both were disciplined for lack of competence, of which had resulted in substantial monetary exposure to the city. In all of 2019 and 2020, the Moore-Field versus City Gates lawsuit had been litigated aggressively. And for those 2 full years, the 2018 City Council repeatedly voted to take the case to trial and authorized payments of outside counsel. There was no merit to the case and no merit to settling. 2 years, and the previous City Council never expressed any concerns over the handling of the case. There was never any concern by anyone about attorney ethics or conflicts of interest. Then, November 3rd, 2020, an election occurred. Kalmick, Mosier, and Ortiz are elected, and the new city council is sworn in December 2020, constituted by Carr, Mosier, Kalmick, Posey, Douglas, Ortiz, and Peterson. Unexpectedly, during an April 19th, 2021 closed session, the new 2020 City Council voted 5-2 to settle the lawsuit for $2.5 million. While the new 2020 City Council voted 5-2 to settle the lawsuit, which had been considered frivolous by the previous City Council, I refused to settle. I was not part of the settlement agreement, and I did not consent to settle. I did not sign the agreement. I wanted my day in court, and I didn't get it. Nevertheless, I was dismissed by plaintiff attorney because they were pleased with a favorable settlement and wanted to put the case to rest. And just for the public's information, this is an organization chart for the city of Huntington Beach that appears in every budget every year. And the city attorney there listed on the far left, next to the city clerk, is next to the city council, and next to the treasurer, all report and answer to the people. There is no oversight of the city attorney by the city clerk or the treasurer or the city council. Likewise, there's no oversight of the city council by the city attorney, the city treasurer, city clerk, or anyone else. We all answer
I will make an announcement that if there's outburst, we will remove you. All right?
All of the elected officials listed there horizontally in the blue bubbles are answerable to the people. Section 309 of the city charter. The city attorney is elected by the people to, quote, represent and advise the city council and all city officers in all matters of law. Goes on to represent and appear for the city in any and all actions or proceedings in which the city is concerned or is a party. There's an administrative regulation on file with the city that states, quote, the city attorney at his or her sole discretion may choose to contract with outside legal counsel or provide the legal services through the city attorney's office. Once outside legal services are identified and retained, the city attorney's office will provide oversight and monitoring in order to control quality and costs of outside legal services. There's a Court of Appeal decision out there as well about the city's charter, Huntington Beach's charter, and the duties and responsibilities and the autonomy of the city attorney. And that Court of Appeal says, quote, the city council may hire other attorneys to help the city attorney discharge her official duties, but may not relieve her of such duties. Any such attorneys hired by the city council are under the city attorney's supervision and have no authority to give opinions or act independently of the city attorney. Case law on the topic of electeds says city attorney's powers are plenary. The city council cannot usurp the powers or duties of the city attorney. Courts have expressly recognized the rule that a public agency may not contract and pay for services which the law requires an elected official to perform. Also, during that April 19, 2021 closed session that I mentioned previously, the newly elected council member, Dan Kalmek, called for an independent investigation into the city attorney's handling of the Moorfield v. City Gates lawsuit. Council member Kalmek alleged ethical concerns over conflicts of interest and overbilling by outside law firm Greenberg Rose. Those allegations, even after thousands spent on investigating, were never substantiated.
Again, isn't there
Council voted 5-2
open
to-
FPPC complaint against a former attorney in your office as a result from this?
Mayor, may I respond, and then may I continue uninterrupted? Yes, so the FPPC complaint has to do with a 1090 violation, has nothing to do with the lawsuit, it has to do with employment and conflict of interest.
Right, because the investigation was into how the case was handled, and there was questions
Thank you,
as
Mayor.
to how that happened.
Council voted 5-2 to have former city manager retain an independent investigator to investigate the city attorney and the case. So, on May 13, 2021, Oliver Chi officially hires Craig Steele of Richards Watson Gershon. Notably, the newly seated council after 2020 never voted to publicly waive any attorney-client or closed session privileges to allow the independent investigator to review the confidential lawsuit documents or related confidential communications. This is important. To properly waive any privilege or confidentiality by City Council, it must be recorded publicly. What is an independent investigation? Hiring an attorney for an independent investigation is used to achieve an objective or impartial review of the facts. Independent or special counsels are outsiders who impartially gather facts and impartially evaluate them. They are disinterested in the outcome of the investigation and have no financial interest in working with one of the parties. Importantly, independent or special counsels do not establish attorney-client relationship with the party who retained them to conduct the investigation. The city retains independent investigators all the time, and there is no attorney-client privilege established. If retaining Steele was permissible and everything was above board, why were the documents related to that retention not disclosed a year later? In 2022, Oliver Chi was requested repeatedly to produce records evincing the retainer in the work of Steele and RWG, and there was no response. The response was that no such records exist. So this is the city attorney asking for documents regarding the use of outside counsel and getting no response. However, the records produced later after the privilege was waived suggest otherwise. Here is a May 7th, 2021 letter between Steele and Oliver Chi representing the retainer of Craig Steele, specifically for purposes of conducting the investigation. That was a year prior to the request for records. Another record that was produced, July 31st, Steele wrote to Oliver Chi, and it's notable that in the first paragraph, the second sentence states, "We take seriously the role that has been assigned to us and the need to provide impartial and independent legal advice and conclusions to the City Council." The first sentence of the July 5th, 2022 report that Steele prepared and published says the City Council requested in May of 2021 that his law firm provide an independent review of the city's handling of the employment-related lawsuit against City Attorney Michael Gates and the city, brought by two now former employees in the City Attorney's Office. In another letter Steele sent, this time to the FPPC on December 23rd, 2021, he again states his independence. "I have been retained to serve as special counsel to the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach for a review of the city's handling of a lawsuit." So Oliver Chi then hired Craig Steele. Craig Steele worked with Oliver Chi for years in Monrovia prior to Huntington Beach. He worked with Mayor Joe Kalmack for years as city attorney of Seal Beach. The California League of Cities advises refrain from selecting lawyers to serve as independent or outside counsel who are friends or colleagues of council members to avoid the appearance of cronyism. Steele boasts that he worked for partisan, and this is in his own bio published on the internet, he boasts that he works for partisan political figures such as U.S. Senators Gore, Alan Simpson, and Lloyd Benson, Assembly Speaker Willie Brown, Los Angeles Mayor Tom Bradley, and Honolulu Mayor Frank Fassi. However, Steele was not even qualified to review a litigation matter. In the second paragraph, Steele basically stated he had no litigation experience. And this is from his own bio. He says, "I have been a municipal lawyer for my entire career of nearly 30 years, with over 25 years as a sworn contract attorney in 4 cities. I have been the city attorney in Monrovia since 2002, where former city manager Oliver Chi served for a period as city manager prior to coming to the city of Huntington Beach." So no litigation experience. This review was also outside of his expertise. In his report of July 5th, 2022, he wrote in the third paragraph, "I was engaged to look at the record and evaluate how litigation was handled and advised whether it might have been handled in a different way." But he was not a litigator, he was a municipal attorney. A review of emails with Steele show that Steele gave the 2020 City Council advice on hiring him. So that's an email Oliver Chi sent to the entire council except for Eric Peterson with a letter attached where Steele, in a not so independent way, was advocating for him to be hired. Next slide. In another email, the Steele gave Mayor Dalglaze talking points on advocating the hire of him. Another email, Steele assisted Oliver Chi and 2020 council members with 2022 proposed charter amendments. Also, a recent review of invoices show that from 2020, the city paid thousands for legal services to Craig Steele and his law firm, where he was an equity partner. These legal services were quietly requested by former city manager Oliver Chi without city attorney consent or approval, and therefore no oversight or accountability. Those services included consulting on the Shane Alathis case, which we had already sent out to a different law firm, so we were essentially paying double for that time spent on that case. Preparing the 2022 charter amendments for the 2020 City Council. Advising on election laws. Attorney work done by him on separation incentive program. Attorney work done on DBFOM, Public Works. Various personnel matters. Consulting with council members on politics, and providing talking points to the mayor regarding hiring outside legal counsel. And all of this was done outside of the city attorney's office without any oversight or accountability. In a recently discovered email, Steele revealed his bias and lack of impartiality or independence. On December 16, 2021, Steele wrote to Chi about the upcoming 2022 proposed charter amendments. Quote, ask the voters to improve the system, and then he can take all of his arguments and shove them up his ass. Not so independent. In the 2022 July 5th Craig Steele report, after the city spent over a year of time on this independent investigation and thousands of dollars paid to Craig Steele and his law firm, he states, first sentence of his conclusion in his lengthy 30-something odd page report, I did not find any evidence of any violation of the law by city attorney, current members of his office, or Greenberg Gross. And a brief history of the closed sessions.
Again, we will remove anybody who does this. At the end of the day, you're going to have all 3 minutes. I believe there's over 88 speakers, and you'll have your time. We give you your time with respect. Give the city attorney the same respect.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. On January 10, 2019, the city was served with a lawsuit. On the very same day, I internally announced my recusal from the lawsuit and designated Williams to conduct a request for proposal by outside firms to handle the case. On January 22nd, 2019, I announced my recusal verbally and in writing to the City Council. And the City Council voted 7-0 at that time in 2019 to retain the law firm of Greenberg Gross. What is a recusal? An attorney steps away from representing due to a conflict of interest, which is a legal determination by a lawyer. Defendants still communicate, even if they're attorneys, defendants still communicate and participate in the attorney-client relationship with their attorneys. There is no conflict of interest to participate in the litigation as a defendant. As you can see, more closed sessions occurred. There were more approvals by the council to pay attorneys' fees and to keep on track to take the case to trial. In September 8th, 2020, the council rejected a demand or settlement to offer to settle by plaintiffs it's $5.8 million was their demand. Council rejected that. Council votes 7-0 to authorize another $500,000 to Greenberg Gross in attorney's fees. So again, the next slide shows April 19, 2021, suddenly the new council settles the case and orders the independent investigation. This one's hard to read, so I'll read it for you. There were many concerning closed sessions held, often listed as, quote, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of the Government Code, section 54956.9, in which I was excused by the City Council majority. Councilmember Eric Peterson also left the room believing that such a conference of City Council behind closed doors without the city attorney present is a violation of the Brown Act. A review of those legal invoices and emails shows that the subject matter discussed was not potential litigation with significant exposure to the city. Rather, they were closed doors discussions about Steele's independent investigation. There was no Brown Act exception for a city council body to go into closed session to discuss an independent investigation of another elected official. And those meeting dates are listed for those closed sessions. In another email, Oliver Cheese sends to Steele my confidential closed session emails intended to be viewed only by City Council. In another email, Oliver Cheese wrote, over my objections, based on my privilege, he ordered a search of the email server to get to my privileged emails. And those are my private communications between me and the Greenberg Gross attorneys. Nobody is entitled or allowed to invade that attorney-client privilege. Yet, Oliver Cheese ordered those over my objection to be searched for and produced. Steele improperly attended closed sessions in 2020 with City Council without the city attorney. I objected in writing to City Council improperly going into closed session in violation of the Brown Act. I wrote, Oliver, I'm informed that your review of the handling of the Moore v. City case is on for closed session. I assume, since it isn't plainly listed on the agenda, you have it as potential litigation. What is the Brown Act justification for taking this review of handling of the case into closed session? There is, or I'm not aware of any Brown Act basis. No response. In another email, Craig Steele insisted that I should drop my attorney-client privilege claim regarding my private attorney emails. Oliver Cheese sends my attorney-client privilege emails to Steele, notwithstanding my previously placed objections. He wrote, hey Craig, just to confirm, I uploaded 54 new emails from Gates to Greenberg Gross onto the Box account under the file titled Gates Emails to Greenberg Gross, and then he provides a login. There are also evidence of council members consulting with Craig Steele about political concerns. The takeaways from the closed sessions, the previous city council voted, and that's the 2018 council, voted regularly to approve the $1.5 million spent on Greenberg Gross legal services. I recused myself on day one and always acted in the lawsuit as a defendant with no conflicts of interest. The case was viewed by the 2018 City Council as frivolous for 2 full years until the new 2020 City Council was seated, then it was settled. The $2.5 million settlement yielded a $1 million payout to Scott Field, who ran for city attorney, and was endorsed by a couple of the council members. Again, at the April 19, 2021 closed session, the independent investigation was called for. Yet, because of allegations of ethical concerns or conflicts of interest, yet neither Kalmick nor Mosier and ultimately Bolton were present during any of those closed session discussions or meetings where this lawsuit was discussed by the previous city council during the previous 2 years. There was no basis or firsthand knowledge of any of the concerns. A review of the records revealed that on multiple occasions, Oliver Cheese forwarded to Craig Steele highly confidential and privileged closed session memos spanning 2 years prior that had been prepared by the city's attorneys. Oliver Cheese and Craig Steele met in closed session with the new 2020 City Council on numerous occasions to discuss the independent investigation. Yet there was no Brown Act authority to do so. and no confidentiality or privilege attaches to such closed-door discussions. Peterson refused to participate on the objection that the meetings were improper. On multiple occasions, Oliver Chi forwarded to Craig Steele highly confidential and privileged ongoing email communications and attachments that the city attorney had directed to the city council. For months, Steele helped develop and provide counsel for all the 2022 charter amendments. Steele helped Del Glaze and others with talking points to be read at city council meetings regarding the 2022 charter amendments, advocacy, and ability to hire attorneys. Among those charter amendments, the initial proposal was to take the elected city attorney away from the people and convert the city's form of government to an appointed attorney, one hired by council. Steele was involved in helping with this and would have benefited financially from it if his law firm was given the legal work. While I asserted attorney-client privilege between me and the Greenberg Gross attorneys over my rightfully placed objections, she secretly directed IS staff to access the email server and surreptitiously take my privileged and confidential emails. Then she forwarded 54 of my private email communications with my attorneys to Craig Steele. Oliver Chi and Craig Steele had circulated drafts of the RWG Craig Steele investigative report to all city council except for Peterson, soliciting a review and feedback by all the council members, a meeting subject to the Brown Act. Council members did review and provide feedback. Peterson had requested of Oliver Chi to not include him in those communications on belief that it was improper. Craig Steele and or his staff met over many months at City Hall and Zoom with council members to discuss the independent investigation and proposed 2022 charter amendments. Craig Steele met with Oliver Chi, Kim Carr, Mike Posey, Dan Kalmack, Rhonda Bolton, Natalie Mosier, and Barbara Del Glaze to invade attorney-client privilege communications with the city attorney and gather information about prior confidential closed session meetings with the city attorneys and or Greenberg Gross attorneys.
But I thought you said that he didn't interview anybody that was in the 2018 council on slide 2 or 3. When you say here that he met with Mike Posey and Barbara Del Glaze, who were on that council, and were in those 8 closed session meetings.
Well, there is evidence showing that he asked about other issues. It wasn't about the investigation. Or it was certain topics asked about, but not about my conduct. It had nothing to do with my conduct.
What happened to Short?
Steele knew, we're getting there. With the interruptions are dragging it out a little bit here. Steele knew or should have known, based on the city's authorities, that contracting around the city attorney in violation of the people's designation of the city attorney as the city's legal counsel was void. Those contracts with Steele were void. Notably, I was never interviewed by Craig Steele or his law firm as part of the independent investigation of me. Normally, the subject is interviewed. None of my staff were interviewed. None of the Greenberg Gross attorneys were interviewed by Steele. None of the following former council members who were key witnesses to the subject closed sessions were interviewed: Peterson, Hardy, Sameta, or Brendan. Yet, records show Bolton, Mosier, and Kalmack, who were not present during any of the handling of the lawsuit from 2019 through its settlement, were not present for any of the closed sessions and had no information about what had happened, were interviewed. Even though Steele claimed to have been independent, special counsel, when asked for records, he claimed attorney-client privilege, which is not possible if he was commissioned to conduct an independent investigation. He worked for Chi and Monrovia. He met with and communicated with Kalmack, Bolton, Mosier, and Chi regularly in person by email during improper closed sessions. He shared early drafts of his report with the city council and asked for feedback. He received highly confidential city attorney emails and closed session attorney work product memos for the past years, while having no attorney-client privilege relationship as an independent counsel to protect those. In December 2021, email to Oliver Chi, Steele made a statement against me which revealed his bias, undermining his independence. He boasted about working for highly partisan politicians in the past, So possible next steps, which I'm not asking for a discussion or a vote tonight, but Steele's conduct is referable to the state bar. The city can consider to challenge, whether to challenge the law firm on the legal fees billed for the improperly retained services, and the city can consider referring the concerns about the violations out for further investigation and handling. I'm just going to leave it at that.
And yet you have not.
Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney, what about, I mentioned it last time, the former city manager, Oliver Chi, accessing the server to release your private attorney-client privilege emails? What about next steps on that? To me, how is that legal?
Yeah, well, it's not.
And the closed session.
Yeah.
Disclosing the closed session, isn't that a misdemeanor?
None of those things are not legal, and they can be, as I said, further investigated or referred out for further investigation.
Councilman.
But yet, you have not refuted a single thing that was in that 68-page report. And this new council majority removed that report from the public record unless you send the city clerk an email. You can request a copy of it and read it for yourself. You haven't refuted any of the facts in that. And the fact that the city had outside counsel who was the reason I brought this forward was when I came on council, I was given the record along with the billing, and I saw a gentleman who worked for the city who then went to go work for the law firm that we hired as outside counsel and was billing us for that. And now there's an open 1090 investigation for creating contracts.
Actually, I don't think you want to misstate the allegations in the FPPC complaint. They are what they are. I don't think that that's accurate. I wouldn't advise
I'm giving you
misstating them.
my view of when I was reading these billing reports.
I could easily, in part 3 of this report, go through the Richards, Watson, Gershon report and pick it apart.
I would love for you to do that.
Okay, excellent. I'd be happy to.
I would love for you to do that.
Thank you.
So audience, we have a part 3 coming up
Yeah.
next time.
Thank you.
With that,
Mr. Mayor, if I could
Thank you,
make,
Mayor.
may I make observations, please? Yeah, so if we're going to have a part 3, I would really love for someone from Richards, Watson, and Gershon to be able to come and rebut some of the things that you're saying. I didn't say anything during part 1 of your presentation about some of the factual errors that I heard because I was part 2. You would have an opportunity to correct those things, but I did not hear any correction of some of the factual errors, and so I'm going to mention a few of those, not a lot, since this already has gone on longer than necessary. But for example, you repeatedly mentioned that a new council was elected and seated, and then suddenly the case was settled. So those council members joined in November or December of 2020, and the case settled in April 2021? So that's like 5 months. That doesn't strike me as a sudden 180-degree turn. And councils do not settle cases without getting a recommendation from someone. And so as I sit here today, I do not believe that council just magically, suddenly decided that they were going to settle a case that had been litigated for 2 years. In Mr. Steele's report, he doesn't know what the reason is for the 180-degree turn. He says that in the report, but there was some reason. Does anybody care to share what the reason was for suddenly deciding to settle? I also understand from his report that the insurance carrier decided that it was going to pay the maximum amount that it was liable for or something like that. So to put this in terms that people can understand, like everyday things. So you have a car wreck. Your insurance carrier says, ooh, hey, okay, we're going to settle this for the policy limits. What does that say about your driving? What does that say? So, another factual issue, Mr. Steele did not interview me for purposes of this investigation. He did not. I talked to Mr. Steele after I was assigned to the committee, the ad hoc committee, to deal with this issue. And so I really, I see that you were, this whole thing, I guess, really messed with your ego or something like that. And Councilmember McKeon, I understand, that you're trying to do Mr. Gates a favor by giving him an opportunity to rebut the things in the Steele report, but the substance of the findings, which is that he mentioned Rule 1.7 of the California Rules of Professional Conduct repeatedly and made the suggestion that he doesn't think that things consistent with that rule occurred during the handling of that case, and that's just his finding. I'm just reading what his finding is. But I just don't think that this helped. I do not. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Mayor, may I comment? Yeah, so one of the reasons I appreciate Councilmember McKeon bringing this forward and the council voting to allow me to present my side is because for nearly 2 years, I sat here not able to defend myself or reveal myself when members of the council sat here and leveled all kinds of accusations against my office and me and the attorneys in the case for 2 years. So it really was a welcomed opportunity, Councilmember McKeon, to actually present the other side, because waiving privilege is necessary for me to present the other side, and the previous council wouldn't have do that. As far as the Richards, Watson, Gershon coming here to give their side of the story, they investigated this for over a year on the taxpayer's dime to the tune of $90,000 plus, and they issued a 30-page plus report. They had their chance. I'm not sure what else you expect them to come and say. They had a full-throated effort on this issue. They presented a full report, and at the end of all of that, it found no wrongdoing. So, Mayor, I just want to thank the council for giving me this opportunity. Hopefully, we can put it to rest. But as Councilmember McKeon stated in his H item, and as we found, there was some impropriety. If we're going to honestly look at the way a lawsuit was handled, you don't hire somebody who's the friend of another decision maker or two in the city who doesn't know anything about litigation. So he's supposed to evaluate the handling of a lawsuit. I mean, the whole thing stinks from top to bottom. So you want to have a real investigation? We can have a real investigation. But I just want to appreciate this opportunity.
And from my perspective, I wasn't there, but at the end of the day, stealing someone's attorney-client privilege is not anything about ego. That's violation of the law, period. So with that, we have a lot of speakers. Thank you. I'm looking forward to number 3 coming up in the future. But with that, City Clerk, before we go to supplemental communications, for the audience's sake, file item number 10 has been asked to be moved to the next council meeting, and file item 17 has been pulled. And that's just for the council, for the public to know before they come up. Again, repeat, file item 10 has been pushed to the next meeting, and file item 17 has been pulled. With that, after that, City Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications? I'm sure we do.
Quite a bit. And also, let me just double check. We have an admin item or an ordinance that's being pulled as well, right?
Which one?
Ordinance for introduction number 29 will not be presented tonight either. We have a memo in the packet.
29.
PD says they need more time,
Okay.
I believe. All right?
Yep.
Okay.
I believe that was already marked in the
I think so.
agenda.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
just was making
Thank
clear. Okay, so for supplemental communication for tonight's meeting, we did receive the PowerPoint from our city attorney that was just provided. For consent calendar item number 15, 25 email communications received regarding execution of professional service contracts with Soars and Conway LLP and Stapleton and Associates. Consent item 16, 37 email communications regarding city library materials and safeguards. Consent item 17, an email communication regarding contract with Paradigm Management Services LLC, of which you've just identified as pulled for workers' compensation. Consent item 19, memorandum received regarding requested changes to 2022-23 Orange County Grand Jury reports to animal welfare, school safety, and group homes received from Catherine Junn, our Deputy City Manager. And 2 email communications received regarding responses to that report as well. For consent item 20, email communication received regarding memorandum of understanding between the city and Friends of Shipley Nature Center. Consent item 22, 20 email communications regarding appropriation of funds for attorney fees for Kennedy Commission versus City of Huntington Beach and City of Huntington Beach versus State of California. Consent item 24, email communication received regarding Amendment 1 to KOA Corporation agreement, I suppose. For item 26, email communication regarding bids for Admiralty Drive Bridge Rehab Project CC-1450. For 27, 2 email communications regarding cancellation of Humboldt Sewer Lift Station Replacement Project CC-1634. For 28, 2 email communications received regarding cancellation of fiscal year 22-23 sewer lining project CC-1728. For ordinances for introduction, as I mentioned, a memo to withdraw the ordinance regarding pedestrian use of center medians. It was received from our police captain, Bo Svensbo, and we also received 14 email communications regarding proposed ordinance 4293, which will not be heard tonight. For administrative items, number 30, a memo from myself regarding proposed charter amendments. 101 email communications regarding the proposed charter amendments. For administrative item 31, 45 email communications received regarding consolidation and dissolution of boards, commissions, and committees and council committees. Admin item 32, 100 email communications received regarding the proposed policy on human dignity. For council member items number 33, 12 email communications regarding proposal for e-bike licensure and use regulations. Council member item 34, 104 email communications regarding the move to censure Council member Mosier. And for council member item 35, 77 email communications regarding proposed resolution declaring the city to be a no mask, no vaccine mandate city. All these items, Mayor, were posted to our web and are available in the city clerk's office.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I pretty much know the answer to this, but do we have anybody signed up to speak?
Ready?
We're ready.
116.
Okay.
I'm going to call in groups of 10. Please listen for your name and come down to both podiums so we can keep this moving. Barbara Shapiro, Barry Kylesmeyer, Ashton Arocho, James Black, Carol Dawes, Tony Dawes, Roy McCord, Nora Peterson, Joseph Dagley, Kathy McGuire.
You okay? You okay, sir? Okay, before we speak, I have to make this announcement. Thanks for being here. At this time, the City Council will receive comments from members of the public regarding any topic, including items on the open session agenda. Individuals wishing to provide a comment may do so in person by filling out a request to speak form delivered to the City Clerk. All speakers are encouraged but not required to identify themselves by name. Each speaker may have up to 3 minutes unless the volume of speakers warrants reducing the time allowance. Please note that the Brown Act does not allow discussion or action on topics that are not on the agenda. Members of the public who would like to speak directly with a council member on an item not on the agenda may consider scheduling an appointment by contacting the City Council's administrative assistant at 714-536-5553 or emailing the entire City Council at city.council@surfcity-hb.org. Thank you for being here, and please open.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff, and the Huntington Beach community. My name is Ashton Arocho, and I am the second vice president for the City Clerks Association of California. During a recent CCAC board meeting, a letter of support for the Huntington Beach City Clerk's office and the profession in general was unanimously approved, and to date, we have 169 signatures being collected. The letter was submitted as written communications for tonight's meeting. It is my honor and privilege to represent the CCAC Board of Directors and our membership to read the letter into the record. Dear Mayor Strickland, this letter in reference to comments made by the City of Huntington Beach City Attorney regarding the city clerk profession. Comments stating that the city clerk only keep official records and official minutes, and that the city clerk position isn't technical or a profession is deeply unsettling and potentially very damaging to our local democratic process. The municipal clerk profession is one of the oldest public servant positions in history and can be traced back to 1272 AD. Normal duties for the city clerk include, but are not limited to, serving as the elections official for the city, serving as the filing officer for Fair Political Practices Commission forms, serving as the passport agent, notary public, preparing legal notices, administering department budgets, administering city council agendas, minutes, official records, and meeting management, compliance officer for federal, state, and local statutes, including the Political Reform Act, the Brown Act, and the Public Records Act, just to name a few. During a time where increased spotlights and scrutiny are put on local election officials, we need to support and uplift our profession, not degrade or dismiss it. The City Clerks Association of California stands in solidarity with the Huntington Beach City Clerk's Office and hopes that the City Council will do the same. Signed, Mark Donahue, CCAC President, along with the 13 Board of Directors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Barbara Shapiro, a Huntington Beach homeowner since 1980. I am a registered nurse and a public health nurse licensed in the state of California. I have training in infectious disease and public health. I'm here tonight to discuss item 35, resolution declaring the city to be a no mask and no vaccine mandate city. I would like to know if any council members have any relevant training in virology or epidemiology. Ms. Vandermark curiously quotes Fauci as a reference as to why she feels masks don't work. I say curiously because I did not know that she regarded Fauci as a credible source for setting policy. His statement was made early in the pandemic.
Hold on a second. You'll save your time. Please, I'm begging all of you. We have 113 speakers. We don't want to interrupt all the speakers. Let's give respect to both sides, all sides of every issue, and let's give everybody respect. And everybody can get through the 3 minutes, and then we can deliberate after that. Please go forward.
She also lists newspaper articles that refer to a Cochrane review of mask studies, which is misleading. Why? Because the review included flawed studies in which masks were worn only 40 to 80% of the time. That would be like using an umbrella 40 to 80% of the time and concluding that umbrellas don't work. But wait, we know that N95s worn correctly and consistency work very well for preventing COVID, long COVID, and other viruses. But the real question here is, why is a resolution necessary for non-existent, imaginary COVID restrictions? Aren't city councils supposed to be doing things like fixing roads and building Little League stadiums? The council has not provided any evidence of impending COVID mandates. In my opinion, this is political grandstanding for personal gain. If your politics depend on outrage, one needs to bait people with fake outrage. Could these divisive, expensive, and unnecessary proposals also be an attempt to distract the projected $3.7 million the city is paying the Kennedy Commission in lawsuits? If Strickland, Vandermark, McKeon, Burns, and Gates have personal agendas or vendettas, they need to pursue them as private citizens, not on the taxpayer's dime. Their position does not entitle them to treat our tax money as their private piggy
10
bank.
seconds.
Or power grab to use Huntington Beach as their own personal fiefdom.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next speaker. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. My name is James Black. I'm a district representative from the office of Senator Dave Min. I have a statement that I would like to make on his behalf. Good evening, Mayor Strickland, Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, and honorable council members. We here in the United States are truly blessed to live in the country that we do. Our nation has a long and storied history of doing what's right, protecting the vulnerable, fighting for the most marginalized among us. Whether it's taking in refugees of war and famine, the civil rights movement of the 1960s, or the liberation of Jews from Nazi concentration camps during the Holocaust, we will never be culled by the cowardice of extremism or by those who clearly stand on the wrong side of history. That's why I find myself nothing short of disturbed by what I'm seeing here in Huntington Beach, the jewel of Orange County. At a time when members of our own community are literally under attack because of who they love, the religion they practice, or just for standing up and saying with true dignity who they are as human beings, members of this council and a contingent of vocal extremists seek to erode the civil liberties, rights, and protections that American men and women have died to give us. Whether it's mask bans, open hostility towards the LGBT community, or the embrace and uplifting of hate under the guise of freedom, I ask you, what freedom is that? It is nothing more than a gross injustice to which the citizens of our city serve as constant victims. Shouts of freedom and liberty and equality are nothing more than a hollow mockery of what actually makes our nation great. Council members, we as elected officials have a responsibility not to fan the flames of division and divisiveness, but to stand alongside our brothers and sisters from all walks of life, accepting and embracing what defines us, not what divides us. For the good of the people, for the good of Huntington Beach and our nation, I respectfully urge the Huntington Beach City Council to reject items 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Say hi to the center. Thank you so much for being here.
Good
Really
evening.
appreciate it.
My name is Tony Dawes, and I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for 25 years, maybe a little longer. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to the City Council. By way of background, I was the president of a California-based professional organization consisting of 500 engineers and scientists, and have been the executive vice president of an international professional engineering firm with a responsibility for 1,500 employees in the western U.S. I'd like to comment on the changes to the amendments to the city charter, in particular Section 310, the clerk qualifications, and Section 702, local control over elections. I'm genuinely surprised that the requirements to the city clerk are recommended to be lowered. It seems to be working fine as is, and if not, I'd like to know why I'd like to know what that problem is that's being corrected. Is it that there's no suitably qualified people seeking this particular position? I think the public deserves the most qualified person for the job. It would be akin in my business to lessening the requirements for, say, a project engineer for a construction project so that I can accept an applicant with lesser qualifications. Would the public be okay with that bridge or roadway? Similarly, regarding changing the election controls, have there been instances of voter fraud or other problems? Is the current system broken and in need of repair? Are there facts to support this particular change? What are we trying to fix? In my experience, the hallmark of good management and good corporate governance is providing the basis for making important changes and ample transparency so that those being managed or governed can clearly understand the need for change and how the proposed changes were developed. I don't see that happening with the City Council, particularly for these two changes. I believe you can do much better. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thank you so much for being here.
Hello, my name is Carol Dawes, and I've been a resident of Huntington Beach since 1997. I'm speaking in opposition to the City Council's revised Human Dignity Statement 23-734. It is the role of a city's government to safeguard the welfare and rights of all its citizens, fostering unity and equality. When I moved here over 2 decades ago, our city council then was successful in maintaining this objective. Unfortunately, this has changed as the council's majority has enacted measures that ultimately will make our city unsafe, weaken the rights of its residents, and tarnish its image to tourists, businesses, and home buyers. Sadly, our city is becoming known as an anti-LGBTQ+ city. This current council has banned the pride flag on city property, has dissolved the 25-year Human Relations Committee that fostered inclusivity, and is considering restricting books to teens that have an LGBTQ+ theme. And now tonight, we have one more dangerous example of their bigotry. They have inserted anti-LGBTQ+ language in their rewrite of the Statement of Human Dignity. And I find it very ironic that they would use divisive language in something that's called a human dignity statement. We all know that revising this prior statement has nothing to do with human dignity. It's all about a political agenda. I guarantee you that this hateful language is a blemish that will tarnish our city. It's not only discriminatory, but also out of touch. Our own children are the first who will tell us this. Numerous studies reveal that 21% of Gen Z individuals self-identify as LGBTQ+. This would imply that there are likely over 1,500 Huntington Beach high school students who identify as such. Based on national and local statistics, for a city our size, there are more transgender and non-binary students than there are varsity athletes for the 4 Huntington Beach high schools. Many young adults have left Huntington Beach due to the city's direction, and in most areas of our city, house price gains in 2023 are somewhat flat compared to more welcoming places in Orange and LA counties, where diversity is embraced and where you can feel safe displaying a pride flag. Every individual in our city, regardless of their gender identity, deserves respect, dignity, and the right to live without fear or prejudice.
10 seconds.
This discriminating language is an affront to LGBTQ community as well as the rest of us. Going forward, what type of city do you want to be? One that embodies compassion and progress, or one that embodies bigotry and division?
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joseph Dagley, 30-year resident of Huntington Beach. Recently, a woman was murdered in Southern California because she displayed a pride flag outside of her business. That is Lake Arrowhead, 80 miles from here. Last week, a shooter killed 3 people in Florida because they were black. For 27 years, the leaders of Huntington Beach have honored and renewed the Declaration of Human Dignity. Now there are members on this council that think that document is no longer needed and doesn't mean anything. It may not mean anything to some of you, but let me tell you what it means to a lot of us. To those who advocate or commit hate, do not for 1 minute think we will not come after you. The citizens of Huntington Beach will vigorously pursue a course of investigation, apprehension, prosecution, conviction, and incarceration. We will not let you go unpunished. That document, written on a simple piece of paper in 1996, tells the world who the citizens of Huntington Beach are and what we stand for. One community together against hate. It shocks me at this moment, with everything going on in the world, this council is targeting that document for deletion. For the life of me, I do not understand your motives. I also hear the council decided our community no longer needs the services of a group of citizen volunteers who receive 0 funding from the city. I served 6 years on the Huntington Beach Human Relations Task Force, 4 of those as chair. And I really wonder if you know what was accomplished by the men and women volunteers of that group. We promoted diversity, literacy, and outreach in our community. I realize in our politically divisive world, promoting diversity has become a lightning rod on Tucker and Hannity. But please don't allow that rhetoric to define our town. Do not let it define you. We can be bigger than that. We must be bigger than that. And our citizens deserve better than that. At some point, someone else will be sitting in those chairs. Your time in city government is short. When you look back, if you see destroying the Declaration of Human Dignity and killing the Human Relations Committee as a great accomplishment, I'm afraid you failed this community. At a time when Huntington Beach needed leaders, this council will be forever seen as the council who came in with their political agenda and eliminated items that have been honored by leaders in this community for 2.5 decades. There's absolutely zero upside. There's absolutely zero upside to this community to abolish the Human Relations
10
Committee
seconds.
and the Declaration. It seems to me that if this council doesn't understand something, if it confuses you, your response is to kill it. And that's a huge disservice to the people of Huntington Beach.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Just showing you this, guys. Okay. Good evening. My name is Kathy McGuire, and I have lived in Huntington Beach for 32 years. I am a retired high school English teacher, and as an English teacher, I have concerns about the proposed policy on human dignity, item 32. The purpose of writing is to communicate ideas and information clearly to the reader. Let's see how well it does this. First, on the plus side, it has a good introduction, a strong thesis statement or main idea, and a conclusion. I commend it for this. Your thesis statement or main idea is, the Huntington Beach City Council declares that everyone should be treated with courtesy and respect. This is very clear. The rest of the policy statement should support this idea with strong facts and statements based on evidence. Unfortunately, it does not. For example, a key word in the thesis statement is the word everyone, yet the rest of the statement mentions only children, males, and females. 2 out of its 6 paragraphs are devoted to these 2 groups, but no mention is made of other groups that should be protected, such as racial groups, cultural groups, and religious groups. If groups are to be mentioned, then the list should be complete. In paragraph 2, the use of the term sexual grooming without defining it is problematic. Sexual grooming is a highly charged term that is used by many people to mean different things. Because of its many meanings, it is sure to be interpreted in different ways, leading to confusion. I fear it will be used against teachers and librarians who provide educational materials to children. Education is not grooming. In fact, education about ideas such as consent will help prevent grooming. This term needs a clear definition from a reputable authority. Paragraph 3 is all about males and females. It talks about the strengths, benefits, advantages, and disadvantages of each sex. There is much disagreement about these ideas. This paragraph assumes that everyone knows what they are and agrees with them, which is false. Paragraph 3 states, each sex carries advantages and disadvantages that warrant separation during certain activities, such as sports. It is not clearly stated why the sexes need to be separated during certain activities. Only sports is mentioned. Are there other activities where the sexes need to be separated in Huntington Beach? If the sexes are to be separated for sports, at what age? In what context? Can boys and girls play a casual game of soccer together at a Huntington Beach park? Can adults have a co-ed volleyball team and play on a beach in Huntington Beach? It is not clear what this paragraph is trying to say about human dignity in relation to the sexes. There are also some grammatical errors which are embarrassing in a public document. I have
10
highlighted
seconds.
them for you. This document is poorly written, and I urge you to vote no on it tonight. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Barry Kielsmeyer. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm coming tonight to oppose items 32 and 34 on this agenda. These are the items adopting a policy on human dignity and the censure of Councilwoman Mosier. First, let's talk about the policy. When you look at the proposed new policy, and you look at what the edits are, there's a really disturbing pattern that really becomes obvious the more you read it. Under hate crimes, the current policy, there are 19 references to the word hate crimes and hate incidents. The text denounces these crimes in the strongest possible way. In the proposed policy, there are 0 direct references. For hate crime statutes, in the current policy, there's a reference in the penal code. In the proposed policy, there are 0 policy and direct references. On classes of citizens protected from hate crimes, on the current policy, there are 2 references to protected groups, and it names the groups. On the proposed policy, there are 0. On the victims of hate crime, the current policy, there are 2 references to the names of hate crime victims in Huntington Beach, including one man who lost his life. On the proposed policy, there is 0 references to hate crimes. The proposed policy sends the wrong message about our community, and it needs to be scrapped completely. As for censure, I reviewed the tape of the meeting, and I've got to tell you, I did not find that Councilwoman Mosier was rude or out of line. On the contrary, we elect all of you to ask tough questions, and sometimes to give uncomfortable answers. That's why you're elected. So I would have been offended if nobody brought this up, and I think it was important to clear the air. So please fully reject items 32 and 34. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nora Peterson. I'm a longtime resident of the city. Something is quite peculiar with our city council's majority. They have unfortunately lost their way, and frighteningly so. It is the job of the city council to listen to its constituents and represent them in voting. This city's council's majority is bent to a narrow view. They have little campaign benefit from recognizing the special needs of residents of the mobile home parks, so they'll no longer meet with them. The 4 don't believe that Huntington Beach parents are capable of protecting their own children from what they think lurks in our public libraries. So, as a result, an unqualified city attorney with no library training will decide what our children will have access to as readers. Purportedly, there is a small stack of books, somewhere between 4 and 12, that are deemed inappropriate for children and available for viewing at City Hall. There's no actual list and no plan to provide them. When questioned, our Mayor Strickland and Pro Tem Vandermark claimed at a town hall at the Huntington Beach Arts Center last month that there are hundreds of books to cull from our library's children's, young adult, and adult sections. The Huntington Beach majority dismembered the Statement on Human Dignity. As a child of a woman who fought in the Norwegian underground, I'm keenly aware how quickly rights erode. Censorship. Why are you hiding the air show settlement from us? Scapegoating. Removing the affirmation of dignity for all of us, including the LGBTQ, is extremely dangerous. First the LGBTQ, then the Jews, the disabled, the African Americans, the poor. Where are you going with this? Are we going to be a city known for Christian nationalism and Moms for Liberty? You 4 are breaching our democracy, and shame on you. Listen to us.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Buzz McCord. I'm a long-term resident of Huntington Beach. I usually don't give away free business consulting, but your brand is suffering out here. Councilperson Moser, I get it. You have a hard place for her. That's politics. But we saw tonight that common sense folks are turned off by lawyers and their legalese. So instead of tonight's 4 points of censure, you should change the language and give Moser 4 naughty girls. Bam, legalese gone. You're still the boss. Second, civility and even-handedness. I want to have you listen to something. This is from the June 26th budget meeting, I believe. It's Mr. McKeon.
Colleague, Councilmember Kalmick, has sent out a campaign email filled with lies.
Whoa! Okay, lies. Growing up on inner city playgrounds, I learned that you never, ever call somebody a liar unless you got a lot of powder. But McKeon was quoting a freaking campaign email. Listen again.
Our colleague, Councilmember Kalmick, has sent out a campaign email filled with lies.
Campaign email. Calling someone a liar in official council session based on campaign claims, that's weak. But as McKeon was calling your colleague a liar, you, Mayor, gave me some hope. You started hammering like a union carpenter. But no, it wasn't at McKeon. You hammered to shut up the common sense public groan from people who knew better than to call someone a liar in public off a campaign email. Simple solution. You give Moser her 4 naughty girls. And then you give Mr. McKeon 3 naughty boys for the 3 times that night he called Kalmick a liar. But you still have a balance problem, except Mr. McKeon gave you a gift. Here it is.
We need to run this city like a business, where we maximize and harness our assets to increase revenue and trim our expenses where we can to cut wasteful spending.
So that's a gift. That's a gift, because now you can give him his 4th naughty boy. Mr. Gates begged for the city attorney job in what's called an election. That's begging. He knew the job and the salary going in. If he didn't like it, he could have dropped out. But immediately after the election, Mr. McKeon, Mr. Businessman, votes Mr. Gates a $400,000 raise. Dang, I cannot imagine anything less businesslike than giving a new employee a raise the day after they get hired. Back to you. You can give McKeon a naughty boy number 4. It's all balanced up. Everybody's got something, and you continue to build a chill,
5 seconds.
Easy comedy brand here at City Hall. Reject item 34.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here.
That's all
Clerk.
3.
All right.
Madam Clerk, next 10.
Okay, listen up, everybody. I'm going to call the next 10 speakers. Carol Canode, Kathy Ryder, Libby, Pat Goodman, Laura Sire, Jocelyn Rabbit, Linda Moon, Betty Kane, Marissa Jackson, Andrew Einhorn. Please come down and approach both podiums. Thank you. You can come up. You don't have to come up in the order I called. Just let's get going.
Yeah, my knees all sore.
For the record, Ms. Canode said she would not be speaking.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, my name is Linda Moon, and I oppose items 16, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35. It's unfortunate that you have deliberately packed this agenda with so many items that the public cannot adequately address or consider them. And items 33, 34, and 35 appear to be intended to excite the most radical of your base, while distracting them from the important and lasting power-grabbing charter amendments in item 30 that you are improperly ram-riding through. The proponents of item 30, after making cuts to city services, because of budget constraints, want to spend $1.2 million of our dollars to steamroll through self-serving charter amendments, which will serve only to galvanize their absolute control and add extraordinary continuing expenses to the city budget. While the charter does not mandate a charter commission to consider all amendments, this city has traditionally allowed for thorough and thoughtful consideration of charter amendments by a panel of interested residents and experts with extensive opportunities for public input before recommendations for amendments have been made to the council. I assume that Mr. Gates is sufficiently competent that he has discovered that putting these amendments on the primary election ballot is illegal, pursuant to California election codes 9255 and 1415 and Government Code 34458, which require that city charter amendments go before the voters on the general election ballot. I think the proponents know that too, and are willing to gamble that they might get away with it anyway. The proponents of these amendments are attempting to use the primary election ballot because they want to narrow the period of public scrutiny and take advantage of the low turnout expected for primary elections. The new council members all promised to listen to and work for the residents. Instead, they are shutting down public participation and maximizing power for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Andrew Einhorn. I'm a Huntington Beach resident. In the upper left-hand section of this board is a letter by Peter Levy from the Anti-Defamation League, and I quote, "Gracie Vandermark has deleted much of her alleged anti-Semitic and racist online history," unquote. In the upper right section is a screenshot of her former YouTube page in which she promoted a 37-minute clip of the Holocaust exposed by Steven Anderson. Anderson is a hate-spewing Holocaust preacher denier who has been banned from Ireland, United Kingdom, Netherlands, South Africa, and Canada. He praised the nightclub shooting in Orlando, Florida that killed 50 people. He called for the government to execute LGBTQ people. Stephen Pagat in the Southern Poverty Law Center article, and I quote, "Gracie Vandermark has a history of making anti-Semitic comments on her Facebook page. Vandermark has since deleted the YouTube playlist and previously addressed the allegations of being a Holocaust denier and stated she saved the video to question the content, not to support it. The YouTube playlist is the first piece of questionable content for her. Just wait until you see the pictures in which hate gestures will be displayed in my second section of part 2, which will not be 40 minutes. Part 3 will reveal photos of her smiling face with known white supremacists, Proud Boys, and neo-Nazis. What excuses will she have for this material? Oh, those were photoshopped, or I attended the rallies just to take pictures. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it is usually a duck. In the lower right-hand section, I contacted the Public Records Department of the City of Huntington Beach and asked them if there was an investigation. Their response was, no record existed. In the upper left-hand section, what's the goal of this? The goal of this is for this council to have an external, independent investigation before allowing her to continue to participate in the ad hoc Human Dignity Committee. Considering her published history, she's the last person to be considered to serve on a committee of this importance without an inquiry.
10 seconds.
As far as your mandates go, as a healthcare professional, the no mask, no vaccine mandate.
Time. Thanks. Next speaker, thank you so much.
Quackery.
Next speaker, thanks so much for being here. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Laura Sire, and I'm a longtime resident of Huntington Beach. I'm here this evening to strongly urge no votes on most of this disgraceful agenda that we find before us tonight. This includes items number 15, 16, 22, 30, 31, 32, 34, and 35. It's really kind of overwhelming. I'd like to focus on items 32 and 34, which the gentleman just addressed. 34 moves for a censure of Councilmember Mosier. I was shocked when I watched the exchange at the last meeting between Councilmembers Mosier and Vandermark, and even more shocked to see the censure item on the agenda. It's ridiculous. I encourage everyone to watch the clip at the end of the meeting, please, to see for yourself. Clearly, it was Councilmember Vandermark who was on the attack, hysterically accusing Councilmember Mosier and of defaming her character. Because the issue at hand concerned who would be on the ad hoc committee for amending the Statement of Human Dignity. Councilmember Mosier directed necessary questions to Councilmember Vandermark. Vandermark's past, as was just pointed out by the gentleman who was just here, is questionable at best, with history of denying the Holocaust and being pictured with the white supremacist group, the Proud Boys. The Anti-Defamation League, the leading anti-hate organization in the world, has received complaints concerning Vandermark's behavior. Since the current Statement of Human Dignity includes mention of the Holocaust and hate crimes as it should, I am thankful for Councilmember Mosier doing her best to obtain the truth. Councilmember, there was talk about breaking decorum. Councilmember Vandermark was clearly the one breaking decorum. Nevertheless, the ad hoc committee was formed and she was on it, and they came up with item, what's the other item? I'm sorry. Is it 32? That her human dignity, it's not a surprise the way it turned out. It's on the agenda to be considered, and other people have already spoken very eloquently about that, but there is no dignity in that statement. It excludes a whole group of people. It hurts people. It's terrible.
10 seconds.
Well, it has a perverse paragraph at the end that completely excludes the transgender community and the inclusivity of human rights in general.
Thanks for being here.
It's
Thank
a
you.
dangerous document. No.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Mayor Strickland, Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, council members, and hardworking city staff. My name is Jocelyn Rabbit Sire, resident since 1998. Like many others here, I am shocked, saddened, and appalled by myriad items put forth on tonight's agenda at varying levels on the repugnance scale. So the list is like my previous speaker and my sister-in-law: 15, 16, 22, 30, 31, 32, 34, and 35. A doctor takes the Hippocratic oath to do no harm to their patients through their practice. And I'm sure that each of you had the same intent when you started, to do no harm to the members of your community when you were sworn in as public servants. But many previous measures instituted by the 4-member majority on this council have been harmful and threatened to further harm residents, businesses, visitors, and even the city government. If you want to help instead of hurt your community, I implore you to go back and repair some of those previous decisions, like refusing to certify an acceptable housing element, withdrawing from our partnership with OCPA without a proper inquiry of the impacts on taxpayers and ratepayers, removing our LGBTQ plus pride flag from city property during just 1 month of the year, attempting to control public library operations, and settling with the provider of the Pacific Air Show for an undisclosed amount of taxpayer dollars. Those are the things that deserve to be talked about. We should not be talking about item number 34, proposing to censure a council member who was asking salient questions. Questions about another's stance held about the Holocaust and about affiliations with hate groups are germane to the task of selecting members for an ad hoc committee, tasked with revising a statement on human dignity when evidence exists to elicit such questions, and if true, would impair that member's ability to make fair and impartial amendments. We should not be talking about item number 30, introducing city charter amendment ballot measures for the March 5th primary election. It is an extremely cumbersome item that would waste $1.2 million in HB taxpayer dollars and would most likely only harm the community in several ways if the proposed ballot measures were to pass. The most concerning measure in it relates to imposing voter ID requirements on HB voters and monitoring ballot drop.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Hello, my name is Betty Caney. I'm a 40-year resident, homeowner, and voter here in Huntington Beach. In fact, I haven't missed an election since I turned 18 and was awarded that right with the ratification of the 26th Amendment in 1971, that very year. Voting matters. I'm here tonight to briefly, but I'll have to do it quickly, make 3 requests. First, I'd like to address the proposals put forth by the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee. The proposals should be soundly rejected with varying degrees of outrage and vehemence, starting with the most cynically crafted, numbers 5 and 6, shamefully designed as a customized pair, serving to deftly slide the wife of our city attorney into a forever job as city clerk with key and crucial election responsibility. That feat fits nicely into the even more abhorrent number 7 that is in fact an overt attempt of voter suppression. It is intended to limit and reduce voting participation by the most vulnerable in our community. This includes young and or newly franchised voters or those with language obstacles or disabilities. These items must be soundly rejected and exposed as the chilling power grab that they are. Reject these. Number 2, reject the cynically written, newly edited policy on human dignity that drips with homophobic and transphobic tropes. It is an embarrassment to the open-minded, humanity-embracing, tolerant people of this community. It is shameful. I propose you reinstate the previous human dignity statement crafted 30 years ago by the highly respected, formidable leader Shirley Detloff and Ralph Bauer in a time of great trial in our community when we faced violence and hatred from virulent skinhead neo-Nazis. That was a powerful and meaningful statement worthy of this community. This revision, this vile statement, is not. Reject it. And lastly, remove tonight's agenda item that seeks to censure Councilmember Moser. This wholly unnecessary addition to the agenda is an obvious distraction from the real issues that should be of concern to this
10
council
seconds.
and to the taxpayers in Huntington Beach. The move to censure is every bit as unseemly as the very behavior that it questions. Drop it from the agenda.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Mayor
Thanks for being here.
Strickland, council members. My name's Pat Goodman,
And I'm here tonight to ask you to oppose a raft of agenda items, including 15, 16, 30, I think 31, 30, no, not 31, 2, 4, and 5. You'll be doing yourselves and the rest of us a favor. Some of these items, I believe, don't have any place in the operation of a well-run American 21st century beach city. These items appear to be political statements addressed to a minority of people and political supporters in the city that highlight ideological differences between neighbors and family members and will only serve to anger and agitate the community, as you can see, and stain the reputation of Huntington Beach. Please withdraw these items. And yike, where to go? And as far as the library issue, we have a wonderful library system here, and excellent staff, enthusiastic volunteers, and wonderful patrons. Our library has a system in place to review questionable items raised by members of the community. Leave it alone. Please reconsider the charter amendments. Just relax, take them back. It's probably illegal to have them, I understand, on the primary ballot. So you'd be doing all of us a favor. And with that, I just want to read one of the, if you have any doubts about these charter amendments, a lot of good comments related to them. Section 309, the city attorney powers and duties. There are 3 paragraphs added. The city attorney represents the city of Huntington Beach. That's good. Second paragraph, the elected city attorney is by virtue of the election designated by the people as the city's exclusive legal counsel. The city attorney may hire, contract, and/or appoint outside contract attorneys and/or such in-house deputy or deputies to assist or act for the city attorney at such salaries or compensation as the city council may by ordinance resolve and prescribe. Because of the third paragraph, unique nature of the city attorney's work at the pleasure of the electorate, and in order to protect the city attorney's
10
work
seconds.
from political interference, neither be compensated of the city attorney, compensation of the city attorney, nor the city attorney's annual budget or any aspect thereof shall be reduced by the city council.
Thank you so much.
You.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and all in Assembly. I'm so grateful for this forum. As a city, we can come together and express our concerns and our grievances. I'm so grateful for our police, fire, medical personnel, council members, clerk, manager, attorney, technicians, all who are serving behind the scenes, who help make our city run and try to do what's best for all of us. Thank you. My name is Marissa Jackson, mom of 5, and I'm so grateful to live in this beautiful city. I just wanted to mention 3 things. I first want to express my support to have a no mask, no vaccine mandate. We should have the choice and the freedom to decide for ourselves whether or not to wear a mask or get the vaccine, and I appreciate that proposal. Second, I feel it is very important for those who work for the people should set aside personal interests to work together to help the greater good. Let's explain ourselves to clear up misunderstandings and disappointments. Let's take into consideration the thoughts and concerns of our fellow city council members and community members. We all have different backgrounds and different life experiences that we can all contribute to the health and vitality of our community. It's so important we see each other as children of God, not as enemies. We are all brothers and sisters and deserve to show each other respect in our words and in our actions. No one is perfect, me included. We can all try to do a little better. My third, I wanted to mention, as a concerned citizen, I and many others I've talked to do not feel comfortable going to our own Huntington Beach hospital. If ever any of our citizens have an emergency, we go to the Huntington Beach Hoag, or the Newport Beach Hoag, sorry. It's embarrassing that our own people don't feel safe or comfortable enough to go to our own hospital. Our main purpose as a local government is to provide for the safety and protection of its people. This really needs to be one of the highest priorities for our people. So just some questions. Are we okay with acknowledging that our hospital is far from distant, almost last choice option? According to a Long Beach CEO that I just got off the phone with not too long ago, he said 1 in 4 hospitals in California are closing due to the lack of funds. So are we okay if we keep losing funds if our hospital closes? Are we going to be okay if we don't have a hospital in our community?
10 seconds.
You okay with this? So I just wanted to pose that question and see if there's anything we can do. I know that this is a 501c public charity, so maybe we can do philanthropy groups. But thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and the folks who live here in Huntington. Kathy Ryder, a voter and homeowner in Huntington Beach since 1985. I have 3 agenda items to address this evening. First is agenda item 15. Why are we planning to engage the services of the lowest rated lobbying firm? Our staff recommended a firm that was rated 1,248 points. But the agenda says that we will use the firm that rates 767 points. The cost of both of them is the same. I'm not sure why we wouldn't want a higher rated firm. Is this perhaps due to a prior relationship by one of our council members? And so this is why we're going with a lower rated firm? Who knows? I note that in item 22, it is unfortunate that because of a lawsuit that was an attempt to fight against creating affordable housing, Huntington is now required to pay close to $3.7 million to the nonprofit Kennedy Commission. Remember, lawsuits have consequences. And how much more will this anti-housing city council majority cost us, the Huntington Beach taxpayers? And lastly, I'm opposing agenda item 32. What in the world is so objectionable about the current human dignity statement? It was written in 1996, and it has served us well. Have there been written complaints? And how many of those written complaints have there been against this current statement? What's the reason why we needed to write a new one? Because quite frankly, as was pointed out, this new one is poorly written and certainly non-inclusive. I concur as an English teacher. A statement such as this should be crafted by a committee of HB citizens, not just 3 Huntington Beach City Council members. We can do better as a city, and we should.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Last time I spoke before you, I used the analogy that my neighbor's house was on fire, and as a good neighbor, I couldn't just stand by and let it burn. Well, tonight you are throwing gas on that fire. There are so many items of concern on tonight's agenda that I will have to be very brief about each item. I oppose item 15B, which would award a 2-year agreement to the lowest scoring lobbying group. Following the city's established analysis process, the contract should be awarded to the highest scoring group. If rumors are true, the change is due to a prior relationship between the mayor and the lowest scoring group and is clearly a conflict of interest. The best interests of the city would be served by working with the highest scoring lobbyists. I strongly oppose item number 30, which would allow the city clerk to move ahead with placing 3 charter amendments on the March 2024 primary ballot. Beyond the fact that California law requires charter amendments to be placed on general election ballots, these changes are ill-conceived, rushed, and concocted behind closed doors. If passed, they will be very hard to correct and will disrupt the governance of this city. I oppose item number 31. Disbanding and dissolving the citizen commissions and committees is the act of thumbing your noses at your constituents. Those commissions and committees are how citizens get involved in local government, and most of you use them as your first foray into local politics. Another instance of, I got mine, now screw you, and you slam the door behind you. In a city of 200,000 people, you must have citizen committees so you can hear about what is happening in the city if you want to represent your city properly. I vehemently oppose item number 32. The new majority has been clear about their disdain for the LGBTQ community as well as other minority and marginalized communities since the day they were sworn in. But this new document is horrific in the extent to which it ignores them or tries to write them out of existence. This document pretends that hate crimes and hate incidences don't happen. The city would be better served with no document at all rather than this poorly written slap in the face. I oppose item number 34. Councilmember Mosier calmly asked Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark a reasonable question given the topic at hand and the videos, photos, and rumors that have been swirling around town for years. She was doing her due diligence. It was Vandermark who escalated the exchange by shouting and calling Mosier a liar. Furthermore, Michael Gates jumped in as the parliamentarian even though he was not called upon to make a ruling. The mayor did not exercise his authority to control the meeting, and censuring the only calm person involved is inappropriate. Finally, I oppose item number 35 as a pure waste of time. There have been no public mask mandates for quite a while. Is the intent to limit private businesses or individuals from requiring masks on their own property?
10 seconds.
What about medical facilities? Are you intending to prevent people from wearing masks in this crowded chamber, even in times like now when COVID is on the rise? I thought you were all about personal responsibility.
Thank you for being here.
I am responsible for protecting myself as best I can.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk,
Thank
you
you.
have the next 10.
All right. The next 10 speakers, listen for your name. The next 10 speakers, Wendy Rincon, Joanne Sosa, Clarice Hoffman, Peter Levy, Yvonne Gonzalez Duncan, Tim Geddes, Chad Williams, Kanan Durham, Elaine Keeley, Gaston Castellanos.
Thank you for being here.
Mr. Burns is not here.
He can hear you in the back.
City council members, and specifically the ad hoc committee, who attempted to write a policy on human dignity. Your attempt to write a policy on human dignity has failed. What you have written is a statement of your own political beliefs. The document is not aspirational, it does not serve, support, or protect people, and it does not promote the dignity of all people. In fact, it demeans a protected class of people. You changed words like diversity to difference, creating a bigger divide. You changed words like interdependence to independence, showing you don't believe in collaboration, synergy, or among our community members. And you changed the legal term of hate crime to just crime, so you don't really understand state and federal law. I'm telling you to remove any writing of Ralph Bauer or Shirley Detloff from the first two paragraphs. You have plagiarized and perverted their writing and created something that is entirely different. You did not work with the authors of the original Declaration on the Statement of Human Dignity, and you don't have a right to use their writing. Shirley Detloff and my family have asked me to come here tonight to stop you from using the author's writing to further your own agenda. I'm happy to see you changed the name of your document. I would suggest a further change to a statement of council's political beliefs. You have not written a statement, a policy, or a declaration of human dignity. I heard the mayor at another meeting say he has 2 ears and 1 mouth, and he believes in open democracy. When I have tried, he has not listened to me, to Shirley, or other speakers on this issue or many other issues. The city attorney says that process is everything. Why then are all the votes 4-3? Ad hocs are one-sided and biased, and public comments are ignored. The city attorney taught something different in his own Brown Act class. The voices of the Huntington Beach citizen none of the voices ever led to synergy, to a win-win, to reaching across the aisle, to finding consensus, to collaborating. Oh yes, you remove those kinds of words from the statement. The 1996 version of the Statement of Human Dignity will live in Huntington Beach history. It was supported by 11 city councils unanimously over 27 years. The 2021 update brought legal language, and the intent was created, and they kept the intent of the original. It was created by 9 human task force members in public meetings with the 2 authors over 4 public meetings. While not completely endorsed by the authors, the intent was aligned enough that it was not seen as plagiarism, and it is not an issue.
10 seconds.
Today's is an issue. This day will be the day, this council will be the council that ended human dignity, the Human Relations Committee, and narrowed the voice of Huntington Beach citizens.
Thank you.
If you did not hear me clearly with both ears,
Thank you.
Mr.
Next
Burns,
speaker.
all change.
Your time's over. Your time's over. Next speaker, thank you.
My name is Yvonne Gonzalez Duncan, and I am a member of League of Women Voters, as well as the former state director of LULAC, League of United Latin American Citizens, which is a national organization for civil rights. I am in opposition of agenda items 16, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34. Number 16, why is the City Council getting involved with determining standards for selection of materials in the public library? Librarians have master's degrees in library science and are well qualified to select books for our children. I worked for 18 years with preschool children, and none attended the library by themselves. This is on the agenda because Councilmember Vandermark created an issue that wasn't a problem. Books are selected by qualified librarians and not by unqualified city council members or lawyers. Number 30, the proposed charter amendments may not be legally put before the voters on a primary election ballot. Election Code 9255 specifically requires that any charter amendments proposed by the governing body be considered on the general election ballot. There is no exception that would apply to the proposed action. You can't push this through. The dissolution of boards and commissions, number 31, which have provided important and significant input and expertise to the city over many decades, is shameful. How else can council members learn about areas they do not know? Number 32, the proposed amendment of the city's well-crafted, compassionate policy on human dignity is an attempt to diminish the importance of protecting traditionally targeted people of identified classifications. An improper religious reference is also relied upon to justify its provisions. The city has no legal control over the limitation of gender participation in activities, and human dignity statement is without any legal significance to the enforcement of civil rights. Number 33, this item creates another costly bureaucracy that would improperly distinguish rules for the operation of e-bikes from those of surrounding cities in a manner that could not be easily enforced. If the city is concerned about e-bikes, the issues of concern and appropriate amendments to the California Vehicle Code should be discussed with our state representatives. This proposal, number 34, to censure Councilmember Moser is outrageous. It highlights the vindictiveness and personal animosity of the proponent council members. Those council members have declined to
10
support
seconds.
any standards of decorum for council meetings and have repeatedly condoned assaultive language being used in reference to council members Kalmick, Mosier, and Bolton
Thank
by
you.
members of the public and themselves.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here. Thank you.
There should be a request.
Your time's up. Thank you. Next speaker, thank you.
This is going to be a very long evening, so may the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ be with all of us. We want to get through this. Greetings, my name is Joanne. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. With great respect for our Jewish community, as a daughter of a World War II vet who guarded Nazi prisoners, I would never support a candidate who was a Holocaust denier. However, it is extremely irresponsible for Councilmember Mosier to continue to accuse and escalate false statements toward... Excuse me. I thought you said you're going to take them out. That's not fair. You have to stop talking when people are talking.
We held your time. We held
yes.
your time.
Okay. Okay, stop. Okay. All right. I would never support a candidate who is a Holocaust denier. However, it is extremely irresponsible for Councilmember Mosher to continue to accuse or malign without any proofs toward Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark during council meetings in a personal attack. As taxpayers, we pay your salaries to conduct city business, not to waste council time. Councilmember Mosher, her professional behavior, for me, lack of attitude, I think it does not befit the office you hold, and you are forgetting the youth who are watching. And for these false accusations, I'm in favor of censure. I'm in favor of censure. Number two, I am also in favor of mandate-free city, as the last few years have shown masks do not work. Moreover, as Americans, our freedoms include the right to no longer be muzzled, jabbed, forced to comply with a scandemic based on big pharma, money grabbers, and not the citizens' health all over the world. For these reasons, I support Huntington Beach as a mandate-free city, and I hope many more will follow. And to answer the man that was up here saying if it looks and walks like a duck, you're wrong. It might be Biden.
Thank you for being here. Next. Next. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Tim Geddes, and I am a 40-year resident of Huntington Beach. In all of those years, I have never seen such a brazen attempt by a City Council majority to hijack our local government and to destroy our civic culture of norms and protections for our community and its institutions. The proposed additions to our city charter are both unnecessary and irresponsible. They are simply ideological insults to the majority of Surf City residents who did not sign up for this iconoclastic rampage. So too is the rending of the civic fabric of our city's volunteer boards and commissions, which have served and reliably represented our residents for decades. Your ad hoc committees are incestuous, with no independent views or outside influence, a total lack of democratic process. It would be preposterous to claim that such moves help bring better governance to our city. It would also be preposterous to argue that any economies in staff, time, effort, or expense claimed by council majority members somehow justify the moves which you are making. You are taking away representation instead of adding to it. From pride flag and invocation controversies to messing with library services and voting rights, this council majority has decidedly divided our citizenry instead of uniting it. It is bullied in its decision making. I was only 4 years old when attorney for the Army Joseph Welch made his famous takedown of Joseph McCarthy during the spectacle known as the Army McCarthy hearings, when the Republican senator from Wisconsin bullied his way into prominence with unfounded criticisms, blatant falsehoods, and snide insinuations. As you might remember, Senator McCarthy tried to denigrate and humiliate one of the staffers on the other side, much as you are attempting to do in censuring council member Natalie Mosher, prompting a response, which I will paraphrase. Until this moment, I think I have never really gauged your cruelty or your recklessness. Let us not assassinate our city's reputation further. Have you no sense of decency? So, at long last, I ask you members of the City Council majority, have you no shame?
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. I am Peter Levy, the Regional Director for the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League here in Orange County and Long Beach. I'm also a rabbi and been involved with interfaith clergy that is supportive of the gay, lesbian, bi, trans, and queer plus community. And there's many of us here in Orange County. ADL was founded in 1913 in response to an escalating climate of anti-Semitism, hate, and bigotry, and has since become the leading anti-hate organization in this country over the past century. And as we work to fulfill our founding mission to secure justice and fair treatment to all, the ultimate goal is a world where no group and no individual suffers from bias, discrimination, or hate. And we are deeply alarmed and concerned about the proposed revision on Huntington Beach's policy on human dignity. The new policy is harmful and discriminatory, and it echoes false and malicious language that is increasingly weaponized against the lesbian, gay, bi, trans, and queer plus community. We want a policy that affirms the existence and the challenges of all people from marginalized groups. Right? This is not the opportunity to make political points. Changing the intent and spirit of a policy on human dignity is inappropriate. The newly proposed policy is a step in the wrong direction, and it omits the inclusive language that recognizes the diversity of our community, including persons of actual or perceived disability, gender, gender identity, gender expression, nationality, race, ethnicity, religion, and sexual orientation. Huntington Beach, like all of Orange County, should be a place where all community members feel safe and are treated with dignity. The current policy is a model for what we want this city to be. The proposed policy is not. I urge you all to reject it. Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. I'm Clarice Hoffman, and I want to say that I want to thank you for mobilizing a majority of the citizens here to oppose your policies. Tonight, I speak against numbers 16, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35. Let me first say, as an attorney, I have to say that charter cities are not exempt from the law. And so first of all, the California Voting Rights Act applies to a charter city. So the very first thing I have to say, you can't have your own rules for who can vote in an election. It's discriminatory, and I'm sure maybe you need an outside attorney, but you should actually look at the law and realize that your charter amendment violates the Constitution, the California Voting Rights Act, and it also violates, it is also discriminatory. Also, your public health mandate. What can I say? Banning masks and vaccines. Okay, believe in science. If we have another healthcare emergency, I don't want to have to come to Huntington Beach at all. So I like to stay away from your beach. Singling out the LGBTQ community for banning a pride flag, also discriminatory in violation of civil rights. Denying Councilman Natalie Moser's right to ask a relevant question, and she asked it in a civil manner. The response was not civil, and I guess the non-civil council member had to have the mayor step in to make sure that she couldn't really answer the question. But everybody has seen these posts on social media. So it was a legitimate question, especially in light of what's on the agenda tonight. Dismantling your dignity, your policy on dignity. This is an affront to everyone in Orange County, and really, do you want to be the laughingstock of the world? Yes. So I want to say thank you so much for having all of us come out tonight, because as you can see, the majority of the people here oppose your policy. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Wendy Rincon. I'm a 49-year resident. Tonight's agenda is outrageous and alarming. It's a fire hose of agenda items, and I think that's intentional. I think you're trying to put so much at us that we can't honestly look at one item and give it a depth of a true comment. Let's be clear. The Fascist Four, you do not have a mandate from the 2022 election. I know you say that you do, but frankly, 13.6%, 13.4%, 12.3%, 12.2%. We do have a voting problem in the city. Not enough of us are voting, but you do not have a full mandate from the community of Huntington Beach. Item 16, I understand, is being held over until October. However, please be quiet while I'm talking. I appreciate that you think you're doing what's best to, quote unquote, protect the children. However, my child spoke at the June meeting, and I really should just say thank you because her speech was so damn good, it went viral. Her college education is actually paying off. Item 22, the amount of money that you are spending of our taxpayer dollars is outrageous. Between a 1.2 special election, the air show, do we need to bring up the air show again? Still waiting on that information. Item 31A, it's unbelievable that you are dissolving commissions. Do you want less community involvement? Is that the problem here? Like, we're just too involved? You don't want to have to hear from us, meet with us? It's outrageous. Dissolving the Human Relations Committee. I mean, as someone who has a daughter who's part of the LGBTQ community, it is unbelievable what the Fascist Four are trying to put forth. We're supposed to be a tourist community, right? That means we want everyone to come in. You realize that gay people like to travel, right? And they tend to have a lot of disposable income. I know my family and friends, they don't want to travel here. So you might want to rethink where you get your tourist dollars. Regarding item 32, the proposed changes to the policy of human dignity, it is the most vile piece of homophobia and transphobia. You should be embarrassed. And you should be ashamed that, first off, it is really poorly written to begin with. But we had a statement that worked for our city, and let's just end it with
10 seconds.
Councilwoman Natalie Moser did her due diligence, and I'm sorry, Gracie, when you swim with rats, you might just be one.
Next. Next speaker. Next speaker, thanks for coming.
Hello, Council.
Hold
My
on,
name
hold on,
is...
hold on. Hold on a second. Thank you for being here. Go.
Hello, Council. My name is Chad Williams, born and raised in Huntington Beach, a proud product of Huntington. Went on to serve in the military, became a U.S. Navy SEAL, and now I'm back home raising a family of my own here in Huntington Beach. I'm here to speak in support of item number 34. At the last council meeting, Councilwoman Moser, you popularized false information about Miss Gracie Vandermark, stating that she was a Nazi denier, or popularizing this video that she was a Nazi denier, and that she denied, that she denied the Holocaust ever happened. And so there's been some talk here tonight about clearing the air, about whether or not Gracie has ever come out against this. And so I think that back in 2018, on May 7th, she spoke to this issue in this very chamber. And so we'll let Gracie speak in her own words here as you listen.
My name is Gracie
Gracie Larrea Vandermark. Tonight I'm speaking as a mother, Huntington Beach resident, U.S. citizen, and an advocate for freedom and equality. I am a woman of Ecuadorian and Mexican descent, a woman who is married to an immigrant of European, African, and South American heritage, a woman who surrounds herself with people of various backgrounds and views. Early April, the clerk of the Ocean View School District Board made a false claim that I was a Holocaust denier and irresponsibly labeled me a bigoted due to videos stored on my YouTube account for research purposes only. They were saved under the title of the first video with a question mark. I was questioning the content, not supporting it. I do not know how I ever denied the Holocaust. I am not anti-Semitic.
She has not denied the Holocaust. She is not anti-Semitic. How is it possible, Councilmember Moser, that you did not know about that? How is it possible the countless times that you have sat next to her in so many meetings and opportunities outside that you didn't take the time to possibly ask her about this personally? You didn't do that. Why? Because you wanted to attempt to publicly humiliate her. Here is a Bible. It is the greatest stories ever told in reality. In Romans chapter 15, verse 4, it states that things of old were written for our learning and understanding. There's much to learn from the Old Testament. There's a story in the book of Esther about a man named, there's a man by the name of Haman. He's an antagonist. He's not a good guy. And he really didn't like this guy by the name of Mordecai. So he devised gallows in an attempt to try and hang Mordecai in front of everyone, humiliate him and shame him. Mark Twain has famously said that history doesn't always repeat itself, but sometimes it rhymes. And I see the rhyme. As you devised a plan to try and build these gallows of shame and try and disrespect Gracie's name, but tonight, unfortunately for you, like Haman, it's going to be your reputation that hangs at the gallows as you are censored. What did you say when you were told that she had a husband of Jewish descent? You said 5 words: I don't care.
Thank you.
I don't care.
Thanks for being here. Thank you for being here. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Kane Durham. I am, among other things, one of the board members at Pride of the Pier. You lovely folks saw the giant pride flag here today. One of the things that I'd like to speak here tonight are both about the policy of human dignity and this attempted censure of Moser. The narrative that we keep hearing is that the Fast Four are not bigoted, and all of these things that we are hearing have been taken out of context, or Gracie was just asking questions. She was just curious about whether or not the Holocaust happened. I would like to bring your attention to something that is incredibly upsetting to me personally. This is a book called Irreversible Damage: The Transgender Craze That's Seducing Our Daughters. It was a book that was written in 2019 that is filled with incredibly transphobic language that's based on a highly debunked study with incredibly poor resourcing. Feel free to look it up yourself. Now, the reason that I'm bringing this up is because in the acknowledgments on page 230, you can find this. Brenda Lesbach, Rachel Olson, Linda Cohn, and Gracie Vandermark opened their homes to me and helped me track down documentation of an extreme gender ideology pushed on children by a California public school system meant to serve them. They did so at great professional risk to themselves. They did it for America's children. Now, I don't doubt that Gracie believes the things that are in this book. I really don't. I think that she thinks she's doing the right thing. But the truth of the matter is that this transphobic rhetoric that we are seeing in the policy on human dignity is not an accident. It's not something that has been written in a way that they didn't mean it that way. They're just trying to protect women, which, by the way, I'm a trans man and a feminist. Most eligible voters in Huntington Beach did not vote in the last election. Most eligible voters were not engaged in anything beyond the top level substance of what the FASH 4 have been put out. I truly hope that you continue to make a circus out of these city council meetings, because the amount of people that I have met who have said, oh my God, I voted for these people, but I didn't expect this to be what happened. I didn't know that this was the case. I wasn't aware of these views. Yes, you're gonna be sitting here until 2026. We know that. You're gonna do what you wanna do until 2026, but that's where it ends. And the rest of Huntington Beach is going to end it for you. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Why do I?
Next speaker, thanks for coming.
Why do I have to follow a speaker like that? I don't understand. That's not fair. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Gaston Castellanos, and I'm with the Democratic Party. I'm here to refute some claims made previously in these chambers that hate crime enhancements favor one group of victims over another. That argument fails for several reasons. Hate crime enhancements impact racist perpetrators. It's not about elevating or denigrating victims. These crimes are pernicious because they generate fear and insecurity in entire communities. We can take steps to protect ourselves from crime, but we can't change who we are. A video that still plays in my head is of an Asian American woman desperately trying to get into her car and lock it because she was being accosted by a man who accused her of bringing Kung Flu to America. That happened at Tustin Legacy. That Tustin Legacy is not a high crime area. It's not a pit of gang activity. It's the Tustin Legacy. Hate crime sentencing enhancements were passed in California and upheld because these heinous crimes affect everyone. Arguments that such enhancements are somehow discriminatory only helps the racists among us. These are perpetrators who target fellow Americans for violence just because of the way they look, their perceived ethnicity, or who they are. Hate has no place in Huntington Beach. Hate has no place in these chambers, and we shouldn't give it one with false and misleading arguments. Instead of complaining about hate crimes, we should be prosecuting them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk,
Yes.
more speakers.
Yes, listen up, folks. Stephen Quinn, Ann Palmer, Brian Villa, Luann Nichols-Shoup, Andrew Goffey, Keith Ellis, Judy Lewis, Lawrence Scheel, Doris Hill, Mark Dixon.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Brian Vea. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach, and it's good to be here. If any of you had watched the last City Council meeting, I think most of us have. I would encourage you to do that and to take a look at the last 10 minutes. As I'm here, I don't agree much with the leftists that are on our City Council, but I will say one thing that's going to be shocking to a couple of you, that I don't think that Natalie should be censured. And I say that because she came up here and she said what she had to say, and she exposed herself. And if you'll watch it in slow motion, go ahead. It's really fun to watch her lose her mind. She gets up there and she loses her marbles as she slowly, watch it in slow motion. It's good. But she always, as well as many other people that are here, always invoke the ADL. Let me tell you, the Anti-Defamation League is garbage, okay? And it's run by it's a bad, so all of these, the ADL likes to go out there and like to promote all these hate groups and hate speech. There's not one word that I can say here, not a single word that demands that I should be arrested. Hate speech is garbage. It's fake. It's a fake ideology. You guys go out there and, oh, I'm scared. The sky is falling. And yes, there's words that are just so vile and so repulsive that you have to condemn it as hate. So with that being said, I look at what you said, Natalie, the other day, and I think you have the right to say it. Although it might be very hateful, It might be very mean. It might be vile and repulsive. You do have the right to say that. You said it, and it makes for great video, guys. So when we look at these things and watch how she reacts, remember, Natalie, you're a very privileged woman, right? And you're very privileged, and you're attacking a Latina here. Not cool. That's not cool. So yeah, you sit there. You sit there and you do this continually, as well as all these white privileged people that come out here, and you guys speak from this spot right here, and you attack a Latina. Check yourselves. Check your white privilege, guys.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hello, my name is Larry Scheel, and I'm a 33-year resident and homeowner in Huntington Beach. I love this city. We're a worldwide destination with a very rich culture. And I appreciate all the hard work of our council. We did elect you, the majority of the people did elect you as their city council. We seem to have lost track of that. But in follow-up to the council meeting of August 8th, I'd like to speak to the discussion around the policy on human rights, on human dignity. The current policy was adopted in '96, and amendments were drafted in November 21. Councilman Burns recommended 3 changes for consideration: a minor change to the name, the mayor to appoint an ad hoc committee to make amendments to be presented at the council meeting October 3rd, or to drop the amendments drafted in November 21. Councilwoman Mosier broke protocol by personally addressing Councilman Burns. She called his approach a scorched earth approach. Mayor Strickland said that the policy was amended in 21. Why can't it be amended in 23? And Mosier cut in by saying, I think your intentions are impure. I certainly don't want to redo them. And the Mayor Strickland said, that's why we vote. Councilwoman Mosier said she wants it discussed and decided tonight. Then Mayor Strickland appointed the ad hoc committee. Councilwoman Mosier then launched personal attacks on Councilwoman Vandermark, falsely calling her a Holocaust denier and having an association with the Proud Boys. And when Councilwoman Vandermark attempted to defend herself, Mosier interrupted repeatedly, saying, I'm not done yet. The mayor said this decorum is unacceptable. Members cannot attack each other personally. But even after this correction, Councilwoman Mosier continued with the attacks, talking over council members and making statements such as, I'm not done with this, and I'm not interested in that. City Attorney Gates advised this discussion is inappropriate, but she even talked over him. He went on to say that these personal attacks are not even related to the agenda. Having a discussion about someone's personal beliefs is inappropriate, and he was speaking as an attorney and as our parliamentarian. Her serious breach of personal attacks, disrespect of a fellow council member, especially when discussing a policy on human dignity, this demands action be taken. Respectfully, I am requesting that Councilwoman Mosier be sanctioned. Thank you.
Keith Ellis, Huntington Beach resident. It really is just a litany of evil that we have on the agenda tonight. And many of the citizens, the majority of the citizens have spoken their piece against most of the items. I'm going to spend my time on the public health. The request to have the city manager draft a formal resolution declaring the city of Huntington Beach to be a no mask and no vaccine mandate city is unnecessary and unethical. In her issue statement, Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark starts by presenting 3 news articles that supposedly show vaccine and mask wearing to be ineffective. These are overly broad statements that obscure the context of the underlying research or dialogue. The articles about masks, for example, were about the effectiveness of protecting an individual from an infection. Masks are about reducing the viral material available in the environment to infect others, not about protecting oneself directly from infection. Surgeons don't wear masks to protect themselves from their patients. They do it to protect the patient from them. This is particularly important since an infected person may shed virus for days prior to being symptomatic. And while it is true that a virus can mutate and cause any given vaccine to be less effective at preventing individual infection, they've also been shown to reduce the risk of severe illness or mortality until updated boosters are available. Communities that embraced mask wearing as a public health measure had infection rates that were, on average, half the rate seen in communities that did not mask. Vaccination rates had similar effect. I'm happy to provide a sampling of actual peer-reviewed scientific evidence that supports these claims at the community level if requested. No one wants to find ourselves back in a place where vaccine or mask mandates might be necessary for the public good. But why would we preemptively take a proven public health measure off the table? If we find ourselves there again, evaluate the evidence at the time and make the appropriate decision for the greater public good. In the city's code of ethics, council members have pledged to, among other things, make decisions based on the merits of an issue, including research and facts, and also to make decisions when necessary for the public's best interest, whether those decisions are popular or not. Pursuing or voting to approve a plan to ignore research around public health measures proven to benefit the larger community is not making a decision on the merits, nor is it in the public's best interest. It is therefore a potential violation of the Code of Ethics. Given that the purported evidence provided in the issue statement is invalid to inform community-wide public health measures, I expect that the request dies here today, or that if a resolution is produced, that it is unanimously voted down as unnecessary and unethical. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Andrew Goff. I would say good evening to the mayor, but he's not here. I think he needed a bathroom break, which happens when we start with a 40-minute lecture at the beginning of the City Council. Okay, I'm sure half of them there are as restless as well. Anyhow, I'm here today not just as a concerned citizen. I'm a candidate for the U.S. Congress 47th District, which includes Huntington Beach. And I'm compelled to be here today because there's some things that you have on your agenda that you've heard a lot about today. For instance, there once was a flag that flew on top of a government building that a lot of people didn't like to see. They didn't like it so much that they shot at it, and they put a ton of holes in it. That flag sits right behind you right now. It was on top of Fort McHenry. And the gentleman who walked by and saw it, Francis Scott Key, wrote our national anthem to it. It survived the hate. The pride flag will survive your hate. Yeah. What message are you sending to those that hold that flag there? You know, we've gotten really good in this country at fighting and putting down hate, from the Japanese internment camps to the civil rights movement. This is old news to us. You won't win. I hope you're actually listening to what your constituents are saying, because come election day, you'll have to answer to them, okay? There is the little thing that you have as far as putting voter IDs on the ballot. You completely know that that is not necessary. There is such a small amount of voter fraud in the state that you're fixing a problem that doesn't exist. You're putting a Band-Aid where no cut is, and hoping that the Band-Aid will be there in case you get a cut. I hear that there's also a lot of emotion against putting a mask mandate in place. There is one thing that you need to understand. You'll hear those that say masks don't work. Well, do they stop me from catching the virus? They're not really good at that. But what they are really, really good at is stopping you from giving it to me. Okay? My son, yes, when you cough and you have the virus, it shortens the distance so that I don't get it. So why should I leave that up to you as to when you want to use it when I'm the one that gets hurt? Okay? This was a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and I'm grateful my son, who is special needs and susceptible to this, was spared for this, okay? I ask you guys to reconsider this. Thank you.
Mayor Strickland, council members, you have my deepest sympathy. And I'm old enough to remember when the worlds of medicine and politics were fairly separate. But 3.5 years ago, this country was swept by a wave of mass hysteria. Hysteria deliberately inflicted and cynically manipulated to achieve very specific political ends. And we all watched as our most basic rights evaporated into thin air. People were locked out of hospital rooms of dying loved ones. Churches were forced to suspend worship services. Small businesses were crushed from coast to coast. And an entire generation of children had their education hijacked. And anyone who dared object was labeled anti-science. And if you persisted in objecting, you were suddenly an insurrectionist. Why was this done? The experts said it was to keep us safe. This world has never been safe, and it never will be. Our founders gave us a system of self-rule designed to protect us from such egregious abuses of power, whether by institutions of government or by the medical profession. It was a profoundly disappointing time to watch as millions of my fellow countrymen and women meekly accepted this outrageous lawlessness inflicted on them by fools and tyrants at every level of government. Now, as we approach another momentous election year, we hear rumblings of a repeat performance emanating from the same disgraced so-called experts who so recently inflicted this monstrous calamity on our country. So it's with the utmost passion that I support agenda item number 35, which boldly announces to the world that this city will not meekly grovel and surrender the most sacred freedoms of its citizens. It didn't last time, and it certainly won't in the future.
Hi, my name is Ann Palmer. I'm a resident for over 30 years. Good evening to all of our city staff and employees and public. I'm here with a barn burner. I'm here to speak about number 19. I actually have 8 items on my list, but I doubt if I'll get to them. Number 19, I'm guessing none of you know, is part of the response to the grand jury reports. There were a lot of things on the agenda, and it did take me 2.5 days to get through all of it. But on this one in particular, I'm talking about the animal welfare issues and findings and recommendations concerning the Orange County Animal Control. That includes facilities, practices, and procedures related to all domestic animal welfare, dogs, cats, horses, goats, and more, staffing, which is always very challenged, and accountability. The report seems to indicate that a very comprehensive review was attempted, and even with some negative findings, the report did not disparage administration or staffing, understanding that they were in difficult times, but they did make multiple serious recommendations. If Huntington Beach positions itself as a dog-friendly community, which I understand we do, we have provided several dog parks, and arguably the best beach in the city was donated to a dog beach. We cannot afford to be contracted with an agency that continues over decades to have issues that may possibly put animal welfare in jeopardy. I read and agree very much with the initial response by our city attorney, Michael Gates, to fully review the report and respond in full within 60 days. I ask the concerned citizens review the report and communicate with our city council, and if appropriate, with our city attorney as well. We look forward to the final responses to this item and the other items to which Huntington Beach is reviewing coming from the grand jury. There are very contentious and visible issues and projects occurring currently, I think you could agree. Some of which are, in my opinion, overblown, and some of which are maybe not even necessary. But we need to ensure that issues such as animal welfare do not fall through the cracks. In addition, item number 30, I have mixed reviews, and I would recommend a full charter review. I support 80% of it, but I still have some questions. Boards and commissions, again, a mixed review. Those people who think that you cannot donate your time to a city without being on a commission or a committee are patently wrong. I've been doing it for many years, and I'm doing it right now. The policy on human dignity, as I've said before, we need a concise, well-written document that includes everybody. If we try to name everybody and every group that should be included, we will end up with more problems and having to rewrite it yearly. But I do agree that it should probably be a little more professionally written, and it should not feel like a middle school document. And that applies to the 1996 version as well. Thank you very much. E-bike regulation, yes, and thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Luann Nichols-Shoup. I am a fourth-generation property owner and taxpayer of Huntington Beach. I would like to question the purpose of the Human Relations Committee. In 2021, Natalie Moser was part of rewriting the Declaration of Policy of Human Dignity and signed it. I do not have time to read the entire document, so I will read just a few lines. First line is, remember that silence and apathy are the greatest allies to those committing hate crimes and initiating hate incidences. During the election of 2022, Gracie Vandermark had several signs defaced and 3 of her cars had windows shot out. Her home was vandalized. No one contacted Gracie Vandermark or her family to offer support from the Human Relations Committee, including Natalie Moser. Nor did Natalie Moser or anyone else make a formal declaration from City Council for the vandals to stand down. All we got was silence and apathy. Shall we assume that Natalie Moser is an ally of the vandals? Next quote from this document is the right of all residents to pursue their daily lives with the knowledge that they will not be physically harmed or verbally abused. Since the newly elected City Council has been in office, meeting after meeting, we have had to listen to people during the comments accuse Gracie Vandermark for being anti-Semitic and racist, which is a lie. Still nothing from you, Natalie Moser, nor Bolton or Kalmack. You all continue to let the hate speech and bullying to continue without a word. Then a few months ago, someone from Norwalk passes out some anti-Semitic flyers, and Moser, Kalmack, and Bolton rally and demand that City Council publicly denounces such behavior. It appears that Natalie Moser, that your human dignity policy only applies when it pleases you. Perhaps if you got off your sorry ass and walked over to Gracie Vandermark's office, if you walked over to Gracie Vandermark's office and asked her version the truth, you would not have made such a fool out of yourself in the last meeting with your hate speech and bullying towards Gracie Vandermark. You would have learned the truth, Grace. Gracie Vandermark is not racist, nor is she anti-Semitic. Natalie Moser, you owe a public apology to Gracie Vandermark.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you.
And to the citizens of Huntington Beach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Judy Lewis. I'm here not representing a group except maybe old retired ladies. I served as a public citizen or public service person for 38 years, retiring from the LA County Sheriff's as a captain. I have volunteered, as has my husband, for various committees in the past in Huntington Beach and Orange County. So when I saw the agenda, I have to say I was appalled. It looks like you have rewritten the human dignity policy as if hate crimes no longer exist. And in fact, just recently, there's been hate crimes in the newspaper on the front page. Huntington Beach, whoa, who thought of that? So as a law enforcement person, I don't like hate crimes. I don't like riots. I don't like violence. And I don't like dog whistles that say to people that it's okay. It's really okay, because we're not looking at those anymore. We've just decided that isn't happening. We don't need to be concerned about hate crimes. And hate crimes are different. They are based on being mobilized on the internet and on the social media, and hate builds and people justify their actions. And then somebody is hurt. And I know that's not what you meant, I hope, by changing the human dignity thing, but it's what you said unconsciously. And I'll even take on the one about the men and women, that, oh, well, it's gender differences. Oh, yeah, that was used for me when I went on the department. Hey, you're not a man, you don't have the strength to be a cop. No, it isn't our gender differences, it's our individual differences that matter. Now, white nationalism is growing. I don't know that any of you are associated with it. I'm not going to accuse anybody. But you're falling into a trap of pretending that there isn't still discrimination and hate out there, because it is out there. And you're stirring it up by this kind of action, and I'm very concerned. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is councils are human beings, and they need to hear from citizens. And you need committees to at least advise you. You don't have to obey what the committees say, but you have to at least listen. And when I saw that you had decimated a whole bunch of committees, I thought, what is going on? Are they anti-democracy or what? So I think you need to reconsider your actions, and however well-intended they were.
Thank you. Your time is up.
They are harmful.
Go ahead. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Doris Hill, and I have lived in Huntington Beach for more than 45 years, and I love my city. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. While watching the August 1st council meeting online, I was appalled at Councilmember Natalie Moser's comments towards Councilmember Gracie Vandermark, Mayor Pro Tem. Natalie Moser's comments were untrue, disrespectful, and unprofessional. They sounded like a personal attack. The people of Huntington Beach spoke and voted for Gracie Vandermark to be on the City Council of Huntington Beach. Nancy Moser should be censored. I strongly urge the City Council to ban mask and vaccine mandates in Huntington Beach. Wearing a mask and getting a vaccine and a booster should be a personal choice, not a mandate. I also support amending the City Charter to require voter ID, more in-person voting locations, and monitor drop boxes in our city of Huntington Beach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the City Council. 7 people have spoken in support of your agenda tonight. Are you listening? I'm Mark Dixon, and I've worked hard, done my little part to help improve this city for over 50 years as a resident, homeowner, and voter. There are myriad pressing issues staring us down in Huntington Beach, and during their campaigns, the members of the council majority promised to address them promptly if they were elected. Things like homelessness, density, affordable housing, pollution, taxes, all of which were very interesting to the real estate and mobile home park owners who funded their campaigns. I've not seen any action from the freshman majority during this, what appears to have been replaced, their agenda with a full-on culture war to address those concerns. Instead, they have been preoccupied with the pride flag, the invocation, books in our library, a special election to tinker with our document on human rights, and a vote on the city charter that will cost taxpayers $1.2 million. Plus a highly questionable multi-million-dollar payout to the airshow executive who supported their campaigns. What has happened so far? A broad spectrum of fully functioning volunteer boards and commissions made up of a diverse cross-section of citizens has been replaced with ad hoc committees made up exclusively of the majority members of the council with no public input. The oversight of our public library is proposed to be taken out of the hands of librarians with master's degrees in library and information science and placed in the hands of one individual with zero experience in those fields. Lastly, I had never met or spoken to council members Moser or Vandermark, and I have no axe to grind with either of them personally, though I have written to both and received a reply only from Ms. Moser. I had to watch their August 1st exchange a few times to make sure I saw what I thought I saw. Mrs. Moser calmly asked a straightforward question seeking information. At least she got part of it out before she was shouted down by Ms. Vandermark, and the mayor let it go on way too long, saying the lack of decorum was unacceptable. And now the freshman majority wants to censure the member who was interrupted and shouted at with personal invective because she was respectfully seeking the truth. Ms. Moser was asking for me on August 1st, and for all the rational, reasonable residents who want to know the truth. Ms. Vandermark was screaming and interrupting all of us. Friends, what I've described here suggests that our democratic process is in grave danger.
Time's up. Thank you for speaking.
Mayor Pro Tem, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call. All right, the next 10 speakers, Tad Baltzer, Jean or Jeannie Gooden, Joyce Riley, Christine Frey, Margaret Robinson, TJ England, Bethany Webb, Heidi Barlow, Cindy Casco, and Mark Savalier, or Saval.
Go ahead.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor Strickland, Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, and esteemed council members. My name is Tad Baltzer. I'm a grateful resident of our beautiful city of Huntington Beach, and I'm also a member of the Greater Huntington Beach Interfaith Council. On behalf of our Interfaith Council and as a member of the Planning Committee, I'm here tonight just to announce and extend invitations to our City Council members, as well as all residents here of our beloved city, to join with us for the 15th annual Blessing of the Waves event that will be taking place at Pier Plaza this month on September 17th. As in years past, we will again have a terrific event filled with music, fun, faith, surf, and city this year. The events begin at 5:30 p.m. with live music from our very own lifeguard band, Crew 52. The program will then begin at 6 p.m. and will feature keynote speaker Dr. Paul Morrow. Dr. Morrow is an avid surfer and is a current resident of Huntington Beach and is the current Huntington Beach School Board president with over 39 years of teaching experience. He formed the National Scholastic Surfing Association Junior and is placed on the honor roll for the International Surfers Hall of Fame. For many years, he has devoted his life to bettering and uplifting the lives of the families that live in our area. At the conclusion of the program, about 6:45 p.m., those that desire will join in a procession of lights from the plaza to the water's edge, and then, weather permitting, there will be a special paddle out. This beautiful event is designed to merge all walks of life and all faiths, as it recognizes that the ocean and the waves are a common theme that bring joy and unity to all within our incredible city. After all, we are Surf City. We look forward to seeing you all there and sharing this beautiful event together. Thank you so much for letting me be here. Good evening.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, I'm TJ England, and I am honored to be following all of these marvelous citizens that have spoken before me, the majority of them. I have attended these meetings, the council meetings, for the last 3 months, and each month, as I see the agenda items you bring forth, I am more concerned and more worried about our democracy. I really want to address number 32, the human rights dignity. I've read a poem that I feel like is very significant for this issue. It was written in 1946 by a German Lutheran pastor. His name was Martin Niemöller, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, and it's called First They Came. First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I'm not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionist, and I did not speak out because I'm not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Christine Frey, and I'm a Huntington Beach resident. And I just love the In God We Trust over your desk. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the City Council and our valued constituents, I want to address the critical importance of demonstrating respect and cooperation among our City Council members and compare it to what the absence of it looks like, as was demonstrated by Ms. Moser's behavior to Councilwoman Vandermark at our last council meeting in August. Ms. Moser, your role as elected member of this council requires you to be more mature than to call, blurt out, unfounded or unfair differences. Your role should be about serving our city versus criticizing other council members. That is such childish behavior for an adult. To all of you, here are 3 questions to you, Ms. Moser, about your conduct. Did you set an ethical example? No. As leaders, you are role models to us. Demonstrating respect and courtesy sets a positive example for the entire community. Did you do that, Ms. Moser? Yes. No. Very sad. By the way, look at Ms. Moser. By the way, would you like to be criticized the way you criticized Councilwoman Vandermark? Did she create an environment of cooperation? No. Your primary responsibility is to create solutions to problems that we constituents are or may face in the near future. Cooperation ensures that we prioritize their needs over personal animosities. By focusing on the issues and avoiding personal attacks, we elevate the quality of civic discourse, which is essential for a healthy democracy. And third question, Ms. Moser, was your focus on effective representation of our constituents' interests by your comments? Yes. No. Yes. We elected all of you to represent what's best for all of us here in Huntington Beach versus engage in personal vendettas. We constituents expect you, council members, to demonstrate a higher standard of behavior than the substandard one demonstrated by Ms. Moser. So first, because of the lack of mature, professional, respectful behavior by Ms. Moser, I recommend the censorship of Ms. Moser as an example of what happens to such behavior as that. And second, I ask all of you other council members to please
10 seconds.
Do not follow Ms. Moser's behavior, but rather choose the higher road, not criticizing a fellow council member as Ms. Moser did, Councilwoman. And may God bless you 10 times over.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Heidi Barlow, Honorable Mayor and honorable members of the City Council. Before I speak, I want to say thank you guys for taking the time to hearing what we have to say. And because you guys care, this is why we're here. It's because you guys do care and you guys want to hear our voice. In support of the censure of Council Member Mosier, it saddens me that something needs to be done. But it saddens me, something needs to be done. I don't think there should be an overreaction. I don't think it requires a recall. I don't think it requires any strong action than censure at this point. But something needs to be done so this type of irresponsible behavior and statements are not allowed to be made by an elective official in this city without official consequence. If my 9-year-old daughter disrespects someone or personally attacks another child, I'm gonna correct her. Not because I don't like her, right? Not because I want her to be punished, but because it's called discipline, and you love those that you discipline. And because you are standing there, you didn't put yourself there. We didn't even put ourselves, we didn't put you there either, but God put you there. God put you there for a reason and a purpose, and He has a plan for you. As much as you guys are fighting towards one another, it's not about fighting towards another, if you understand that, okay? We're not against you personally, we're against the attacks you have for another person. So I've always taught her, treat others the way you want to be treated. So that's my stand on that. And I'm also in complete support of Mayor Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark resolution number 35. And I applaud her for bringing this forward. Our families and small businesses have suffered too much. Sadly, because of previous mask mandates, dozens of Huntington Beach businesses were forced to close their doors, and the suicide rates were higher than any other time. We cannot change the past, but with this resolution, we can ensure that this will never happen again. I implore Mayor and City Council member to pass number 35 to protect our families and businesses
10
from
seconds.
government outreach. In addition, as individuals, we have the right to choose whether we wear a mask or not, or get vaccinated or not.
Thank you.
I choose not.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Bethany Webb, 45-year resident of Huntington Beach, mother of a 25-year-old, born, raised, banana slug, got into college, trans daughter, and my daughter has more right to acknowledgement from this city than an anti-Semite racist, and that is up on video for anyone that wants to see it. Gracie, you took it off your webpage, but anybody that wants to Google it, Google it. You and Strickland, by the way, you are a carpetbagger. You're not from here. You're going to have more rights to Huntington Beach than my child does. You live in affordable housing and that you vote against it. You moved here because you were fined for fraud in Ventura County. You couldn't win an election, so you moved here, you went into affordable housing, and you decided that you should then vote against it. Okay. Mr. Gates' takeover of the beginning of this with no protocol at all was the most disrespectful for the people here, and I understand that you thought you were going to move us out, but we stayed despite that. Natalie Moser is as decent of a person and honest, Huntington Beach resident who has been here, who worked on things that mattered to our city before the fascist four took over. So when I say this, you've picked a fight with Huntington Beach. And by the way, I was at the air show fiasco when the real numbers came out. You're smiling, aren't you, Tony? But you know what really happened there? We found out we're making $1 million in actual money compared to the $5 million first payment and the $2 million second payment that we're going to have to make. Your crony capitalism that you gave to Kevin Elliott and gave away us taxpayers' money is what's going to bring you down. Unfortunately, it's not your anti-Semitism and it's not your carpetbagging. But in the end, decent human beings and smart
10 seconds
are going to win out.
Have a nice day. Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thank you so much for being here.
Joyce Riley, a member of the Huntington Beach Christian community. All right, first of all, about the number 34, Grace Vandermark is not racist or anti-Semitic. She has been slandered because she stood up for what is right. Lying about her is morally wrong and an affront, not only to her, but to all decent people in this community. Natalie Moser should be censured for her unprofessional conduct. Now, number 35, as to the vaccines and maskings, these should not be mandatory. All adult citizens have the right to decide what is best for their health and that of their children. Ordering masks and vaccines violates a person's rights. This measure is not about concern for public health, but a form of control. The people of Huntington Beach, not the World Health Organization, have the right to decide what is in their best interest. Stop this soft totalitarianism before it becomes hard totalitarianism, which we will all live to regret.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Margaret Meg Robinson. I am a 19-year resident of Huntington Beach, and I am a proud queer homeowner. This city council majority operates under the fallacy that being acquainted with or in proximity to members of marginalized groups shields them from being guilty of bigotry. Time and again, we have heard the cliches. I am not homophobic. I have a gay niece or nephew. She isn't anti-Semitic. She's married to a Jew. God, that sounds like my family. Okay, I digress. Rather than who you know, the best indicator for bigotry is what you do. So let's look at some of this council majority's actions. 1, remove the gay pride flag from city flagpoles. 2, demonize library books, at least half of which are LGBTQ. 3, are trying to ban or limit access to the above books. 4, disbanding the Human Rights Committee. 5,
Hold the time.
5, the mayor making a mockery of Councilmember Moses' motion to condemn an anti-Semitic, homophobic flyer by adding every group under the sun. 6, rewriting the Human Dignity Statement, removing any mention of hate crime, sexual orientation, anti-Semitism, but adding a blatantly anti-transgender paragraph. 7, Councilmember McKean accusing the Human Rights Committee of inflating HB hate incidences, then further accusing it of presenting a false narrative that HB is a divisive and hateful city. False narrative. In a recent Facebook post lamenting the growing number of people who identify as LGBTQ, by the way, Gen Z, I love you, Two comments were alarming. The first, in response to somebody stating the increase was a fad, it would pass, the administrator stated it won't. We have to stop it. Stopping the growth of the number of LGBT people. Later, somebody commented, grab the pitchforks. As a whole, this is not a hateful city, but the history of this majority of the council's governance is kindling to that part of HB that is. You give lip service to celebrating HB's diversity while adopting ordinances that exclude anyone different from your homogenized world. As my mother always reminded me, actions speak louder than words, and your actions speak volumes. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. My name is Jeannie Gooden, and I love this beautiful seaside community and the direction that it is taking. My opening remarks this evening are directed to you, Mayor Strickland. I thank you for requesting that the City Council censure Councilwoman Natalie Mosier for her disrespectful, deceitful, untrue, and personal attacks on behalf of Councilwoman Gracie Vandermark, and her publicly proclaiming that Gracie is not qualified to be our mayor pro tem. Also, her repeated personal comment that Gracie is associated with the Proud Boys, a hate group, is beyond the bounds of civilized behavior. And if it were possible, Mayor, we would want you to begin removal procedures of Councilwoman Natalie Moser, as her unprofessional conduct has demonstrated that she is not worthy to be a Huntington Beach councilwoman. I commend you, Mayor Strickland, for this censure. The feminists today have feminized some men, and many refuse to exercise their rightful God-given position as men to speak out against this evil, but you haven't. I sincerely thank you. Next, thank you, Gracie, for requesting that the city manager return to council a resolution declaring Huntington Beach to be a no mask and no vaccine mandate city. You are requesting this as a response to COVID-19 and any variants, and we totally agree with you, Gracie, that
All the time. Again, let the speaker go through without the comments in the middle.
we totally agree with you, with you, Gracie, that individuals, whether at City Hall or in the private sector, should have the right to choose whether to wear a mask, get vaccinated, or get boosted. Finally, thank you, Gracie, for carrying out the functions of Mayor Pro Tem with grace, intelligence, and a professional manner. You are worthy to be our Mayor Pro Tem. One additional comment I'd like to make: thank you, Attorney Gates, for your erudite explanation of how Huntington Beach dollars were spent to cover up misdemeanors by former city council members. Please continue your revelations. We want to hear it. Again, thank you, Council, for letting me express
10 seconds.
my exercise my free amendment right to speak freely my mind. Thank you again.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. My name is Cindy. I'm a homeowner here in Huntington Beach. There was a woman's earring that was left up here on the podium. If somebody lost it, I'm going to leave it here. Just let them know that. Kind of a struggling meeting tonight, and it makes me sad as a resident here, one who loves our city, to feel the struggles that we're all going through. I wanted to share a little story. In the month of July, I had an opportunity to travel to Central Africa and to go to Uganda. The purpose of the trip was to visit the mountain gorillas in Uganda. There's about 800 mountain gorillas left in the world. They're in a very protected setting. And in order to see them, you have to follow very strict regulations, which include about a 3-hour hike up and down the side of a very steep mountain and eventually through a jungle. When my group of 8 were escorted there by the park rangers after 2 hours of hiking, about 100 feet before we reached the gorillas, we all stopped. And we had to stop because we had to put on our masks. Gorillas share 98% of our DNA. And gorillas, like many animals, can contact or get diseases from us. And so in that far part of the world, those people understand that gorillas need protection from us who may inadvertently bring disease to them. When we're talking about masks, this is an epidemic. We're not talking about just a day-to-day kind of regulation mandate situation. As a licensed medical provider who has had a lot of infectious disease education, I urge you to not support the resolution the way that it's written. If we ever come back to an epidemic again and have to visit this situation again, we can revisit it then. In the supporting documents, it talked about vaccinations. They showed that vaccinations became ineffective over time. That's the nature of vaccinations, and that's why we have boosters. And I guess that's part of some of my concerns about some of the resolutions is when you read the supportive documents, there's things in those documents that just don't hold water. Particularly, I'm going to talk about e-bikes right now. The supportive documents say that California doesn't have e-bike regulation, the state of California. Well, in fact, the DMV has quite a bit of regulations regarding e-bikes, and it states that e-bike riders of a Class 3 e-bike
10 seconds.
must be over the age of 16. There are many ways that we can work to improve our safety on our streets, and I hope we take a positive approach.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there more speakers?
Oh, yeah. I thought that gentleman was coming up. Last call for Mark Saval. The next 10, Ronan Casco, Gary Casco, Vel Saval, Neil Kussler, Mark Anderson, Hector Valdez, Paula Schaefer, Dina Lithgow, Mary Kyle, Amory Hansen.
All right, let me just change this up a little bit. Greetings, members of City Council, Mayor. My name is Hector Valdez. I'm a local tattoo artist and a 30-year resident of Huntington Beach. I am here to speak this evening in favor of Agenda Item 33. As we all know, e-bikes have become increasingly popular, especially among youth, and I believe it is of the utmost importance we establish proper regulations to ensure safety and accountability within our community. By promoting responsible usage and enforcing rules, we can address concerns regarding reckless riding and ensure that everyone riding e-bikes understands their responsibilities on the road while also keeping the safety of others in mind. I appreciate the efforts of Councilmember McKean and Burns for bringing these items to City Council and taking the steps needed to keep riders and the pedestrians safe on our streets. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Yes, hello. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Mark Anderson, resident of Huntington Beach, follower of Jesus Christ. And I'm here to speak about the human rights of all Americans to have freedom to wear their mask or not. And I support fully number 35, I believe, is the resolution. You know, this mask issue was never about health. It's never been about saving people from getting sick. It's always been about manipulation, authoritarianism, and it's been also, thank you. It's been a compliancy test is what it's been, and some might say an IQ test too. But anybody that wants to wear their mask, I say go for it. You know, I think we should all actually wear our masks. We should. as often as we wore this in 2018. That's how often we should all wear our masks. Look at yourselves. Have you been doing this since 2015 or 2000? When did we become so mindless to just follow orders that were given to wear these stupid masks? Everybody that spoke out that said that there's evidence supporting mask wearing, I challenge you, there are not, excuse me, as many of the papers or reviews that you've read, I believe you're in an echo chamber, because I've read many more. I've read hundreds of reports about masks and how ineffective they are. I have not been to Africa this year. I'm not on the board of some medical institution, but I could tell you, doctors only wear masks so that they don't spit in their patients' faces or in their open surgery. Yeah, laugh. That's true, right? So, you know, in the medical industry, what they're trying to do right now is get you sick so that you're part of the needy, you need the government for support. And free Americans do not need that. Free Americans need freedom, and we don't need to be told by our government what to do. And I support you for offering this resolution. If I can counter with another resolution, perhaps we should offer a resolution that nobody can wear a mask. Nobody can get vaccinated. How stupid is that? That's pretty stupid, right? Why? Because we're free Americans, and we don't have to do anything that we don't want to do. God gives me the right to walk around as a healthy man, unmasked, breathing free air. God bless America.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Hello, my name is Ronan Casco, and I'm born and raised local of Huntington Beach, and third generation, actually. And, you know, I just graduated from high school in the year of 2020, actually, when the pandemic was first brought in, and we didn't even have a graduation, you know? And seeing my whole diverse friend group, I had friends that were gay, I had friends that were liberal. I used to hang out in the Slater slums. I don't know if any of you know what that is, but you know, what I see here is, it's kind of sad. I just see a total dichotomy of two main sides. And, you know, both have their points. One side seems really emotional, and it's sad to see. And I would like to say, you know, that I do not believe that we should have the masks or the vaccines or anything like that. It should be banned from being mandated, because I know people personally that have been, you know, threatened to be fired from their job if they didn't get vaccinated against their will. And they ended up getting vaccinated and ended up getting sick and having other health issues too from it. And it just, you know, I personally believe that that's wrong. And I would also like to add on to the books, the public library books. You know, of course, public libraries should be a place of public knowledge and have books from whatever authors that are verified and can bring in a good story or academic knowledge or anything. But to have something that's of pornographic nature in libraries that kids can access, I can tell you, I grew up and I used to go to the Huntington Beach Library all the time as a kid, and I did run into those books even back then, and it scarred me in a way, you know, and I just don't wish that upon any child, to have to come across books like that and experience that at too young of an age, because there's a reason why we've grown up in society where there's an age for things, and why we have to be 18 to vote, why we have to be 21 to drink. And so I just believe that that should be held to and followed. And also, my family is going to be co-hosting a Maui fundraiser for all the families affected by the fire. It's going to be at Old World on Center Avenue in Huntington Beach over here, across from Costco. And we're going to be just raising family for raising money for all the families. And we're teamed up with the Pacific Islanders radio show. So please visit us if you can, and I thank you for all your time.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Mary Kyle. I'm a 25-year Huntington Beach resident and a taxpayer. I'll be brief, unlike our city attorney, 45 minutes, oh my God. I want to comment on the agenda items on proposed charter changes and the vote to censure Councilmember Mosier. The proposed changes to the city charter don't benefit Huntington Beach residents in any way. They do benefit certain city council members. They seem to be designed to eliminate public oversight and rig elections so that new members never lose any election. I have the utmost confidence in the OC Registrar of Voters to run fair and free elections. If any of the newly elected council members feel their election to office was fraudulent, I encourage you to resign. Regarding the proposed censure of Councilmember Mosier, Mosier has my full support. She is a steadfast advocate for all Huntington Beach residents. I furthermore agree with the comments she made regarding Councilmember Vandermark. On Monday, April 2nd, 2018, in this very city council chambers, Vandermark participated in a menacing protest against SB 54, the California Values Act. I was there, I have video. That was her right, despite her association with far-right groups in that protest, including Proud Boys and the Patriot Movement Arizona chapter, who were bussed in to attend these city council meetings. But I believe that participation makes her unfit to serve on the city council. And at the very least, Vandermark deserves censure.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thanks for being here.
Good evening. My name is Neil, and I'm a 23-year resident of Huntington Beach. I'm here tonight to strongly voice my opposition to a number of proposed actions on the agenda, and in general, voice my disappointment and embarrassment with the state of our local government. I've often noted to friends, local and otherwise, that every time I hear about a city in the broader news, it's for something embarrassing. A new lawsuit loss, another fight with the state, neo-Nazi organizations, and increasingly the actions of this council's majority. Tonight, I'm here to address most specifically the draft proposal for the HB Declaration on Human Dignity. I will readily admit that the original document is not something that I had previously read, but now that I'm aware of its origin, it's something from our history that I can rightly feel proud of. It lays forth a strong, welcoming message of acceptance explicitly of race, sexuality, identity. That is, unfortunately, as relevant to today as it was when drafted in 1996. The current draft is nothing close to this. Not only does it enshrine explicitly reductive and regressive ideas on gender into the government of our community, but it completely eliminates the messages of welcome and the explicit call to action against hate and hate crimes. This declaration is harmful not solely for the language it includes, but also in many ways for the language it specifically excludes. I think it would be hard to, given the context of the original draft and the context of the current draft, drop something more inappropriate to be labeled as the Declaration on Human Dignity. This draft is completely uncalled for and unnecessary and serves no productive purpose within the context of this council or the needs of this community. It is clear this is not driven by a desire to help Huntington Beach residents and is instead a purely political project. Through that lens, the justification is even flimsier. This declaration helps no one, supports no one it has not already supported by the existing declaration, and has the potential for significant impacts on the community and city, potentially in the form of increased liability for discrimination complaints and lost tourism dollars. This council wants to propose transphobic so-called human dignity declarations, bans on city buildings raising pride flags, meritless demands for voter ID to prevent non-existent voter fraud, and to criminalize standing on a public meridian while failing to take action on real issues like the lack of compliance with the RHNA and the failure to passing a housing element, putting the city at risk of even greater financial judgments. At nearly every turn, the majority on this council seems dedicated to costing the community in terms of money and our reputation. Frankly, it would be impressive if it wasn't so embarrassing. I want to acknowledge and thank the rest of the community members attending tonight and voicing their support for the LGBTQ+ community with their comments and presence. Their support gives me at least one more thing to be proud of this community for. Trans rights are human rights. I would like to be able to look at my trans and queer friends and tell them honestly that this is a safe space for them to visit and exist, and that there is a community respectful of their identity. Please don't embarrass me once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Diana Lithgow, 41-year resident, homeowner in Huntington Beach. I am a nurse practitioner. I am a professor. I am a researcher, breast cancer and infertility researcher. I'm a citizen here and very proud of this city. I'm going to ask if we can please take politics out of healthcare. I understand that people who feel like they don't want to wear their masks. I don't want to wear a mask either. I wear it 8 hours a day seeing patients. It's hard, but it does protect people. The data is there, the science is there, we know that. Even though you don't want to know it, it's there. So let's let public health officials dictate what we need to think about and how we're going to handle these things in the future when they come. I'm asking. If you vote otherwise, as several of the people have said, you know, having your surgeons and your nurses not wear masks during a surgery when we're taking out your appendix or your brain tumor would not be something you'd want. I know that. As far as the policy on dignity, so many people have spoken so eloquently tonight. I'm not going to really address all of the issues, except I'm just going to ask to remove language that addresses gender, sexuality, genetics, grooming, those sorts of trigger words. That's not really what that should be about, especially in a dignity proposal. I do feel concerned about some of the issues in 30, which are concerning the voter suppression. That's really frightening to me, and I feel we have to have data to support making changes. The Registrar of Voters hasn't identified any problems. I have several family members who work in the Orange County Registrar of Voters. There weren't problems. The checks and balances are amazing. The signature checking, the drop boxes, they have water suppression if somebody drops a match in there and puts out the fire. The boxes are beautifully designed and very secure. And to put security guards on them intimidates people to want to drop their vote in there. So I'm asking to, let's not put things in place that limit our polling places and our drop boxes and things that help people vote. I didn't want to come tonight. I have a lot of things to do. I have papers to grade. I have a lot of patients I have to see in the morning. But I came because I felt like it's important we have to speak.
10 seconds.
I know 4 to 3 is what is going to happen, and I feel bad about that. It's been happening month after month. I wish it didn't. I wish you'd listen. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, my name is Carly Casco, and by the grace of God, I didn't have parents or teachers that forced their gay and trans ideology on me, and I identify as a female, one of the 2 genders. I am here in support of the ban on the mask and vaccine mandate. First, Gracie, thank you so much for everything that you do. Thank you for taking a personal interest in the people of Huntington Beach. Thank you for listening to the concerns of the community and for always having the willingness to fight against the corrupt and immoral society we live in. So I want to understand this situation a little better. It's my body, my choice when it comes to murdering another life form in abortion. But with masks, it's not my body, my choice. This doesn't make any sense. It's completely backwards and morally it just makes no sense. We are calling good evil and evil good. If people want to wear a mask and get vaccinated, then by all means do it. But don't impose that decision on those of us that don't want to. If the vaccine works as it should, then there should be no concern for those who have been vaccinated about whether people also get vaccinated or not. Our society lives and breathes off of fear, which causes people to think irrationally. Let's not forget the country we live in, America, the land of the free. People died for our freedom. Let's not spit on their graves by dishonoring everything they fought for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Val Savali, and I would like to address 2 issues tonight. The first being, I am in support of the censorship of Natalie Mosier. Natalie Mosier calls herself a storyteller and a lifelong learner on her Twitter account. And I have to agree, as she is indeed a storyteller. She tells lies and embellishes her words to disqualify people if she personally does not like them. Because of her insecurities and dislike for Mayor Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark, she has sought out to verbally slaughter and destroy Gracie and her family. Natalie also says she is a lifelong learner. And I would have hoped that she learned in middle school that she cannot verbally attack someone and make up lies against them and their families because she does not like them. Even children know they will be disciplined for such bad actions. Natalie Mosier quite often expresses in her social media accounts that there are consequences for all actions. I am requesting that Natalie Mosier will receive discipline for her slanderous behavior towards Mayor Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark. I am also asking that Natalie Mosier will be censored or removed from office. She does not represent integrity, wisdom, common sense, nor does she represent this city of HB in the way that we would love to see it represented. She does not have the wisdom, direction, intelligence, or she does not act like a respectful politician that needs to represent this city. She is fueled by her unstable emotions, and this is dangerous. Also, I would like to address item number 2. I am indeed in support of the ban on the universal mask and vaccine mandates for the city of Huntington Beach. We will not comply with the lie. The so-called COVID pandemic is a scam. This was a test to see how the government could control free individuals to consent to a communist compliance. The government wants to strip us of our God-given freedoms, given rights, and we're not gonna take it. This has nothing to do with our health care and safety. On the contrary, it is meant to harm us by robbing us of our freedoms and destroying our nation and our economy. Science has proven that the mask and the vaccines are useless.
Thank you.
They cause
Thank you.
injuries.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
I'm going to pretend all those screams were for me. But I hope I'm not taking away anyone's time, but thank you for having me here. My name is Kimberly, and I'm your neighbor from Costa Mesa. But I do have a bone to pick with the city because I'm here every single weekend. I support the small local businesses, and I also surf, so I really love surfing at this beach. However, I am going to address Mr. Gates first since he went up first. Because I work at a law firm also, and in my time there, we've only ever received one complaint about an attorney, and did you know what that attorney did? They assessed the situation, apologized, took accountability, and changed. They did not stomp their foot or try to throw others under the bus, nor create a slideshow, which kind of questions how much free time you have as a city attorney. But anyways, you take an oath as an attorney, and with that, you have a due diligence not to break it. You often say you cannot defend yourself up here, but I think the better words are, I can no longer hide from the public. For someone who's been practicing law for, I believe, well over 20 years, and an attorney for
Hold on
the
a second,
city-
hold on. Stop the time. Something's going on. Just one second. Fine. Okay, sorry about that. You
no,
still
you're
have the
fine.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you again. Please continue.
Okay, so to leave off where I left off, it is a little scary to me how, as a city attorney, you kind of fail to take accountability for your wrongdoings. You know, I was watching this whole live stream while I was at work and then also driving here. You said Mr. Moore and Fields weren't doing their jobs correctly, but neither are you, which is why I encourage everyone here tonight, if you have such a bone to pick with the city attorney, report him. He has a bar association number. Go to the state bar, report him. But anyways, they take those seriously, let me tell you. He knows it, I know it, almost everyone knows it. But now for more pressing matters, the censorship of Moser is ridiculous. I was watching the live stream where I personally saw Vandermark act more childish than her youngest child, and there is evidence of her being a Holocaust denier. She might have retracted that statement. Good for her. I'm actually happy she made that statement and denied that, because I would rather her correct the wrongdoing than completely deny that fact. But that's okay. There's other images of actually the four of you guys with Proud Boys member Dennis Luke pictured here. I don't know if the camera can see it, but it's here. And then, oh, maybe they're here tonight too. I'll say your name. So I know why the reason to censor Moser is needed, and it's because as cowards, you guys can't even outright admit you guys are racist. And I don't know what I hate more, a racist or a racist who hides it. Now, I actually do have to offer some advice to all of you, because it's evident to everyone here that you guys hate each other, but you guys also are running a city. So maybe instead of laughing, Mayor, you pay attention to what I have to offer, and that's that you work together, because you guys are all adults. I'm 22 telling you, and you guys are in like 30s, 50s. That's embarrassing. And I know if I were your child, I would be embarrassed that my parent is acting more childish than I am. So I just want you guys to go home tonight and ask yourselves if you're doing a good job. Thank you.
Have a nice day. Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mr. Amory Hansen. I am speaking tonight to share that on August 14th, I had the great privilege to attend the dedication of the plaque in memory of the Honorable Donald McAllister at the Huntington Beach Pier. The plaque is well designed and will remain a lasting tribute to Mayor McAllister. I would like to thank the council for voting for the plaque, and especially the mayor for sponsoring the councilman's item. Let's continue to honor the legacy of Mayor McAllister and other former mayors with continued good governance. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Paula Schaefer. I'm a resident of the city of Huntington Beach and have been for quite a few years. I urge you to vote no on each of the resolutions contained in agenda item number 30. This charter amendment doesn't meet the necessary statutory requirements, as a number of the previous speakers have informed you. It doesn't meet the qualifications for the timing of the election, which is, it must be the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November of each even-numbered year, which is November of 2024, not March of 2024. So that issue has been covered. I'm not going to talk about it further. However, one of the items in the agenda, in the proposed amendment, is for the city to conduct its own municipal elections. And the proposal is to verify eligibility of voters and to monitor mail ballot drop boxes. The Orange County Registrar of Voters has an excellent reputation for conducting elections, for investigating and reporting any incidents of fraud. It's already provided you, as city council members, the necessary documentation showing its a certification that it has conducting its services properly. Please do not attempt to replicate the Register of Voters services. Let those people with the necessary expertise, skills, and experience to perform this vital public service, and don't interfere further. Further, one of the main concerns that I have about this proposed amendment to the charter is the vast expansion of the city attorney's authority within the city's structure as proposed. And the city attorney provided us with that slide showing that the city attorney, city clerk, city treasurer, and the city council members all are responsible only to the city population who voted for them, the residents and citizens of the city. However, this expansion of the city attorney's authority seems to place him or her above everybody else. If there was a significant conflict of interest among the city council members and the city attorney didn't want any outside counsel, you would be stuck with that city attorney's opinion. Would you ever agree to an insurance policy that only let you get medical opinion from one doctor? Would you ever go to a doctor who said, you can only take my opinion? Never. You would never do that. And that is exactly what this proposal is doing. I would suggest that if the amendment goes through, that the proposed language would be that the charter is amended to remove the city attorney from being an elected position and it be a staff position. The proposed revisions to the city charters, it creates problems where there are none. And it is doing so exposes the city to uncertain but possibly significant costs that were not budgeted, in addition to the mere $1.2 million that the election would cost us and the millions of dollars it would cost us in the future.
Thanks for being here. Thank you.
The next 10 speakers, please come down. Ada Hand, Michael Craigs, Melissa Ronning, Keith Jorgensen, Cindy Manion, Catherine Levasheur, Mary Jo Baratish, Tamara Colby, B. Chanel, and guest P as in Paul.
Thank you for being here.
Hi, my name is Melissa Ronning, and tonight I am speaking as a citizen of Huntington Beach. Mayor Strickland, Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, Council Members McKeon and Burns, speaking as a citizen of Huntington Beach, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for passing initiatives that have shown our community, our state, and our country that we are being led by people who do not care about the people they represent. When my sister from New York calls me and asks what the hell is going on in Huntington Beach, she isn't asking because she heard what wonderful things you four are doing. She is asking because she has heard that you are taking away freedom from our community to decide for themselves what books they want to read. You've legislated parenting because you don't trust the parents you represent to make decisions for their families, to use their own judgments, values, and beliefs to make decisions about what is appropriate for their children to read. You failed to listen to hundreds of citizens who clearly let you know they did not support Vandermark's initiative. You have shown that you do not trust the professionals with degrees and experience in library science to make collection decisions. Instead, you would give that job to a committee. Do any of you have 25 years experience as a librarian with a master's in library science? No, you don't even have a year experience as a council member. I was here in June. I listened to my neighbors. I read over 600 emails. Obviously, you did not. or you just don't care. You've been busy banning the flying of a pride flag, attempting to censor books in the library, settling lawsuits, and pushing for a special election to revise our city charter that will cost our community millions of dollars. You would also like to establish our city as a mask and vaccine mandate-free city, endangering the lives of our citizens, and denying the existence of transgender residents. It is a little ironic that our Mayor Pro Tem has stated, the City Council of Huntington Beach should take a stand against government imposing on individual liberties. Apparently, this does not apply to our freedom to choose our books in the library or to vote in local elections.
10 seconds.
All right. So do you wonder why so many of your city employees have left Huntington Beach for positions in nearby cities?
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Ada Hand. I speak tonight to urge no on item 30. I'm against all the city charter amendments. Let's take a few of them. The placement of amendments to a city charter on a primary election is illegal by state and county codes, yet you propose to do it. Lumping 9 items into 3 ballot items makes it impossible for us voters to really have a choice, because we might want one of something and it's lumped with something we don't want the other one. So you've lumped them together so that you don't charge taxpayers over $3 million for those individual items, but instead you've lumped them together, and it will be totally unreasonable how to work it out, who wants what. It's going to cost still $1.3 million for these ridiculous charter amendments. Charter amendments that you didn't come up with the charter committee, but on your own with only 3 people. You didn't have public hearings. You didn't do any of the legal issues that were required, and yet you proposed to do it. Weakening the educational requirements for the city clerk smacks of a conflict of interest, because the attorney and his wife have admitted they want her to apply for the job, even though she doesn't have the qualifications. And yet you propose to do it. I won't go on because you've already made up your minds. I deplore your new definition of human dignity. I feel sorry for young people in this city who are struggling with serious issues of discrimination and harassment and defining who they are. They're not going to have any easy time of it when we are the poster boy for hate. I just think that you're grandstanding. This is not a place that we should be doing this. You should be bringing us together. You should be coming up with a housing element, so we're not going to be charged millions of dollars by the state because we haven't turned in a housing element that has an affordability plan for low, moderate, and rich people. You're not even handling that. And that's why we're paying $3.7 million to the Kennedy Commission for attorney fees, because we've lost that. The state hasn't even charged us yet for the fine on having no housing element. It's just $7 million for the air show. That was this past city council.
Thanks for being here. I'm sorry I forgot to do the 10 seconds. Next speaker, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. My name is Keith Jorgensen. I've been a resident here since 1979. Good evening, Mayor Strickland, Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, and fellow council members. Thank you for your service and leadership, first of all. I know there's been a lot of haters up here tonight, and you guys have a tough job. I know Chad Williams and a couple other speakers have taken a lot of the thunder out of what I was going to say, so in an effort to save time, I will simply say that I'm in agreement with the censure of Councilwoman Natalie Moser, attacking Gracie, that she is not qualified to serve as Mayor Pro Tem. To me, that was completely unprofessional and out of character for a council member. I support the censure. We don't support bullying in our schools, and to see it extend here into our city politics is unsatisfactory to our citizens. As far as the mask mandate, I'd like to thank Gracie for this resolution declaring that we are no mask, no vaccine mandate city. Too much damage was caused during this, the last time it was forced upon us. Sanctuary city is a common theme that's touted around this state lately. I would hope that our city would be seen as that to the surrounding communities and a beacon of light on the hill for other cities and citizens. The emotional, physical, and economic well-being of our community and society at large are at stake. In regards to the voter ID, totally in favor of this legislation. Votes are extremely valuable, as you all know. I think it should be as easy to vote as it is to get on an airplane, and you know how easy that is. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mary Jo Baratich. I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for over 40 years. To put the elimination of the Mobile Home Advisory Board in the perspective of importance, let me remind you that the largest city in California, Los Angeles, has a similar board whose members are shocked when they heard about the possible dissolution of the Huntington Beach Mobile Home Park Advisory Board. The Los Angeles board is called Mobile Home Park Task Force. In the past, I've attended their meetings, assisted mobile home residents with their presentations, and also spoke regarding important issues that the board could address and solve. I was impressed with their organization and willingness to handle such very difficult problems and avoid expensive lawsuits. Our Mobile Home Advisory Board is just as important to our city as the Los Angeles Task Force is to Los Angeles, and the mission is the same. The Mobile Home Advisory Board is an advocacy group made up of mobile home owners, mobile home park owners, and independent resident mobile home people who are not living in mobile home parks. It was established in order to provide a specific forum which allows for discussion of and solutions to issues in the 18 mobile home parks made up of approximately 7,000 residents and provide feedback for changes in policies and procedures. These leaderships share their expertise and provide strategic policy recommendations with the mayor and city council through their liaisons and staff. And over all the years, potential lawsuits have been stopped by the interaction and solution-solving actions of this board. Besides being set up to engage the community in problem solving, the board members and attending homeowners have been fortunate that this board has set up also with an educational tool by recruiting presenters from the state, business, and nonprofit community to speak on matters affecting mobile home park owners and residents within Huntington Beach. It was suggested by the ad hoc committee that any conflict could be resolved by the California Housing and Community Development or city staff. To clarify, neither HCD, and I'm very aware of this, nor the city staff has anything to do with many of the lawsuit issues that we have. Yes, we can go to HCD to resolve Title 25 health and safety issues and mobile home residency law violations by park owners and management. But for resolutions of misunderstanding between the mobile home homeowners and their managers and park owners, our Mobile Home Advisory Board in the past has been able to have some very positive dialogue to iron out these misunderstandings and to also avoid any lawsuits. Rather than push this through dissolution, I suggest that the ad hoc committee members meet with the Mobile Home Advisory Board members and listen to their viewpoints and suggestions.
Thanks for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, thank you so much for being here.
Good evening, Mayor Strickland and council members. My name is Catherine Levasseur. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. I also spend time now in Lakeland, Florida, so I'm seeing how other cities are being run. So I haven't been to a city council meeting in a while, but my passion was for a short-term rental policy legislation, and I just want this city council to know that I've just been granted my permit renewal, so I'm going into my 3rd year of operating a short-term rental in Huntington Beach, and I would think it would be time for the city to actually revisit the ordinance, and I don't think that short-term rentals are a problem in the city, and so we would like to have the ordinance expanded, and maybe a cap of 250 permits for unhosted in Huntington Beach. You'll get a lot more revenue to work with from visitors paying the lodging tax. That was going to be my main talk tonight. And then all these agenda items are also on the agenda. And like a speaker that spoke earlier about being here on April 2nd in 2018, I was also at that meeting, that shocking meeting where none of you were sitting on the dais, except for you, city attorney, was sitting in, I don't know which seat, but over there, and pandering to the crowd about the Second Amendment, to the hoops and hollers of protecting the Second Amendment for people who are bussed in here, not even residents of Huntington Beach. And you, Mayor Pro Tem, were in the crowd, with that crowd, and now you're Mayor Pro Tem. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable how this has happened. You want more power. Your charter amendments are a blatant power grab. Really, it's scary, it's frightening. You guys remind me of that maybe you're gearing up for Project 2025. And that is really scary because Huntington Beach is a really beautiful city. And to see it being overtaken by narrow-minded, if my kids were little and a leader of the city wanted to dictate what my kids could and couldn't read and limit their knowledge to life, I would be spitting mad. I have grandkids, but they're not my kids. It's up to their parents to decide if they're going to be spitting mad over the hubris of trying to dictate or think what you think is best
10 seconds.
for someone else's children. Really unbelievable.
Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Buffy Channel. And yes, I'm doing okay after the last meeting. Thanks for asking. Let's discuss the City Council majority's accomplishments so far. First thing they did, they changed the donation maximum amount from $600 to $5,500. Why? Because they want outsider fat cats to fund their campaigns. Power grab. They banned the pride flag, so important, dividing our city, and oopsie, in the process, they also banned the Olympic flag. Now, they realize they screwed that one up, and now they have submitted to change that one. Look it up. The big priority for Gracie, censoring books in a public library. Really? The library already has a process in place for that. Gracie should know since she's personally utilized the process. We do not want local government deciding what books will be allowed in public libraries. You failed to certify a housing element, opening us up to yet more litigation. This city needs more affordable housing. Mr. Strickland lives in affordable housing, but he works against the rest of us who might need it. We are currently on the hook for almost $4 million to the Kennedy Commission. Do we want our taxpayer dollars going to settle more and more lawsuits? They gave a gigantic out-of-court settlement of potentially $7 million to Code 4 and their best buddy, Kevin Elliott. Ask yourselves why, and why won't they show the public the terms of that settlement? They voted to get rid of the Mobile Home Advisory Board. Again, priorities, taking the voices away from seniors, veterans, disabled, and residents of mobile homes who are suffering out-of-control space rent hikes. Pay close attention. Who has donated to the Heartless Four? The owners of the mobile home parks. Look it up. They voted to decapitate the Human Relations Commission, a cherished and important group that promotes safety and equality in our city with a tarnished history. Changing the wording on the HB Statement on Human Dignity. Was this really a priority? You devoted time and effort to this. The changes read like a passage from the bigots' playbook. This is their priority: bigotry, racism, anti-LGBTQ policies. It's heartless. Changing the city charter. They literally campaign against this. Not only are they proposing changes, they have completely disregarded the rules about public committee input. This will cost us another $1.2 million to hold a special election to place charter amendments on the ballot in March 2024. This is hypocritical. Your own friends are against this. Save Surf City is against this. And now they want to ticket us for standing on a median. Our government wants to control where I can stand in my city. Really? Wow, that's your priority? So this is what they made a priority in their first few months of office. Raising donation ceiling to help themselves, banning flags, book censorship, big paydays to their BFF using our taxes, blocking mobile home residents from having a voice, ending the Human Relations Committee, which costs next to nothing, changing the wording of an equality statement and replacing it with bigotry. Priorities. Oh, and let's not forget the never-ending ribbon cutting at restaurants. That seems to be their favorite part of the job. Where are their solutions to the real problems in this city? To help businesses, to fix streets and aging infrastructure.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. I'm right here.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Not yet. Okay, on agenda item number 34, Gracie Vandermark should be censured for hostile and personal escalation deemed inappropriate when she interrupted Miss Moser and she yelled, "You lie, you're a liar," a completely unacceptable tirade. And according to this dude, she gets 10 naughty girls, something like that. And on number 16 agenda item, no way. These are pics to prove why not. The one pic I don't have here, though, is of Gracie with a t-shirt that says, "This mama does not co-parent with the government." My, how time flies. You're just a mom candidate, and now you want to control. Okay. You possess no analytical or critical thinking skills, much less an education for this job. As a professional educator, I'll leave the book management for professional librarians. As an example of your lack of judgment, even parenting judgment, here again is a post you put on Facebook, deplorable forum, promoting violence. Gracie says, that's the first one right there, or that one. Gracie says, "We celebrated Trump's first 100 years at a meeting with Base Stickman, Baked Alaska, Tiffany Pettigrew, all of them are Proud Boys, along with other true American patriots fighting for our country's future. My son got a few tips from Base Stickman, who was arrested at that riot, along with Luke Dennis over there, the other Proud Boy, on how to protect himself against the Antifa mask cowards and rallies." Valentina over there they left. Oh, he must have loved that. Cool. Gracie said, "Yes, we already have the gear set aside in my Amazon cart. Both of my boys want to go to the next Berkeley. We had a great time. We have to get more of our kids involved in Proud Boys." Really? For those that deny that Gracie's involvement with the Proud Boys, here she is. Hold on. What's the next one? That one. I'm glad you love Proud Boys. Here she is at lunch with the Proud Boys with the white power sign. Yeah. Here she is at a cocktail party with the Proud Boys with the white power signs. Here she is at a rally with the Proud Boys and Valentina with the white power sign. Here she is at a rally, and she's using the white power sign as well. And you can look at any articles or videos online. Here we have Gracie harassing Jews.
10 seconds.
Yeah, and harasses Jews with neo-Nazi Proud Boys, Johnny Benitez, and Charlottesville white supremacist Augustus Invictus. These
Thank
are
you.
the people that are on their campaign crew, and I'm not
Thank
sure
you.
why.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hello. Hi, I am Tamara Colby. I was raised in Huntington Beach. I'm a proud graduate at Circleview, proud graduate at Marina High School. And this city's in my DNA, and I'm proud to say I was educated here. I am here to oppose items 16, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34. Item 16, the idea of having your staff create safeguards and create a permanent process to review library material is outrageous. This is not the city's role. Item 30, your charter amendment is overreaching. Take it back, look at it again, do some fiscal analysis. I think this amendment is encroaching on voter rights and civil rights. Item 31, do not dissolve our groups, our commissions that help citizens come together and understand issues. How are we supposed to resolve issues if we cannot come together? The Human Relations Committee is essential at a time like this, when hate crimes are rising, when extremist groups are rising. I can't imagine a more disastrous idea than dissolving the Human Relations Commission. This is appalling. This is an international city. People from all over the world come here, see our city. We have people from all different ethnic groups and races and backgrounds. We need diversity. This should be our first and foremost priority. Mobile Home Parks Board. This is a group of people who have special needs. They have housing resources that are different from the rest of the city. They need a group. They need to be able to talk about their issues and come up with policy solutions. Smart cities. We need a smarter city, of course. Here we are tonight going round in circles. Hello, we need to deploy the technology that's available. We are behind the times in this city. I have not seen you guys come together and get with the 21st century around the technologies that exist. We have a city population down there at the pier that needs protection, that needs the best in the class of technologies. We have a
10 seconds.
For many different new smart city ideas. The youth board, hey, what about the kids? Okay, the human dignity ordinance, please
Thank
scrap
you.
that.
Thanks for being here. Thank you.
All right, Mayor.
Madam Clerk.
Okay. Last call for Michael Craigs and Cindy Mannion. The next 10, Marilyn Boehm, Terry Rose, Valentina Bankhead, Kathy Carrick, Joanne Carly Acanero, Steve Wells, Ken Inoue, Lily Wells, Russ Neal, Kathy Neal. Come on down, if you're still here.
Just, Madam Clerk, I know we're not near ending, but how far along are we?
53 sheets.
Still left? Okay. Thank you for being here.
My name is Marilyn Boehm, a 35-year resident of Huntington Beach. And I am outraged at and strongly oppose the changes to the Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity. The third paragraph is clearly meant to shame and further marginalize transgender people in our community. Why is it necessary to include a reference to one's gender at birth that, in quotes, warrant separation during sports? Who is this statement meant to appease? If it is the private beliefs of some members of this council, let them announce it in their own private writings. I don't want my name as a member of this community attached to such a soul-crushing and degrading statement. In addition, California's Educational Code 221.5, along with the Unruh Civil Rights Act, allows trans athletes to compete based on their gender identification. This council's inclusion in the revised declaration flies in the face of California laws that ensure non-discrimination no matter what sex someone identifies as. Is this council aware that, according to researcher and medical physicist Joanne Harper, she has estimated that there are not even 100 trans athletes currently competing in public school sports across our country? I urge every civil, compassionate city council member to refuse signing this declaration that is anything but a statement on human dignity. In addition, with the council's decision not to allow pride flags to be flown at city council, along with this further marginalization of trans people, our city will no longer be known as an inclusive and tolerant place to visit. The loss of revenue from less tourism will no doubt affect the pocketbooks of our businesses as well as our tax revenue. Next, I'm objecting to and opposing the 4 council members and city attorney who are piling on Council Member Moser with a public censure. What she said and asked regarding the selection of Gracie Vandermark on the ad hoc committee to revise the Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity was absolutely appropriate. Mayor Pro Tem Mark has a public record, which we've heard about. Further, she's uploaded and scrubbed her.
Next speaker, thanks so much for being here. Thank you.
So my name is Terry Rose, and I moved from Palo Alto to Huntington Beach in November 1983. When I moved here, I was proud to tell people that I lived in Huntington Beach. Now I'm ashamed to say it. Since Tony, Gracie, Casey, and Pat took office, this city has been on a downhill, slippery slope, and the only press we really receive is negative press. I feel that the 4 of you are not interested in doing what is good for the whole, but only what is good for the 4 of you and Michael Gates. These are only a few of my concerns after reading the entire agenda, most of the supplemental documents, as well as listening to the town hall and the interaction between Councilwoman Mosier and Councilwoman Vandermark. First, the air show settlement should not have happened. Visit HB has no desire to see the air show move from Huntington Beach. So here are some of my questions to you. What was the reported revenue, gross or net? What were the expenses? Did anyone in the city, did anyone who saw the air show or came to our city sue the city or the air show? Were the people who got the 5,000 jobs in Huntington Beach residents? And why did the air show get a better deal on parking than the surfing competition? After all, we're known as Surf City, not Pacific Air Show City. Secondly, why are you censuring Natalie Moser from asking Gracie Vandermark questions? From what I could tell, she was not attacking, but speaking of attacking, you let Casey really attack Dan Kalmick in a meeting a few months ago, and you let him go on and on and on, and over the 3 minutes he was supposed to adhere to. Third, why are we still looking at books? Did you not hear from enough people in our community who are against it versus the very few who were in favor of wasting time and spending city funding on deciding whether or not these books in the library were appropriate for children? Who are you to judge? I guess you'll never let your children take art history, because I hate to tell you, there's an awful lot of nudity in our masters, both same-sex and opposite sex. Fourth, why do you choose people to be on ad hoc committees that don't include Natalie, Rhonda, or Dan? That doesn't make it a very, I'd say, balanced committee. And fifth, why do you focus on things like the dignity document to avert people's attention from any real matters concerning our city? I hope you wake up and drop your politics and personal agendas before it's too late and our city is seen as a place to maybe visit, but not to live.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Next speaker, thank you so much for being here.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kathy Carrick, and I'm a 48-year resident of Huntington Beach. I am speaking before you tonight with a deep sense of disappointment and concern regarding recent events in our community. It has come to my attention that certain individuals, including some sitting city council members and other local elected officials, along with former elected officials, all of them far-left activists, are engaging in coordinated efforts to undermine not only our council majority, but the very essence of our beloved city of Huntington Beach. It is disheartening to witness council chambers being inundated with individuals who do not reside in our city, yet are being provided scripts to parrot misinformation, misrepresenting the true nature of the agenda. This orchestrated manipulation of public opinion is a blatant disregard for the principles of open dialogue and genuine community engagement. Furthermore, I was appalled to discover that Councilman Kalmick has been fundraising based on false accusations and publicly labeling his fellow council members as corrupt. This behavior not only undermines the credibility of our council, but also violates the code of ethics he pledged to uphold. Such actions only serve to exacerbate existing divisions within our community and fuel unnecessary discord. Public comments are intended to provide a platform for local residents to express their ideas, attitudes, and opinions. I'm sure you understand the frustration actual residents have when our voices are diminished by non-residents of Huntington Beach. It is so disheartening to witness this cherished democratic process being hijacked and manipulated for the benefit of personal agendas. I implore you, as our elected representatives, to ensure that the integrity of public comments is upheld. It is crucial that steps are taken to discourage outside influences from distorting the voices of our local community members. Let us strive for an inclusive and respectful environment where genuine dialogue can take place free from external interference. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening. My name is Kenny Noway. I'm a 50-year resident of Huntington Beach. And as a resident of this great city, I've always had the hope that members of the City Council would conduct their business with respect for all the residents of the city and make decisions which are in the best interest of the city. During the past 8 months, many of the residents of Huntington Beach, including residents who supported the new council majority, have questioned the necessity of making policy decisions which divide our city. As a result of the time spent on these divisive issues, essential city matters such as the budget, the status of the homeless population, the city's fight against the California housing mandate, many other issues have not been given the attention they deserve. I intended to spend some time talking about item number 31, which I oppose. I was going to oppose censorship for Councilman Mosier, and I was also going to speak against item number 30. But I'm overwhelmed by the amount of hatred that exists in this room today. This city is a cornerstone of what America should be all about. I respect the fact that we have the right to have a difference of opinion. But the amount of anger and vitriol and hatred that exists in this room by many of you here is shameful. We should conduct this business of the city in a way that we can be proud of what we're saying and what we stand for. The personal attacks against city council members and people in the audience must stop. It stops the dialogue and it prevents us from being the best that we can be. So I would respectfully request that the new council majority work with the other elected members of the city council to work on the city business in a way that we can be proud. Let's address some of these issues so that we can say, yes, we are the best city in Orange County. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Valentina Bankhead, 6-year resident, Huntington Beach. I am in full support of Agenda 32, the human dignity proposed document to be more fitting to all of Huntington Beach residents and visitors. I am in full support of Agenda 30 with charter amendments to update minor language for city clerk requirements to make it more feasible to run. I support the updated version on priority voter ID for balloting and to preserve the integrity of said elections, and adjusting, changing, or eliminating certain boards or commissions that are unneeded or need change. I fully support Agenda 35 on giving the people in City Hall government or private business to have the choice to be vaccinated, boosted, or use of a mask in Huntington Beach, even though that is not my personal belief or choice. I fully support Agenda 34, censoring of Natalie Mosier for her inappropriate behavior and remarks about our pro tem mayor, Gracie Vandermark. What 4 ways violate human dignity? Degradation, dehumanization, instrumentalization, humiliation, and non-recognition. These concepts point to ways in which we understand human beings to be violated in their dignity. Degrading Pro Tem Vandermark, degrading her by an assumption of a libel, defamatory lie, or vicious accusation. Dehumanize her as a woman, a Latina woman, a person. Using language to disregard for her or her personal experience, family, or life. Humiliate her on dais by doing the above at a city council meeting and not having a private conversation within the last 6 years. This concocted lie was questionable to you. Instrumentally push a lie or twist intonation by emphasizing on the wrong purpose or reasoning of an occurrence about her, a basic straw man argument. Therefore, non-recognition of Gracie and her professional qualifications, not recognizing her qualities as a strong co-council member that simply won on election by hard work and an exuberant amount of votes. Pro Tem Vandermark has a very strong work ethic that Natalie Mosier feels is unimportant and not worthy. Mosier does not respect Vandermark as a human when she states she does not care if Gracie's husband is part Jewish or the face that her husband's uncle was murdered by the Nazis. What started out as a straw man argument with vile rhetoric, Natalie Mosier used as an instrument that functions as a guide to action and instrumentally uses to achieve the end goal. In turn of all of this, Natalie Mosier denied Pro Tem Vandermark
10 seconds.
her human dignity. In ending, I just want to appreciate the newly elected majority, and I know you do everything in your power to protect us residents and visitors. Thank you for keeping We the People #1.
Thank you.
And by the way, Proud Boys did nothing wrong.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening. My name is Lily Wells. I'm a 21-year resident of Huntington Beach. I love this city. All of us do. And boy, things have gotten messy. I know life gets messy. We all do. But we all have to clean it up. And a couple of points I want to make, and I'm just going to speak straight from the heart. I don't have anything written down. It's been a very interesting and long night since 5:30. So I do not think we need to change any qualifications or lower qualifications to positions of power. No, if anything, we need to raise qualifications. That's certainly what we're doing in the medical profession. Nurses are not LVNs anymore, they're RNs.
Nutritionists have to have a master's degree. Public physical therapists have to have PhDs. We're not lowering standards, so let's not lower standards here, please. Public dignity, boy, I can't say more than what's been said already. A lot of great words about human beings and what it means to be human and how not to judge each other and let us live and let free. Masks, well, I'm a public health educator and professor, and you know, nobody likes wearing them. I certainly don't. But you know, to take away to put in a mandate that we will not, nobody liked seatbelts in public health when they first came out. Women complained it wrinkled their skirts, etc. Nobody liked them. But you know what? They keep people from dying. Let us ask our police officers what happens when they show up to a crash when somebody wasn't doing the right thing by wearing a seatbelt. I do not think we should censor Mosier. I'm sorry you two ladies got in an argument. Make up and make good, okay? And get back to work. What can I say? I'll go back to life gets messy, doesn't it? We gotta get better. And I hope you have heard what the majority of the people have said here tonight. Yes. Keep your ears open. Knowledge is power, right? Well, no, I don't tell that to my students anymore. Knowledge is not power unless we take action. Knowledge plus action is the real power. So take important action on these points that were made tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Stephen Wells. Over the past 5 years, I've lived in Huntington Beach for 28 years or so. But over the past 5 years, I've seen a significant improvements in the city infrastructure, primarily in the parks and specifically the playgrounds, bathrooms, lots of good infrastructure improvements. And I want to thank the people on our city council, past and present, for helping make those improvements possible. Those are the examples that we as people and citizens who live here, work here, play here, bring our friends here, that's what we want to see out of our city government. I also want to spend a few minutes here today talking about principles. And there is a problem with government, and I'm going to assert period, okay? And I'm going to paraphrase Douglas Adams, and I'm sure the constitutional scholars know who he is. One of the major problems with governing people is that of whom do you get to do it, or rather, of who manages to get people to let them do it. To summarize, it is a well-known fact that those people who want to rule are, ipso facto, those least suited to do it. I recall the signs and placards seen during the last election posted by the current cabal of city councilmen. The first one said, "No changes in our city charter." Yeah, exactly. That was your platform. That was why you got elected. The second one said, "Transparency in our city council." No secret meetings. Well, I always wondered, well, how much time? Oh, no, shoot. Okay, so I better hurry. The first issue is really finding out where the money goes. And it's clear over the last 6-8 months, we found out where the money has gone, at least the first payment. Now, clearly what you've seen here tonight is there have been multiple payments. And now there's an amendment proposal to specifically allow any 4-year degree for the city clerk's position. And Mr. Gates said his wife was interested in that position and apparently does not hold a satisfactory degree. You know, Lily said it pretty well. We need to up-level our requirements. Maybe we should invoke that same requirement of our city council people that they do indeed deserve, or they need to have.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
That the city council people deserve to have a degree as well. So maybe that's something we could write as an amendment into the Constitution, that the city
Thank
council.
you. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next 10.
Okay. Last call for Joanne Carly Acanero, Russ Neal, Kathy Neal.
Okay. Good now.
You guys here? No? All right.
While they're coming up, I would like to move a motion that we do business past 11 o'clock. It's been moved and seconded. Any objections? Seeing none? Okay.
Fine. Okay, I'll go to the next 10. Jeannie Ferens, Chris Burns, Lisa, Joan Rowe, Dulce Garcia, Roz Esposito, Barbara Schneider, Jeff LeBeau, Hera Poon, Wilson Turner. Lisa who? It just says Lisa.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Jean Ferens, and there are so many agenda items that I oppose that I had to choose one that I found most alarming, and that is agenda item 30, the submission of the 3 charter amendment ballot measures for voter approval. These amendments were created behind closed doors by a so-called ad hoc committee composed of Mayor Strickland, Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, and Councilmember Pat Burns, with no expert or community input. This entire agenda item and its proposals, in fact, run afoul of California's governing codes 34457 and 34458. Code 34457 designates that a charter commission, not an ad hoc committee, must propose charter changes and submit such to the voters at a statewide general, not primary election, and only after submitting copies of the charter changes to voters by mail. Code 34458 presents the only other alternative to the process of approving charter amendments. Charter amendments may be voted on in general election, again, not a primary one, but only after holding 2 public hearings, advertised in the newspaper, and posted in 3 public places 21 days prior to the date of each public hearing. And finally, the governing body shall not conduct a vote on whether to approve the submission of the proposal to the voters until 21 days after the last public hearing. None of this happened. None. Whether or not the council majority who is proposing this amendment was aware of these governing codes or not remains unknown. But what is known, however, is that in their short time on the city council, the 4 lockstep majority council members have proposed some extreme policies. But the 3 charter amendment ballot measures being proposed for voter approval in a statewide primary election is the most extreme. At its core, it is a blatant, odious attack on the right of every American to cast a vote that expresses his or her choice. One person, one vote, one choice. That's the essence of the sacred constitutionally guaranteed right of every American. But the council majority proposes to take away that choice. The agenda falsely identifies 3 proposed ballot measures. Insidiously inserted in each individual measure are actually 3 or 4 ballot issues, all of which are unrelated to each other. But the measure in its entirety calls for either a yes or no vote. So if a voter supports one of the issues but not another, there is no way to choose. This appears to have been purposely created by a self-serving council majority precisely to sow confusion in order to pass the most autocratic and possibly illegal proposals in a most egregious and fraudulent attack on the very cornerstone of our democracy, each individual's constitutionally guaranteed voter rights.
10 seconds.
Concerned citizens of Huntington Beach, I implore you, if you doubt my word, read the proposal. Agenda item is deceptive and dangerous. The significance of these items cannot be overstated.
Thank you.
This is an attack on every voter.
Thanks
we
for being here.
must all stand up.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
My name is Joan Rowan. I'm a longtime resident of Huntington Beach. Unlike the one speaker who said that people are coming from all over, what I've heard tonight is that most people are residents. Yeah. Okay, like many people my age, I have the responsibility of infirm elderly parents, a spouse with chronic medical conditions, and a son with his own struggles. I'm a longtime Huntington Beach resident, and I'm tired, especially now. I almost didn't come tonight, and I certainly didn't want to speak before all of you. I've been to other meetings with the City Council and found them to be frustrating and futile. I'm here, though, because of a paraphrased quote that has been nagging at me ever since this council was seated. The quote is attributed to Edmund Burke, an 18th century philosopher. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Historians believe the actual Burke quote was, "When bad men combine, the good must associate, else they will fall one by one on unpitied sacrifice in a contemptible struggle." I think that quote paints a more disturbing picture. Our current elected leadership includes a career politician mayor who has 3 political violations on his resume from the California Political Reform Act and the Fair Political Practices Commission, and currently has 2 more cases pending. A mayor pro tem who drew concern from the Anti-Defamation League for her affiliation with white supremacists and her alleged anti-Semitic and racist social media posts. A city councilman who also has a violation with the California Political Practice Commission, and a city attorney whose wife has been appointed to the Huntington Beach Finance Commission and is now attempting to downgrade the qualifications for city clerk so she can hold that office. I do not believe that anything I say here will change how this majority will vote. I believe that they will continue to do whatever they can to gain more control and advance their attacks on the most marginalized sectors of our community. If a person speaks out against the evil and gets censured for it, so be it. When bad men and women combine, the good must associate. I will speak up, I will vote, and I'll support those who are good. Wear your censure as a badge of honor.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Mayor Strickland and City Council members. My name is Lisa, and I have been a resident here for 47 years. I'm here to talk about 2 issues tonight, but the first of which is voter ID. It never ceases to amaze me how some of the public comments seem to get it so wrong. One must wonder where they get their information from. Or is it simply grandstanding for the sake of being misleading? I, as well as many people that I have spoken to, don't have a problem with requiring proof of ID for in-person voting. It most certainly isn't a civil rights violation and doesn't put hardship on the poor, as foolishly stated by Councilman Kalmick. A quick search of the DMV's website will show that those below a certain income level or those age 62 and older are entitled to a California ID for free. With that knowledge, why would anyone oppose voter ID? What are they afraid of? Patriots that vote are proud to show their ID, and this will only instill added confidence in our elections. Second portion of my comment was originally going to be presented later in the year, closer to the 1st anniversary of our newest elected council. As one of the majority of residents that voted for our new city council members, I couldn't be more proud of the work that's been accomplished to date. Not only am I speaking for myself, but also for my friends and neighbors. Thank you, and job well done. Tony Strickland, for your legislative guidance and steering this ship. Gracie, for looking out for the social issues that affect our families and neighborhoods. Casey, for your business expertise and attention to the fine details. And Pat, for always having our back. By the way, Pat, kudos on your Epic Times article. To council members Kalmick, Mosier, and Bolton, while I strongly believe in democracy and appreciate and respect having an opposing view on the council, I would ask that you keep it professional and leave the dirty politics out of our city. It doesn't belong in Huntington Beach.
10 seconds.
Our city council will remain strong if we focus on constructive input from all sides. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Well, good evening, City Council, Mayor. We've heard a lot. I hope you've listened to the public. I come from a home which says you don't get respect, you earn it. And I don't think the gang of four, with their political leanings and their quest for more control, are listening to the people and respect them. Do you respect the seniors who are living on fixed income when you disband their own committee where they're working on solving their own problems? Do you respect the people who work in this city for a minimum wage or a lower wage or an hourly wage when you fight affordable housing? We are paying $4 million to fight affordable housing. I live near 2 affordable units that were high-rise units, and my home value has gone up. So this whole nonsense about of being NIMBYism should be dropped. You should just get it out of your head because you're just wrong. And Gracie, I have nothing personal against you, but when you put something on the internet, it's there for your life. And that's the problem with you, because you can't deny what you did, because it's in black and white and even color. So you gotta, and all these people who say she didn't do anything, she's not racist, she's not, but she hung out with racists. You know, I mean, you sleep with dogs, you get fleas. So you just got to understand that's why people are accosting you and calling you racist, because you hang out with racists, or you did. I hope you step and change your mind. And I'm Jewish, and I don't, there are people who are anti-Semitic, and if you're not one, that's great. Thank you. I really appreciate it. But you hung out with some very bad people that did some very bad things and may do some more. So just understand that it's a fact that you hung out with them. Okay? There are pictures. So all this people about, and by the way, a question is not an attack. Just understand that. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. And we need to have some transparency with the air show. My dog hates it. I hate it. I hate to have a jet go over my house and shake everything.
10 seconds.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that in this city that you need to understand, that we need to improve things. We need to improve things. And why does our city attorney make more than?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next 10.
All right. It's obvious some people have left, so I'll just go to the next stack of 10. If I called your name or you didn't hear it, you can always come to the podium before we close public comments. But the next 10, Chris Slama, Lori Meyer, Mason Cryan Miller, Donna Brandt, Jerry Donahoe, Kim Carr, Diane Miley, Emma Jensen, Gabby Gibson, Lisa Ferrano. And if I butchered your name, I really apologize. Sorry.
You're doing great. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hello, I'm Chris Lama, and I've been a resident here in Huntington Beach for over 40 years, and actually worked as a public servant for the city's Community and Library Services Department for 32 of those years. Sorry to see the library donation presentation was canceled tonight, but I did want to start by just giving a huge thank you to the Friends of the Library for their continual generosity and support. And to our amazing library services team, my family appreciates your tireless efforts to enrich and empower our community. Offering a collection and services that represents everyone, allowing us as parents to decide which material our kids should have access to. I'd like to comment specifically tonight on item 30 regarding the amendment to Charter Section 612, otherwise known as Measure C. This measure was initiated in the late 1980s to prohibit the city from selling, leasing, or developing public park and beach land without a vote of the public. While it's important to advocate for preservation of park space and beaches for public access, Measure C potentially hinders much-needed park and recreation improvements in the city. The amendments as proposed still create ambiguity and leave too much room for interpretation. Please consider specific reference to proposed exceptions for, quote, children's playgrounds, facilities, or equipment. Playground and park facilities should accommodate for all ages and abilities, and there is still a need to clearly define terms like structure and equipment in this section. The intent of Measure C was not to preclude building of recreational amenities in parks, but take Edison Park, for example, which continues to sink, and the city has been engaging the community for years to reach consensus for a new master plan. It seems we're getting pretty close to that, but I'm still wondering and concerned if we'll have to endure additional years and significant dollars spent on a ballot measure just to add a few pickleball courts and maybe some skateboard and BMX amenities at the park. Please consider either clearer definitions or perhaps more specific exemptions for public recreational facilities. The Oakview Family Resource Center and library facilities continue to serve hundreds of children and so many families daily out of trailers that are decades old. Why not allow the city processes and council to approve expansion of existing facilities or consider approval of expansion of existing facilities that provide appropriate spaces to enhance quality of life? Also, consider some flexibility for minor expansion of existing concessions in parks and beaches. A little bit could go a long way to create further operator success and enhanced experiences for our residents and visitors. It'd be a lost opportunity and a disservice to this community for council to not consider these revisions further. Our parks definitely need the help. Please don't approve the policy on human dignity as proposed, and do not shame Councilmember Mosier. I believe that it's uncalled for and it really is meaningless. Regardless of that decision tonight, I ask that you don't turn this meeting into another stage for embarrassing, diversive theatrics. Please authentically listen and consider all public input and deliberate accordingly. Work together to set a positive example by leading with a collaborative spirit and compassion.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go.
Next speaker.
My name is Mason Kraft Miller. What?
Tontallo.
Okay.
He's mine.
I want to start with the censor of Natalie Mosier. Had Councilmember Mosier commented defamation against Mrs. Vandermark, the censor would seem appropriate. However, the attendance of Mrs. Vandermark at all right white supremacist gathering is well documented, as is her Holocaust hoax play, and I am a history major, and I know that the Holocaust did happen. It matters when it comes to whether she should be on the Human Rights Committee. I oppose any disciplinary actions against former Mosier, let's not be Nashville, okay? We're not Nashville. We're California, for God's sakes. Okay? So, and I oppose items 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Lori Kraftmiller. That's my son, and I'm very proud of him because he's wanted to come and speak to you for months. Clearly, I've raised him right with the right political leanings. I come to you, first of all, I oppose pretty much everything on the agenda that you proposed. There isn't anything that I support. I have unfortunately had to spend so many of my night times attending these meetings until early in the morning to speak to you. And by the way, you're up to 15. That's how many people support the measures that you were proposed. 15, okay? And yet, what bothered me most tonight was some guy who walked out the door going, I don't need to stay. It's 4-3. They got it in the bag. That's not how this should work. That's not how we were raised. What I see from this council, or from the Mighty Four, is that you want to condense this government into the four of you, and you want to make decisions. That isn't really how this should work. You have commissions and committees because there are expertise outside of this council that you need the counsel of, you need to hear from. And by eliminating those committees, you make the democracy much smaller. It's not a democracy. The measures that you have put on the bill that you want to change, first of all, you all know it's illegal. So I'm going to jump on the bandwagon and sue you if you put them on the ballot, because it's illegal. Those measures are so poorly written. You jammed everything into everything else. And let's talk about voter ID. You know, my son has a passport. He is a United States citizen. He is a citizen of this city. He is born here. He is a citizen of this state, but he has a passport. So your voter restrictions and regulations doesn't indicate anywhere what the voter ID should be. They are incredibly poorly written. I don't know if my son will be allowed to vote, even though he's 19, in the city of Huntington Beach because of how poorly written these are. Ms. Vandermark, your mask mandate, have worked in a hospital for 30 years now. Have you asked the hospitals around here how they're doing? We're not doing okay. 17 hospitals had to apply for emergency loan relief because we are not financially okay. 30%, that's the vacancy rate in Orange County right now for nursing staff. We are not okay. We are traumatized. Our nursing staff are leaving the industry.
10 seconds.
We are not okay. Your mask mandate, what if there is another pandemic? What if RSV, flu, and COVID does come back to haunt us this time?
Thank you for being
What
here.
are we going to do?
Thank
You'll get sued anyway.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Jerry Donahue, 47-year resident. This is not theater. I've sat for 5 hours in the other room, and what's been going on here has been going on in there. I saw Matt Liffring's interviews with the 4 new council members, and I was optimistic that this council could work together. And the us versus them is only, the polarities only increased over the meetings. And the last meeting went, I don't know, 7 hours or so. The highlight of the meeting for me was the 2 environmental board members who gave excellent reasons why that board should continue as a standalone board. As disconcerting and problematic as this meeting has been for me tonight, yesterday, I am a reserve watch person for Bolsa Chica Ecological Reserve. I got to talk to residents for 2 or 3 hours about what a great place that reserve is, that they have the opportunity in this metropolis to have some quiet, some peace. So, Mr. Mayor, I suggest to you, as somebody who has political acumen from being in Sacramento, that you kind of steer, can we get this council off-site or in some kind of condition where we can talk as humans instead of as politicians? Because we're together, this council's together for at least another year, and this meeting is not the end of the road. It's only going to continue unless we get some leadership from the council, which hopefully will then enter the rest of the populace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
You're welcome. Good evening, Council. My name is Kim Carr, the former mayor of Huntington Beach. I miss you too, but don't worry, I'll be back. You know, tonight's agenda really is quite revealing. It says a lot about this council. But there's one theme that keeps reoccurring in several items in tonight's agenda, and that is the silencing of the public, the removal of thoughtful debate, and the threat that if you do speak out, you're going to be canceled. So it's evident in the elimination of the volunteer resident boards and commissions. They don't want to hear from you. You say things that they don't want to hear. They don't want you to, they want to rephrase and absolutely butcher the policy on human dignity that will silence minority communities. And the potential censoring of a fellow council member simply for asking questions. Now, when I was on the council, Eric Peterson and I would have some spirited conversations. In fact, we had some very colorful conversations that were not in the presence of everybody. But rather than go boo-hoo, woe is me, I stood up for myself, and I respect him, and I always respected what he brought to the dais. Because having that thoughtful deliberation, having those questions and being asked of each other, that's where real policy comes forward. I spent 25 years in the business world as a sales rep for media companies all over California. And my toughest clients made me better. The ones that asked the tough questions made me better. So I ask you, Mayor, this is your opportunity to be a real leader and to take a breath and say, you know what? We can all have differences, but censoring, that's so middle school, quite honestly, especially at a city council. I think there's a real opportunity here for everybody to take a breath and to try to come together. And, you know, again, I've been there, I've been in your shoes. I know these are difficult times for all of us. I was joking with people in the audience that I long for the days when the biggest concern that we had were coyotes. I really do. So tonight, I hope that the residents are paying attention and that they realize what's going on here. Please vote no on items 30 through 35, but especially 34. Natalie, you deserve better than that.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, I'm Gabby. I am a resident here in Huntington Beach. I've been here, and grew up here. And oh goodness, there's a lot on the table. But what I could ultimately get to focus on is on a issue. It was on Measure 32, and going back and then just inserting what's a transphobic a dog whistle into a statement on human dignity is just disgusting. And frankly, it ultimately ends up feeding bigotries and the stuff that ultimately ends up hurting everyone, increased attacks on trans people, even though they've been even though we've been like allowed into the Olympics since like 2003, and has ended up with so many people and having to just. It has ended up with so many people having to deal with, and so many women, even cis women, having to deal with, oh, you do not look feminine. You must be a trans woman, and that means you are, I guess, superhuman, and all that just ends up doing is just sowing hate, and just pointlessly changing an old document that works just fine. All that does in its function is make a statement to people that it's okay to attack trans rights and such. And instead of that, why don't you go to spend that money instead supporting more of women's sports? Because there's definitely still a problem of like all the stuff being pushed further in sports just ends up being more. It mostly goes to men, and ultimately with women's training and such as it has to keep catching up with the science because so many of it was focused on men. This is ultimately, it is just nothing but damage, and it is embarrassing. Just drop it and be human beings, like the human dignity thing said before.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, I'm Emma Jensen. I do political strategy and voter data analysis and field work and constituency work. And shout out to that person who just spoke about their own rights. Like, damn. I wanted to really quick, as someone who's spent a lot of time at the Orange County Registrar of Voters, done a lot of work with them, particularly on the Voters' Choice Act stuff, with regard to voter ID, misnomers and things like that. The way that the Registrar of Voters works is that anything that has gone through into their system, so if it's a ballot that's scanned or if it's a voter registration that goes through, everything is matched up with the DMV records. So anything that is not, like anyone who, like, say, doesn't live in, like if someone's voting for Huntington Beach City Council, but they live in San Clemente, like that's gonna get thrown out because they don't live here. And if someone, is registered in Las Vegas, like they're not gonna be able to vote for our state people because they're not in the voter rolls per the DMV. So I just wanted to clarify that. And as a political strategist, this is a genuine question, like this is an actual genuine question, because I could say what everyone else has been saying about everything. I feel exactly the same as everyone else has been saying about all the agenda items. And there's nothing that I'm gonna be able to say. I don't have any disillusions that anything that we say is gonna change the way that the people who are already set out to vote a certain way are gonna vote. But this is and I know it's not Q&A, but it's an actual genuine question. But what's the end game here? And I get it. Like, people care and they feel like they're doing the right thing. And I know that there were some young people who spoke earlier who were on board with some of these things, but you can't deny the data. Like, I'm a 41-year-old millennial, and my parents are like badass boomer activists, and like mad props to all the boomers who like got this started in the 60s, and it's like paying off because here I am. And, and Gen Z, like, we were the lazy generation. Gen Z they're about to graduate and become the largest voting bloc in the country. And before that was us. And you know who Gen Z's parents are is Gen X. So that's 60% of the population that's like directly affected by the policies that are part of this agenda.
10 seconds.
And And I just want to know, like what's, the base is gonna die. Like, I love everybody, the base is gonna die.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Ferraro, and I've lived in Huntington Beach for over 35 years, and I've been a business owner for over 20 years. I'd like to share my thoughts regarding the no mask and no vaccine mandate for our city. I wholeheartedly agree with Gracie that Huntington Beach should be a no mask, no vaccine mandate city. Many studies are now revealing that masks do not protect us. And a new study by the NIH, National Institutes of Health, suggests that N95 COVID masks create dangerous levels of toxic compounds linked to seizures and cancer. Look it up. MSN reports, MicrosoftNetwork.com, that this N95 mask is unsafe and a potential health risk. If harmful chemicals are released from these masks, human health may have harmful effects. Some health issues caused by wearing masks are headaches, nausea, and repeated exposure, which are linked to organ damage and, again, cancer. Cancer. Look it up. You guys are blind. Researchers from Jubuk National University in South Korea analyzed 2 types of disposable medical-grade masks. They found that the chemicals released by these masks had 8 times the recommended safety limit of TVOCs, toxic, volatile, organic compounds. A secret letter to the CDC reveals that top epidemiologist Michael Osterholm, director of the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota, and 7 colleagues informed the CDC that it was promoting a flawed data and excluded data that did not reinforce their controlled narrative. Mass and forced COVID vaccines are all about control. I don't know why people can't see it. I don't know why you refuse to open your eyes, but that's the fact. So thank you, Gracie, in researching this issue to protect our city's freedom to choose, with your request that Huntington Beach be a no mask and no vaccine mandate city. If people want to wear masks, knock yourself out. If you want to get the jab, knock yourself out, but don't push it on my family and everybody else and my kids. It's freedom around here. It goes both ways. Okay, yeah, okay. Your care and fact-finding investigations for our city are commendable, Gracie.
10 seconds.
Proving that you are worthy of being our mayor pro tem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, can
Diane Miley, Annette Gibson, Mike B., Pony Abramowitz, Megan Mend, Melvin Sterling, Jennifer McCullough, Doug Hine, Peggy Corley, Beck Levin, Anna Marson.
Madam Clerk, how many left? Just inquiry.
10.
Okay, thank you. Doesn't look like anybody's
How
coming.
should I just call anybody
Call
else
them all.
that's left?
Call them all. Call
If
them
you'd
all.
like to speak, please come up to the podium. Thank you. Just come on up.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on items 23-734, 23-731, and 23-738 concerning the policy on human dignity, the censorship of Councilwoman Mosier, and the removal of mask and vaccine mandates in Huntington Beach. My name is Beck Levin, and I'm the Systems Change Advocate for the Dale McIntosh Center for the Disabled, or DMC. DMC is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that provides services to people with disabilities and facilitates equal access and inclusion within the community. As a peer-led organization, we partner with people with disabilities to achieve personal goals for maximum independence. We advocate for equity and accessibility in all walks of life, most especially with regards to safety of our communities. Additionally, I represent my father's family, who was born and raised in Huntington Beach, my partner, who is a biracial, bisexual resident of your city, several transgender friends who are also residents, and myself, who is also a former resident. As this meeting has dipped into my free time this evening, I will be multitasking. The agenda for the council meeting overall attempts to roll back a number of protections for the humans in Huntington Beach. In addition to defining gender solely by sexual characteristics in an attempt to keep transgender people from sports, this council also looks to censor the only council person who has been vocal about human rights in Huntington Beach, Councilwoman Mosier. In these ways, Huntington Beach has shown no progression since the 1960s, when my half-siblings were raised here. A byproduct of ableism, discrimination, and homophobia of that time was my half-brother taking his own life before I even had a chance to meet him. Yet, this council goes further in its backwards beliefs, dipping their toe into eugenics by removing any possibility of a mass vaccination mandate, even when handed down by a state or national governments. In addition to wasting taxpayer money by enforcing this through litigation, which you would have to do, this motion neglects the mountains of scientific evidence showing the efficacy of these prevention measures. You are endangering the lives of people who are immunocompromised, those who are older, and those who are unhoused. This affects all of Orange County as your residents move across the county to do business. For these reasons, it is exceedingly inconsiderate of the council to even entertain this idea. I'm fairly certain that all my remarks today won't penetrate your psyche, so I'll leave you with this. As council members in attendance tonight, you have witnessed me administer hormone replacement therapy to myself. I hope that makes you as uncomfortable as I hope if that makes you uncomfortable, that you might understand a modicum of discomfort of my friends and family experience because of your decisions. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. Good evening, Mayor Strickland, who's not here. My name is Peg Corley. I'm the Executive Director of the LGBTQ Center in Orange County. The last time I checked, this is Orange County, California, not Orange County, Florida. I'm here to publicly oppose several pieces of your work, which I will not be able to do as eloquently as several people, but I want to just highlight a couple of points. So many agenda items on this night's agenda could have just as easily been pulled from a government meeting agenda from Germany 1933. And I was so inspired by previous speakers, and I hope you heard some of that. Basically, what I want to know is, why do you hate us? Why do you hate us? Because we all have a lot of theories, some unresolved issues perhaps. Perhaps a sporty lesbian beat you at soccer when you were in middle school. Perhaps she stole your girlfriend. We are left to fill in the blanks. Why do you hate us? We don't hate you. Well, we didn't used to hate you. We didn't used to hate you. We still don't hate you. We would like to work with you. But there's an awful lot of hate coming out of this room from the four of you. How does it feel when you're called fascist? I'd like to know. That must not feel very good. If it does feel good, then we are in more trouble than I thought. Just to be clear, I'm against agenda item 16, book banning. We don't ban books in this country. We read them. It's ridiculous. Agenda item 32, restricting human dignity. I have a hell of a lot to say about that one. Agenda item 34, censuring an elected official? Are you kidding me? Because I don't even want to get into why. People have said, what is on your mind? Y'all were elected to do this job, which, by the way, is leading. I don't see you leading. I would like to just kind of wrap this up and say, our young people are watching. And it's really important what they see next. And it'll be remembered, it'll be written. Your children are going to bear the shame. Their children are going to bear the shame. I guarantee you history will be a judge, and it will not be kind to you. I guarantee it. One more thing. I want to say, as discouraged as I am by the four of you, okay,
Time.
I am
Thank you.
encouraged by the people of Huntington Beach.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, I'm Hera Poon. I'm a junior at Huntington. And I'm not here today to attack any of you. I know that we're all tired, and I know that you guys must be exhausted having to put up with all of us. And I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you for putting in this time and listening to us. And I'm just here today because I just want to voice that I'm a little bit fearful, because it seems to me like we're starting to answer skepticism with punishment. And when I say skepticism, I mean questions and asking questions and questioning our leaders. And I have a lot of trust in our system, which is why I think that these questions are so important. And it's true, many questions are going to be harsh, and they might even be rude, and they might be uncomfortable to ask. But in my belief, I think that those questions, no matter how uncomfortable they are, the content of that question is so much more important, especially when it pertains to protecting the dignities or the health of people or the groups of individuals. I know that personally, I have a lot of value in my own human dignity, and I know that you guys have a lot of value in the dignity of the people of the city too. And that's why I just want to ask that if policies are being discussed that might change the terms of that dignity, I want to know who's involved and who's in charge of making these decisions. And so now my question is, should I be scared to ask these types of questions? And like, if I question my government leader, am I going to face backlash and retaliation? Because if the civil servant, someone whose role is to ask questions and speak on behalf of the people, and if she gets punished for that, then what does that say about my place in this system? And on that note, like, okay, this is like really off topic, but what happened to the youth board? I was actually really looking forward to that, but I haven't heard much about that. And so, anyways, I'm sorry for taking up your time. I know that you guys are all tired. And I know that your jobs aren't easy, so I really appreciate all that you do. But I just hope that this city acknowledges the value of skepticism and of asking questions. And instead of responding to angry questions with more anger and hatred, I hope that we can respond with clarity and with patience, because to me, that's the only way that I can see this city continuing to move forward and progress. Thank you.
So, ma'am, go get a blue card, because the youth board still exists, and you can fill up an application. So fill out the blue card, and we'll get you the information on the youth board.
Yeah, I
Thank you.
applied like 3 months ago, and I think they said they would get back to me in like October or something.
But it's still going. So thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Thanks so much for being here.
Hello, I'm here today to speak about the revised policy on human dignity. I think to truly understand the gravity and importance of this policy, we need to first define equality versus equity. Equality is treating everyone the same, while equity is ensuring that groups who have been previously oppressed have the opportunity to be on the same level with those who are privileged. Let me provide an example. Equality would be giving everyone on a team the same shoe size while fully knowing that some people need more foot support. Equity would be giving every member a shoe that fits and supports them well. This issue of a lack of equity was addressed by previous council members in 2021, who revised the policy on human dignity to make it more inclusive. The policy addressed things like gender, sexual orientation, religion, and disabilities. And now many of the council members here today want to revoke that, taking a step backwards. I'm not here to yell at you guys or to convince all of you to go to a pride parade. I'm simply asking you to listen and to understand. I'm 17 years old. I'm a senior at Huntington Beach High School, And you probably wouldn't be able to tell this by looking at me, but I am also queer and part of the LGBTQ community. This is one of the first times I'm coming out on my own accord, and it's honestly terrifying and uncomfortable, but I'm doing it to advocate for those who can't be here tonight. Okay, one second. I knew I was queer when I was 14 years old, and guess what? It wasn't because of a children's book or because I had queer friends. I came to that realization through my own means and through nothing else. And that is the same with all LGBTQ individuals in this city. So when looking at the revised policy, I just have a few questions. What is it about my existence as a human being and the existence of all LGBTQ individuals in our city that makes you so deeply uncomfortable? Why do you feel the need to erase us from policy? And as stated by one of the previous speakers, why do you hate us? To put it bluntly, please do better. Next year, I and many others in my graduating class will be voting. Positive change is coming with Gen Z, but Huntington Beach has the opportunity to make that change now, and that is why we must reject item number 32. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hello, City Council. I'm Dom Jones. You guys, it's good to see you again. I'm here tonight in my capacity as a resident of Orange County, Huntington Beach. I'm a congressional candidate, as you know, for Congress here. But what I've seen here, amongst everything that we've heard, I've seen an undermining of democracy. Across the country and actually in the world, democracy is consistently being undermined. And what's happening is that marginalized groups are constantly being attacked. You just heard the young girls here before me speaking about how they feel about who they are and what they represent. I'm an African-American woman. I'm also a queer woman, and I understand more than anything what they're going through. Huntington Beach has a history with white nationalism. Huntington Beach has a problem with trying to keep us held back from progressing. And the thing is this, is that at the end of the day, you've heard everything that everyone has said here. I'm not going to sit up here and just say everything they said. I reject adamantly all the measures that you guys are presenting because I think it's absolutely inherently against democracy and against what is right. But at the end of the day, what we have to really ascertain is when you are done being on city council after 2026, when you are done moving through your life and things move along, you will have to answer for all the things that you've done. You will have to answer to the way you've treated others and how you have affected their lives. You might be thinking, well, I'm doing what I think is right. I'm doing what I think is proper. But at the end of the day, what you're doing is you are discriminating against people. You're discriminating against the LGBTQIA+ community. You are discriminating against those who are different. You are discriminating against those who don't identify in accordance with perhaps a more traditional way of viewing humanity. And that is just not right. So I stand here today as someone who is trying to use my voice as a means to tell you what Kim Carr has mentioned to you, Mayor Strickland, as well as what Ken Inouye mentioned, which is about the hatred that this really is all about and what this is fostering. It's fostering an inordinate amount of hatred that is bringing us towards a place of deep polarity, and our country is already struggling. Huntington Beach really is proving and showing itself to be a place that can be a microcosm of what can be accomplished for good, but instead you guys are really in your silos and in your corners and you're focused on what you feel is right rather than what everyone and the majority of everyone has said here. And I do want to say this, you know about the Trojan horse. You know, they convinced the people to bring the horse into the city walls and they thought it was a gift. And then the Greeks came out and really showed who they really were, opened the gates, and then they lost the city. I feel that many of you who are sitting on the city council lied to people in the city. You told them that you would serve them and stand for them. You got into city council, and now you're showing who you really are.
10 seconds.
And so I just want to say, I hope that you all can come to a better way of moving forward, but likely you can't, and I hope that ours is a lot better. Thank you.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chris Dawson. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a student at Huntington Beach High School. I serve as the president of Turning Point USA there, and I'm a registered member of the Cherokee Nation, specifically the Aniga-Lohai clan. Tonight, I'd like to address a matter of concern regarding our public libraries. I have personal connections with librarians at both the HB Public Library and the Huntington Beach High School Library, and have even received letters of recommendation from librarians there. The removal of pornographic material masquerading as LGBT or culturally diverse content is important. Exposing children to materials which are inherently sexual and stealing their innocence is a crime of the most horrible kind. Those who claim that these materials should be protected due to their homosexual nature, or those who claim that parents should be alone in the fight to retain children's innocence, are misguided idealists. As a published author myself, I believe that restricting books to a certain age group is important. Mein Kampf, the Communist Manifesto, and other harmful materials should be censored from kids sections across Orange County. I'd like to thank the City Council for attempting to take action in removing these materials from children's sections, especially Mayor Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark. Multiple speakers today have attempted to personally defame her, citing sources like the Anti-Defamation League, which is an organization which has targeted various members of the Republican Party and even gone so far as to censor Orthodox Jews online, the very demographic they originally sought to protect. So, credible source, right? I'd like to conclude with this. Personal attacks have no place in a place of civil discourse like the Huntington Beach City Council. Also, children can't consent to mutilative gender surgeries. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, council, city staff, and members of the community. My name is Megan Fowler Murid, and I am a resident and a homeowner here in Huntington Beach since 2008. I am also a mom to a 7-year-old little girl who attends school here at Ocean View School District. As a parent, it has been a true joy to watch my child both on and off the field as she participates in many team sports here in HB. What concerns me, though, as a parent, is the proposed need to change our city's policy on human dignity. Why is this a need? Why the need to draw focus specifically to the LGBTQ+ community? As a parent on the soccer field and basketball court, this is not something that I have heard once spoken of here in Huntington Beach as a valid concern or even a current situation. Why are you provoking an issue that isn't even an issue? Are you in great hopes to gain national notoriety? We have gone viral not once, not twice, but several times as a community that tolerates hate amongst marginalized groups, and we are well known for now having a mayor pro tem who happens to be of Hispanic descent that is affiliated with a white national group, which someone please make this make sense, the Proud Boys. We've seen a few of her friends here tonight. If members of our community are not familiar, just to shed some light, the Proud Boys are a white nationalist hate group, and one of their leaders, Enrique Tarrio, who participated in the disgraceful January 6th insurrection, we just found out is now being jailed for 22 years. All this to say, here we go again, using our city and the rights of constituents to be played with all so you can look like some supposed sick right-wing hero to impress the other toxic Trumpers of this nation in hopes of catapulting your own personal political careers. And when it comes to the library, I am mind blown. And for the self-righteous right-wing Christians, coming from a progressive Christian, I am just wondering if you are familiar with the book of Song of Solomon in the Old Testament. I'm pretty sure that would be considered pornography, but I'm sure you forgot about that, or should the Bible be censored and thrown out as well? The library in Central Park is a place my husband has been taking our child since she was a toddler. Not once have we felt it as an unsafe place, or that there is material there that will groom my daughter for any sexual manner. To be completely honest, it is more worrisome for me to have a biracial daughter attend school with the likes of children that have been raised by parents such as yourselves who don't value inclusivity and the celebration of differences in our community. The first sentence of the second paragraph on the policy of human dignity makes absolutely
10
no
seconds.
sense. How is courtesy and respect demonstrated when in the following paragraph you are committed to alienating members of the LGBTQ plus community? No one in this city benefits
you
from this
for being
change
here.
in policy.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hello, greetings, council members. Chris Cluey, 15-plus year resident of Huntington Beach, former professional athlete, currently now retired. I'm speaking out today, to oppose literally everything on your agenda. The one thing that I think we might find common ground on is actually agenda item 33 concerning e-bikes, because I do think that is an issue that we need to address as a city, and I think it would show some actual leadership if we addressed it as a city. That being said, I am opposing agenda item 33 because I think as written, it is very vague. And it does not take into account the fact that there are multiple people from other cities who use e-bikes to get to our city. So I would like to see this issue actually brought up, but with the idea that we need to adjust for there are kids going to Fountain Valley High School. There are kids coming from Fountain Valley to go to Edison or to go to Huntington Beach. There are people coming from Newport Beach and Surfside to go to our beaches. So I would like us to address that as a functional city council. Furthermore, I would like protected bike lanes, not just by painting, but by actual physical bollards, because the science has shown that that is much safer for our children. Finally, on that issue, I propose that we fund those things by putting a tax on lifted trucks. So I think that would help keep our children safe. It would also keep our roads slightly safer. Now, on to my main point. I was a professional athlete, but for my sins, I also got a double major in history and political science. And I am really alarmed at what is happening with this council, because currently, the four of you have power. That is not in doubt. You can do whatever you want. You are a majority. But as a previous speaker brought up, I would like to know what is your plan next? Because history has shown us that people who want to cling to power will do whatever is necessary to keep that power. And you are already taking the steps to do that. You are talking about putting identity requirements for voting. You are talking about banning books. You are encouraging, specifically one member of this council, a group of people who are not brown shirts. It's more accurate to probably call them red caps. And this is alarming from a historical standpoint, because the next steps are not good steps. And when it comes time to vote you out of power in 2026, I am concerned at the next steps that you might want to take, because you are already running down the playbook of fascism as we speak. And this is not hyperbole. This is legit historical facts. And whether you like it or not, that is what you're doing. So I hope you can come together and understand that, and as human beings, recognize that our city is a great city, but it is a city with a historical white nationalist problem.
10 seconds.
Thank you. I grew up in Seal Beach. Huntington Beach was the place where the surf Nazis were, okay? And so I humbly submit, if Ms. Vandermark does not want to be called a Nazi, stop hanging out with them and stop acting like one. Thank you.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Boy, there's so much misinformation going on tonight, I don't know where to start. First and foremost, we were talking about, Ken Carr mentioned that we're banning our ability to communicate, and we're shutting down voices. And I'm thinking, are they talking about Huntington Beach, or are they talking about nationally on a macro perspective, where you go to Twitter, you go to Facebook, you go to Instagram, you go to the media, you go to the mass media, you go to any source, any piece of communication in America is being shut down with only one voice. So let me just get to the main point, though. I want to talk about Gracie's number 35, I believe, and I'm going to talk about a little bit where she stands on this, and I think she's absolutely correct. We have to have a right to either say that we're going to be, clearly says here, the city banned broad mask vaccine mandates. The city manager returned to council with a resolution at the next regular meeting to declare the city to be a no mask and vaccine mandate city. I think that's important that we have that choice. We can't be forced to wear masks, and we can't be forced to take jabs. And I think if anyone knows, they keep on mentioning that the masks are going to protect us from a virus. That's absolutely false. The mask, even the N95 masks are made primarily to block bacteria. The virus is 1,000 times smaller. It's like a chain link fence blocking a mosquito. They do not work. Even Fauci said early on, they don't work. If it makes you feel good, then wear them. If they don't, he said they really don't work. But the political winds kept changing, and they want to have masks because that's going to be a control factor. It scares people to death, and they start wearing masks. And it doesn't take a nuclear physicist to figure out what's going on. Next year is an election year. This whole thing's going to happen again because they want to shut down the economy. They want to take control, and that's exactly what they've been doing from the White House. Also, it's funny how during the 2020 campaign year that it was okay for Black Lives Matter and Antifa to protest, and there was no problem with that. But have somebody come out and have a rally for Trump or anyone else, and there was a problem with that. Because then they're saying that was racist, and it was absolutely not. Yeah, well, you know what's funny? There's 400 riots in the United States in 2020 by Black Lives Matter and Antifa. I never heard one Democrat stand up and say anything against that. They've all let it go. It's not a big deal. That's exactly what's going on. Anyways, I'm going to go.
Hold on. Hold the time. Look, we've had over 100 speakers. We're giving you, again, we're giving you respect. Every single person we're listening to, and we should give respect to every speaker, whether you agree with that speaker or not. Give that respect that you wanted when you spoke.
All right.
Continue.
Sorry to be all over the page.
You have 25 seconds.
Sorry to be all over the page, but going back to Gracie's recommended action, all we want here is to have the right to choose whether or not to wear a mask, be vaccinated. And for somebody to be forcing us to be wearing a mask or be vaccinated is absolutely ridiculous. And I think if you're getting a shot and you really believe in the shot, you're protected, then why are you worried about me if I don't have a shot or not? You're supposed to be protected. Anyway, that's it.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hello, City Council. I hope you're well. I'm here to speak on item 34. Unfortunately, I didn't attend the entirety of the last meeting where Councilmember Mosier addressed Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark's history of questionable engagement with Holocaust denial media and her associations with far-right white supremacy organizations. The meeting went too late into the night, and I had obligations in the morning. I did watch videos of the discussions, and frankly, Mayor Strickland, City Attorney Gates, and Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, I think that you gaslit Councilmember Mosier by saying that her concerns were irrelevant. I recognize that they may have been hurtful to you, Councilmember Vandermark, and I am genuinely interested as a citizen in how, 1, Vandermark's YouTube playlist called Holocaust Hoax, 2, public YouTube comments from Vandermark echoing deep-seated anti-Black and anti-Semitic tropes, and 3, evident past affiliations with far-right extremist groups has nothing to do with anything from City Attorney Gates, when the anything in question is the creation of an ad hoc committee slated to amend the Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity, a document that originated from white supremacist far-right attacks. How are these points that Mosier touched on last meeting irrelevant to the measure in question? I am no parliamentarian, but it seems to me that Mosier's concerns were completely relevant. When you get to agenda item 34, probably when the sun rises, I hope to hear concrete, specific discussion on what rules of decorum Councilmember Mosier violated. Why exactly such clarity would serve as an important lesson in parliamentary process. If, however, through honest consultation of parliamentary procedures, you do not find that Councilmember Mosier violated anything, then I urge you to not censor her. Our city will become a less free community if you do so under such conditions. Councilmembers Mosier, Bolden, and Kalmek, I want to honor you for your courage. It is like Atticus Finch said, Courage is beginning something important and seeing it through no matter what, even when you know you're licked.
Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Steve Terzino. I've lived here for 30 years, and when I first came down here, this was like a white sleepy surfer, punk, tatted misfit town, and kind of in their own ways, and at the time it was appreciated, but times have evolved, and we're in a melting pot here now. And, honestly, I voted for the new four because I thought you guys would be heartless enough to do something about the homeless. And, here we are dealing with culture wars. Someone talked about outside influence. How much of this is that Fox News crap that we're dealing with? How much of it is you pandering to those people? How many times have you been proven wrong? Fox News paid $780 billion because their lies on the voter fraud. There is no voter fraud. The only ones that were caught were two conservatives that were voted twice, and they've been convicted. Okay? You guys get wrong information. Wrong information. Oh, man, I don't even want to go with this. I don't have no notes. I was home watching this on TV, and I came in. Yeah. The stuff you're trying to pull works down in the redneck South, not here. There's enough people that are educated here and know better and are used to a melting pot that we can all get along. All this religious indoctrination, and oh man, it's ridiculous. You guys talk about morals and this and that as a sin, and then the way you guys act. And if you were hanging out, the Proud Boys got 22 years today, the leader, 18 years yesterday, 17 years. They did wrong. I know you've been programmed and brainwashed to think you didn't do anything wrong. Let's storm the Capitol. Just because you're white don't make it right. Anyhow, for the lady here to be calling you out for something, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. And if you're going to censor her, what the heck? You're going to censor books? You guys can't handle the truth. You all can't get along. And we don't want to put over your agenda, and that's all you got. Do something about the e-bikes. Do something about the homeless. Not this stupid shit so it makes other people, excuse my language. I try not to swear. I knew I'd swear, damn it. Okay. It's just, how many times do you have to be told you have a tail before you look? If people are telling you you're being bigoted and racist, you may want to take a look at that. I know as a whole crew, you all like to deny it all. But seriously, how's this? I'll show some Christian. I got vaccinated. I wore a mask. And now, after assessing things, I had a blood clot. My niece has been spending time in the hospital. She had COVID, and she's got all kinds of blood transfusions. She may have to have bone marrow. So now, maybe, I don't know. Maybe the vax wasn't all that. And I'm not going to force everyone else to do it. So I can change my mind on things. Maybe you guys can open up your minds, too. I'm complete.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Mayor and City Council, Robin Stanislaw, your city clerk. I spoke regarding the proposed charter amendments at the August 1st meeting, and I'm not going to reiterate everything I said. What I really wanted to say tonight, after hearing so much public commentary and reading some of the supplemental communications, is that you have the opportunity to turn this around tonight. You don't have to adopt any of those measures that are presented tonight. You don't need to move forward on bringing measures to the public that they were not involved in provided no public input. The way they're commingled together, to me, I voiced objections to the committee because, as people shared tonight, you're going to go ahead and have a measure on a ballot that has 5 different topics in it. And so if you agree with one and disagree with 4, but the one that you want to see move forward, it just doesn't make sense the way it's written. And I understand that you're trying to save money because it costs a lot of money to put measures on a ballot. Like is noted in your report, I think it's $1.2 million. It's a lot of money, but still, the voters have the right to make a qualified decision on one thing, not a group of things that don't belong together. So I'm specifically, opposed to the election-related measures, as I discussed on August 1st. And the voter ID issue is the most troubling one to me because There is no evidence of voter fraud in our county. In fact, I provided in the last record the reports, the audit reports that the Orange County Registrar of Voters provided to me. No evidence shown. They are certified like no other city or county in the country. This high certification that they have earned in the last 2 voter cycles is incredible. And another thing I don't think the council understands is if you require voter ID, I understand as a charter city we have some leeway in how we make decisions with elections, but if you go ahead and put forward something like that, you can't consolidate with the county when you do something like that because they follow state law and they won't, it's not like they're going to go ahead and incorporate our home rules into their voting process. They've designed something that is very, very technical and respected, even when it comes down to the amount of ballot boxes and vote centers that we have in the county. There's a formula for it. So your proposed measure to require at least 12 voting centers or polling places, as you call it, we already provide 13. I mean, why put a number in our charter? It doesn't make sense to me. And you know, another thing too, the change in the election cycle for the clerk and treasurer, there is nothing in this report that describes why. Oh, my time's up already. I can't believe it. All right, well, thanks for listening to me.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here. Thank you.
City Council. I came over here to to speak about my favorite person in this whole government, Eric Pera, because of the criminality that he held when he was at the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department is the reason that there were 17. Now there's 18 gangs, complete gangs over at LA County, the Sheriff's Department. And he was basically Paul Tanaka's right-hand man. In fact, when Paul Tanaka became the Gardena, city of Gardena's mayor, okay, Eric Pera was the one that was collecting the funds over at the Commerce Casino when they were doing fundraisers. The man is a criminal, and every single cop that's over here now is following. Exactly. I want my time.
No, you'll get more time.
I want my time.
You'll get more time.
Ask them. You don't give it to them.
Excuse me.
What?
You'll get more time, but
how do you know? The mayor tells me that, not you.
The time's been paused.
Defamatory statements are not allowed, and people cannot come up to the podium.
What are you talking about?
Call
These are all
somebody a
facts.
criminal, and call somebody a criminal. That's defamatory.
That's defamatory? A public figure? Oh, and also, yeah. Well, one of the deputies actually shit on himself because he had to go. Because he had to go, he was going to be assigned to go to work under his wife, and he pooped on himself. I mean, this is on court documents, so I can't say that? Okay, well, whatever. All right. Okay, so anyway, the city council, hey, you guys are doing a great job. Hey, don't listen to Kim Carr or anybody else. Look, you guys have, you can't tell, can you imagine telling your parents that you allowed somebody, a book that said, hey, did you ever taste yourself when you're to a 12-year-old? Seriously, that's really crazy. Okay, if they want to be an adult, and also please, please, please let the local community speak first. Anybody else that's not in the city, that doesn't live in the city or the surrounding areas, they should be put to last as speakers instead of it being at 11 o'clock. Because the constituents, it's your constituents. The other people, their constituents, I mean, they have a city council where they live, and they should go over there and complain there. But when they come over to here and say things, please, they should be the last ones to talk. And Gracie, I really commend you for going to the Proud Boys and anybody that invites you to any of the parties or whatever it is, functions that they're doing, so that way you can keep an open mind. So that way you can see everything. You can't not talk, oh, stop it, seriously. That's ridiculous. You can't talk to your opposing party. That's how wars start. So you keep it up. And you guys do exactly what you guys are doing. Please, please, please do not listen. If you think that you're right, do it, because that's the reason we voted for you. Yeah, whatever. All right, the second thing, third thing. Oh, man, I had so many things on Eric Pera. You know, the criminal that you guys hired. Oh, Kim Carr hired him. Kim Carr's a beauty, too. Don't listen to her. Please do what you think is best, because we totally trust you. That's the reason you guys are up there. And don't listen to anybody else. Don't listen to anybody else, because they're muddying the water so you guys don't get anything accomplished. Just focus and go. You two, you're doing a great job too, Pat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, could I just add one? Just want to add one more comment for the benefit of the public.
Sure.
Anytime that you call somebody a criminal, that's defamatory per se, and you just gave an admonishment at the beginning of public speaking that defamatory statements are not going to be permissible. That's not considered free speech for purposes of this exercise or this proceeding.
Okay.
Free speech is anything else but not defamatory statements. I just want the public to know that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I believe we're done with the speakers now.
We are done with public comments.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh.
We do?
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dr. Francis Marquez. I am a council member in the city of Cypress. I have to say it's been very painful to watch this tonight for me, to come down here and see the vitriol in the crowd. I'm going to share with you, I'm the daughter of parents who were segregated. What does that mean? My parents were not allowed to go to school with white children. I take care of my mom, who's 90 years old, and to see the lack of inclusivity, you know, I feel like we're stepping back. It's very painful to watch. You can hear it in my voice. I was not planning on speaking tonight, but you need to understand that we need to move forward. People need to be inclusive. You know, this is should be a welcoming place. I grew up in Cypress. My parents bought a home in 1974 in Cypress. I'm one of 6 children. You know, I spent my summer selling vegetables in Cypress, and my other joy was coming to Huntington Beach when I had time, a day off. And this was a beautiful place to come to, but it doesn't feel that way tonight. And it shouldn't be like this. You know, Mr. Strickland, I last saw you at the California League of Cities. This is hard to watch, what's been created here. It's really, really painful to watch. And I really want you guys to think about what's happening here. You know, it's just painful. And with Councilmember Mosier, she was elected by the people, just like myself. I have been senselessly censured in Cypress twice for doing my job, for asking questions, for protecting the residents, for asking the questions that they elected me to do. The same thing that Councilmember Mosier is here to do. And all of you, you're here to serve the residents. It's not about any of you, it's about them. You know, it's critical. And to see everything that's being cut out for the residents, all the different committees, it's just amazing to take that away from them. That is not democracy. I'm a political science professor. I have a PhD. I was the 26th Hispanic woman in the United States to get a PhD in political science. I have faced challenges because of how I look and how people perceive me. And you guys need to think about this. We need to move forward. You cannot continue. The young women that came today from Huntington Beach High School, God bless them. We need to be inclusive. They are our future. You know, we need to be the role models for them. So please, do not retaliate against a council member who's doing her job. You know, I know the pain of what it feels like. 10 seconds. And it still continues. You know, I saw some people from my community here tonight that have given me a hard time on my council. Like I said, please be inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, members, let's move down the agenda. 17. Any members, council committee appointment announcements? Seeing none, moving forward. AB 1234 reporting. Any member have something to report?
I do. I was out in Sacramento Senator Janet Nguyen and Assemblymember Diane Dixon wanted two of us to go down there to receive a commendation to honor California Surf Day. So we were out there a few days ago, actually.
And I would also like to report the trip to Sacramento at the request of Senator Janet Nguyen, Assemblywoman Diane Dixon for National Surf Day in Sacramento. Any others? Seeing none, openness and negotiation disclosures. Any member have anything to disclose? I disclose that I met with Huntington Beach Firefighters Association. City Manager's report. We pulled item 10, or not pulled, but we moved it to the next meeting. City Manager's report, item number 11.
Mayor Strickland, members of the council, Board Member Posey submitted supplemental communications about vector control. He wanted me to remind everyone that with the rains that have been around, filling up containers around the house with high temperatures can create a habitat for thriving mosquitoes, and just reminding people to look in their backyards for water sources, even small sources such as barbecue covers, children's toys, backyard drains. They can breed mosquitoes. And so with that, I will yield the floor back to you.
Thank you. Item number 12, I believe that's already been dispensed with. Now, members, going to the consent calendar, items 13 through 28. Would any member like to pull an item?
15, 16, 18, 19, 20, and 22.
Wait, 15,
16,
16,
18,
18,
19, 20, and 22.
22. Okay, any other members?
13 and 25.
13 and 25. Anything else? Okay, so members, I'm looking for a motion to move the consent calendar, item 14, 21, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28.
I'll make a motion to move the remaining ones.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick?
Aye.
Mosier?
Aye.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Aye.
Bolton?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Passes
Okay.
7-0.
All right, members, we're going now to file item 13. Councilman Burns, you pulled the item.
All right, yeah, it's the minutes, and it's towards the end where Councilmember Mosier addresses Gracie and her response to the appointment of the ad hoc committee. And the minutes say, Councilman Mosier stated her opinion that Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark nor any of the newly elected council members should be part of the ad hoc committee because of alleged past statements and associations. I don't believe that all three of us were, nor any of the newly elected council members were part of that statement, that's all. It was a direct approach to, or a confrontation towards Vandermark, and I don't think it was the rest of us. It was just limited to us. I mean, to Vandermark and not all of us.
Okay.
That's
Well,
it.
could I just suggest that, I didn't review the tape. I have someone that does the minutes, and so unless I go
Yeah.
through and I can go ahead and take a look at the tape and revise accordingly, you just want to postpone approval of the minutes?
Yeah, we'll do
If
that.
that be the case? Would anybody object to that? All right,
I
why
have
don't
no
I just
problem.
go ahead and check it, and then I can put it on the next agenda?
Okay,
So take no
perfect.
action. Okay, no action on item 13.
All right, members, let's move forward. Item 15, Kalmick, you pulled. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So we received a letter from one of the folks that wasn't recommended today in an email, and it included some minutes for the IRC meeting back in July. I do have some concerns about the fact we're selecting the lowest performing government affairs folks, I think on 2 occasions. I asked staff to provide me with the kind of history of this IRC, of the of our alleged affairs, because we haven't had alleged affairs for quite some time since our Townsend contract expired. And since I don't sit on IRC anymore, I didn't have visibility into the fact that we have been without one for quite some time. So I was like, I thought we already did the RFP for this, came back. Apparently we did one back in, if you bear with me 1 second here. Yeah, we did an, I guess one in January-ish, and then that was canceled. And then another RFP where apparently the folks, the person or company were potentially selecting for federal came in last again, and then we refloated the RFP and came back. But the concerning thing to me was in the minutes, it stated that the mayor said that that Stapleton Associates would come down from 10,000 to 7,500. How would you know that?
No, I didn't say that specifically. The minutes then were wrong.
Okay.
I said I'm pretty confident that they would go down to 7,500 if they had the opportunity.
How would you know that?
I was pretty confident that they would be able to do that.
I mean, how would do you know based on what information?
Based on the fact is, I know all the firms that were applying.
Okay.
Both in Sacramento and DC.
Okay.
And I did make the argument. For example, in the first round, there was 3 options in Sacramento, and I didn't like any of the options on the first round. And I thought we should get more data back in terms of writing proposals, grant proposals, and add that to the RFP. And I will tell you from my experience, because I've worked both in Washington and Sacramento, that I really was uncomfortable with the 3 firms. I did not think that I thought they were D- at best firms in the first round. So I asked staff to come back and put out for a rebid, and those bids came back. And so therefore, based on those bids, I know the firms very well. There was 2 firms that have been recognized by Bloomberg as one of the top 50 firms out of the 3,000 firms out there, and we picked one of the firms that Bloomberg said was one of the tops in Washington.
So Stapleton.
And then also in Sacramento, I have a firm knowledge of Sacramento lobbying because I spent 10 years in Sacramento working, and there isn't a lobbying firm I haven't worked with.
Sure. Okay. It wasn't really the Sacramento one that was as concerning, right? Stapleton Associates seemingly just has one person, Thomas Stapleton. It doesn't seem like there's anybody else lobbying for that organization.
No, he has a team. He has a team.
I mean, in all the federal records for federal lobbyists that register under Stapleton Associates, I couldn't find anybody other than his wife as secretary.
He's not on his own.
Okay.
And again, I will forward you the Bloomberg. Out of the thousands of firms, they're recommended as one of the tops in Washington.
For municipal affairs? Because it seems like they only rep defense.
Firms.
They seem like they only rep defense contractors.
Well, they do defense.
Right.
They do defense. And based on the 2, I thought Van Schork was good, and I thought Stapleton was good. But when you look at Van Schork, they're a huge firm, and I didn't think that we would get the kind of attention from that huge firm that I think the city would want. I think the city would want more of a top priority if we're in a lobbying firm. So,
but they're like half the score of like the top.
Well, that score is based on some of the staff, and again, I didn't agree with the staff.
But you didn't talk to Stapleton or anything.
No.
To find out like how we got down.
I have not talked to Stapleton at all.
Okay, because I don't know. It's just surprising that.
Let's put it on the record. I did not talk to Stapleton at all.
Right. I mean, again, like I have major concerns.
I do know the firms.
Sure.
I know all the firms.
Sure. But again, like I just find it that the references were rated so low, and the fact they don't have any. Seemingly, they have no lobbying experience on record in federal government lobbying for any other city.
And again, I thought the 2 best firms. One was a giant conglomerate
Sure.
that I didn't think we would get personal attention, and I did think that Stapleton would give us personal attention. And so therefore, I moved forward. I personally moved the Stapleton move forward.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Stapleton made a donation to your campaign in 2014. for Congress. He made a $1,000 donation.
I'm
Like,
not
I don't know.
aware,
I just
I'm not
feel-
aware. I'm not aware of
Okay.
that.
I just feel like it seems. I mean, this
By
perception.
the way, if we were going to rule out a lot of firms that donated, there's a firm in Sacramento that probably didn't donate to my campaign as well.
Sure, but what I'm getting to is that like this seems so. I mean, I could see the second, maybe the third, but taking the last, especially since the last time they went through that had BB&K, Townsend, and a couple others scored
And I didn't
poorly
think
again.
Townsend was a very good lobbyist that you had previously, but that was the previous council's decision.
Right, and so we.
And again, from my experience in Sacramento, Townsend was not a top firm, and either
Again,
DC or Sacramento, and you hire them for both.
Sure. So, but again, like again, it's the optics. I think of picking the bottom case, and I'm interested to see what the proposal looks like.
And again, I
after this contract is
actually
signed.
articulated that to the city manager. I articulated to the staff. I didn't think that they made a good recommendation.
Okay. Again, like the staff report was pretty unclear as to. I mean, there's no information other than there's not their response to the RFP is not available. It's not it's not. I didn't get a chance to see what their response was. Generally, that's not available to the public until after it's signed. So all we get as council members is the score.
Yep.
And the fact that, I mean, again, you search federal lobbying, they haven't lobbied for a city. I mean, that Stapleton hasn't lobbied for a city at all.
No, they're one of the top lobbying firms, and they got the relationships that will be very helpful for our city.
But I mean, but again, if they've only lobbied defense, and they worked for.
They got relationships all through both the House and the Senate.
Again, I would have liked that to see that in a.
And again,
report or
I'm
an
happy
IRC
to
report or-
forward you the Bloomberg independent study from Bloomberg, which is not exactly a right wing organization.
Okay, I've seen, may I ask a
I'm done.
question?
Thank you.
Are you done? So I've seen the Bloomberg list that you're talking about, but the question is, how many municipal clients does Stapleton have?
0. They don't have any municipal clients.
So between that and between scoring last with the staff's
And maybe that's one of the
evaluation-
reasons why they score last. But again, this is a firm that I know will give us unbelievable personal attention, that I don't believe that it won't come close with Van Straag. And those are the two firms that are, quite frankly, the best. And again, Van Straag, we won't get personal attention. It's a huge firm.
So what about the number 2 and number 3?
I don't think they're very good firms at all. And again, Bloomberg doesn't have them on their list at all.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Thanks. Do you think that there's value in having data-driven policies for things like RFPs?
I think it's important to utilize your personal experience. I do have a personal experience of working in Washington, D.C. If you ever come with me, you would understand that I do know a lot of the players in Washington on both sides of the aisle. In fact, I would encourage any of the other members who have been back to D.C. with me. I do know D.C. extremely well, and I do know Sacramento unbelievably well. So I'm using my experience of what are some really good firms, and I made the recommendation based on my experience.
I think.
And by the way, I have more experience than a pie chart that goes, or RFP that comes to our staff.
So are you proposing that we change the policies with regards to the selection of people who are trying to work for the city? Because I think that what's important is with data-driven policies, you have transparency. You also make sure that you don't have the appearance of impropriety. And I acknowledge that you know these people and everything else, but I think for the public to see that we're looking at awarding a contract to the lowest scorer on this, that would be concerning to me if I saw that. So I think it's important that we have data-driven policies, and if you feel that that's broken and it's not working, then we need to look at that.
I did express the what I thought was broken to the city manager very clearly and distinctly.
I mean, but the fact that the person or the entity that you're recommending doesn't have a single municipal client is concerning to me.
And again, I'm not going to belabor this over and over and over again, but what I will tell you is I do believe my experience of working in Washington, D.C. and working all the lobbying firms in Washington and Sacramento, that I have more experience than a pie chart or RP that's reported back to 2 or 3 staff members. No disrespect to the staff members. They do the best job that they can. But I do believe that my experience, again, the first time around, I would say the firms that came forward were D- at best. And I'm telling you, as a former leader in Sacramento, I do know that area. And this is one of my expertise.
I just value the staff's
Understand.
responses and also their professionalism and, again, a data-driven policy. So it just concerns me. Thank you.
But just, Mr. Mayor, if I may, just going to DC with you was really, eye-opening for me. Just seeing on that trip how many, relationships you have on both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, and based on that, it really kind of opened my eyes of how you can, work across the aisle, get things done with who you know, and based on your experience in the legislature and the Senate and what I witnessed in person, I totally trust your judgment. It doesn't matter to me that they don't have a municipal client. It sounds like they're a smaller group where we get the white glove concierge service. So again, from my experience with you, knowing you, I trust your judgment and experience, so I move this item to move forward.
I actually would like to say something. I did travel to DC and Sacramento with Mayor Strickland, and he knows so many people in there, and he actually knew the first 3 firms that were selected. He just didn't think they were appropriate. Tony knows people from the left, the right, Democrat, Republican, conservative, liberal. That's one of the things that I did admire and learn from Mr. Strickland. He always says politics is a game of addition. You have to come together on both sides, as polarized as we may look. And his choices on these were based solely on his experience. I do believe Mayor Strickland has a lot more experience as far as dealing with these lobbyists than any of us in this room today.
Well, it's been moved, it's been seconded. Clerk, call the roll.
Can I have the second again? I know it was moved by.
Seconded by Gracie Vandermark.
All right, Councilmember Kalmick.
No.
Mosier?
No.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Yes.
McKeon?
Aye.
Bolton?
No.
Burns?
Yes.
Item passes 4-3.
Okay, so moving down the agenda, Kalmick, you're on 19?
16.
Oh, 16, I'm sorry. Thank you.
No problem.
Item 16.
Yes, thank you. I pulled this. I just wanted to voice, potentially take an off-ramp here to abandon this entire endeavor and maintain our existing policies as written. I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosier?
Aye.
Vandermark?
No.
Strickland?
No.
McKeon?
No.
Bolton?
Aye.
Burns?
No.
So,
Item fails 3-4.
so the substitute motion fails. I would like to move, it was on the consent item, item number 16. It's been moved.
Wait a minute.
Second.
It's been seconded by Pat Burns. Call the roll.
I'm confused. You called it a substitute motion?
Yes. He pulled it and
Right.
asked for a substitute motion.
No, he just did a straight
Okay,
motion.
well, I'll do a motion to pass item 16 then. I'm sorry, I thought it was substitute, I apologize.
Okay,
I move item 16, it's been seconded by Mr. Burns.
okay.
Clerk, call the roll.
Call the roll.
Abstain.
Councilmember Kalmick, okay.
Abstain.
Mosier?
No.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Aye.
Bolton?
Abstain.
Burns?
Aye.
The item passes 4-1-2.
Okay, I believe we're on item 18, correct?
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Kalmick, you pulled item?
Yes, I did.
Go ahead.
I don't know if anybody needs the staff report for this. I just had a couple, two quick things. And if anybody, does anyone need the staff report or the PowerPoint or anything? Or okay. I wanted to thank Jamie Strong for her efforts at the bid and for getting this all together, especially for budgeting the CRM. Which I think we've been asking for as a council for a bit, and I think that actually will help better communicate with bid members, and I think will help create a more cohesive piece. I did I did want to confirm again, I was reading through the report, and there's an administrative assistant as a Madeline Gates. I just wanted to confirm that that is the city attorney's daughter.
Yeah, she works part-time for the bid.
All right, thank you. That's all I had, so I'll go ahead and move the report as the staff recommendation.
I will second that and echo Jamie Strong and all her hard work with the downtown bid. She's a jewel of our city. So I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Yes, Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosher.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Item passes 7-0.
Okay, Mr. Kalmick, I believe you pulled 19 is next?
Yes, I appreciate staff. There was a late memo on this that updated and clarified what the original staff report had to say. So I assumed you would have had to move it with the amended by the staff memo.
Okay, second. Clerk, call the roll.
All right, so item 19 as amended by supplemental communication. Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosher.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Okay, members were, I believe, now on item number 20, pulled by Kalmick.
Yep, with the abundance of precaution under SB 1439, I'm going to recuse myself for a potential financial conflict of interest for campaign contribution.
On this item?
Number 20, yes.
Okay. Okay. So moved. Been seconded. Moved by Vandermark, seconded by Burns. Please call the roll.
All right, Councilmember Kalmick's out of the room. Mosher.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
6-0-1.
Okay. Now, Mr. Kalmick's back. I believe you pulled file item number 22.
It's me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I just had some clarifications on this. This is one of those bummer items where we're spending money. The cases weren't identified in here by case number, so I just wanted to confirm with the city attorney which cases we're paying on, because there's one that says the Kennedy Commission versus City of Huntington Beach, and the other one is City of Huntington Beach versus the State of California. If you could just clarify the dates of those and what the second case is in reference to.
So I can describe it. If you had let me know ahead of time, I could have brought the case number. No, that's
I don't need the case number. Just the the years, which specifically just for the audience too.
Yeah.
So that,
Kennedy Commission versus City of Huntington Beach was the one in which they were actually a party and sued us in 2015. Is that good enough for that?
Yeah,
one?
that's
okay.
fine.
The other one was the one in which they were not a party, but they sought to intervene when the city sued the state over SB 35.
Okay, so the second one is the SB 35
in
case.
2018.
Okay, it was the SB 35 case. I just wanted to make, I wasn't quite clear if those were the same case or a separate case. So unfortunately, we're going to have to, this is the outcome of unfortunate of housing stuff, and I do have concerns going forward that the Kennedy Commission is trying to intervene in the next case that we're currently involved in. So we probably in future years may need to set some money aside. This is one of those scary things. I'll go ahead and move it begrudgingly, but we got to pay our bills.
Well, I have a question about it before.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, if I could, just because there is litigation, I just want to remind council to not make any more statements at the dais, as we know from the $3.6 million Court of Appeal decision that statements at the dais have an impact. So just with that admonishment, go ahead.
So just to be clear, so we appealed the intervention, the attorney's fees for the case where the Kennedy Commission intervened. Is that right?
Yeah, it was $140,000.
Right. Okay. So was there an event that happened with that? Because the last thing that I understood was that we submitted the appeal. Was that rejected?
No. If I recall correctly, and again, if I had had these questions, I could have looked at the file. I recall the council chose not to appeal to the Supreme Court on that one.
That's not my recollection.
Yeah, there was one appeal to the Supreme Court, and that was the larger fees award on the other case.
Yeah, I remember
And
that.
not the intervention. Yeah.
Okay.
And I believe that decision was made only 2 meetings ago. Yeah.
That was my recollection. I recalled that we had
That
said we
we-
were going to spend some money to go
Right, to appeal.
to appeal
to the Supreme Court.
Not on the one on the intervention. And I can pull the records
There's more
for
than
you.
one.
It's
I mean,
a closed,
you got
it's a
it.
closed session discussion.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can, I can follow up with it and pull the records for you.
Yeah, it's again, it happened more than 20 minutes ago, so.
Been moved. It's
Just
been
real
second-
quick,
oh, go ahead.
real quick, just a clarifying statement. Were some comments made by the public tonight that this outcome was due to our doing, but this was from a previous council, I believe, in 2020. So make that
Well, let's make that, let's let the city attorney clarify the dates on that one real quick.
Sure.
Well, so there's obviously 2 fees awards. The one goes back to 2015, the other one's 2018.
Right.
And there have been some comments about, the Kennedy Commission case the city sustaining losses. On the merits of any of the legal arguments, we actually sustain no losses. There was a strange award in which a court found that based on a catalyst theory, and I won't get into it, but basically saying that because the lawsuit existed and the city updated its housing element in 2020, which it did so in order to pursue SB2 funds, and the record's clear on that, that notwithstanding, the lawsuit had something to do with that housing element update. And so the court found a catalyst, based on a catalyst theory, that the Kennedy Commission was entitled to fees. So I don't want to go too far into it because I don't think it's pertinent, but I think it is important to note that there actually were no losses other than the finding of fees on the catalyst theory. All the other decisions, all 3 that went to the Court of Appeal were wins for the city.
Attorney fees, right?
The attorney's fees.
Yeah.
It's been moved, right? Been second?
I don't have a second. Okay.
I'll second. Clerk, call the roll.
All right. Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosher.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
So on item 25, an abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself. My wife owns a property near this item. I don't think I should. It's close enough where I didn't have a research, so it's close enough for me to just announce I'm going to recuse myself because her property that she owns is in our family trust. So I'm going to leave the room and leave it to the mayor pro tem.
You pulled it?
Yep.
Okay. So,
Real quick, this was approved before we took office, I believe in 2022 in like May. And I was just wondering, was there any public comments against this in the area?
I can respond that no, that this project did not have a public hearing associated with it. It was part of the 2020 overlay that was adopted related to the housing element. And as part of that overlay, we had to allow ministerial approval of 6 projects potentially on 6 sites. So there was no public hearing on this project.
Okay. That's it.
did you want to make a motion?
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
It was, okay. All right, so a motion by Kalmick, second by Mosher. So go ahead.
Seconded.
Oh, I'm
Bolton.
sorry.
Bolton second.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rhonda. All right, so I'll call the roll. Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosher.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland is out of the room. McKeon.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
No.
All right, so the item passes 5-1-1 with Mayor Strickland out of the room.
Okay, members, I believe we're done with the consent items, and now we're on file item 29's been pulled. So administrative item number 30. Staff, please introduce your report.
So, Mayor and actually council members and City Attorney Michael Gates, we do have a short staff report showing the items that was approved at the last council meeting, and Catherine John will quickly go through them.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Before you tonight are 3 proposed charter amendment ballot measures that have been prepared by the City Attorney's Office for potential placement on the March 5th, 2024 statewide primary election. But first, a timeline leading up to tonight's meeting. In June 6, 2023, City Council formed the ad hoc committee to review the charter, and the committee was comprised of Mayor Strickland, Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, and Councilmember Burns. The committee was tasked to work with the city attorney to recommend charter amendments for the upcoming primary election. In the summer, the committee worked with the city attorney to prepare 7 recommended amendments. On August 1st, City Council approved the 7 amendments, added 3 more, and directed the city attorney to review each one and prepare all the materials necessary to place them on 1 or more ballots. Throughout August, the city attorney's office prepared the required materials to place the 10 amendments across 3 separate ballot measures, which are presented here tonight for your consideration. And just as a side note, all materials need to be submitted to the ROV by the December 8th, 2023 filing deadline. Before we delve into the measures, the fiscal impact of this item, if approved, is as follows. The rough estimate to place 3 charter amendment ballot measures on the upcoming ballot is approximately $1.174 million, or about $391,000 per measure. The final cost will rely on various factors, including the number of pages required to place the ballot measures on the ballot and the voter guide, and other secondary expenses. And so given this variability and unknown costs at this time, we recommend that the City Council appropriate $1.2 million in general funds based on the ROV's rough estimates. Okay, so additional details about this measure, ballot measure number 1, are as follows. What you see here is what will be presented to the voters on the ballot on March 5th, 2024, and I'll read it off for you. Ballot measure number 1 shall propose charter amendment number 1 to require voter ID for elections, more in-person voting locations and monitoring of drop boxes, clarify that voters elect the city attorney as the city's legal counsel free from interference from city officials, and clarify budget authority for the city attorney's office, update the qualifications of candidates for city clerk, and stop potential political wrongdoing by requiring alleged malfeasance by a city official be investigated by outside agencies be approved. A few additional details about this measure are as follows. Number 1, the measure would amend Section 702 and add a new section requiring voter ID. Beginning in 2026, it would also require at least 20 residential voting locations, in addition to the ones that are at city facilities. And it would also require the city to monitor drop boxes in the city. The measure would also amend 2 different sections to revise the city attorney's powers and duties to allow full legal control of all legal business and proceedings, prohibit reductions to the attorney's compensation and annual budget without a 4/5 council vote. Any reduction cannot exceed 3% a year and from the previous year. It would also require all privileged communications remain inaccessible by any city official or third party without the city attorney or council's approval. and all changes to Section 309 would take effect starting January 1st, 2027. The measure would also amend a section such that qualifying for the city clerk position would require any 4-year bachelor's degree that is no longer limited to business, public administration, or a related field. And it would add one new section requiring any allegation of malfeasance, wrongdoing, or misconduct against an elected city official be referred to the DA's office or other higher level government agency. As you can see here, we have ballot measure number 2, and I'll read that for you as well. Shall propose Charter Amendment number 2 to provide that the only flags that shall be displayed by the city on city property are the U.S., County of Orange, City of Huntington Beach flags, and the POW flag, and flags of the armed forces. Require the city to adopt a 2-year budget, and move the city clerk and city treasurer elections to the gubernatorial election cycle be approved. An overview of the measure includes adding a new Section 806, limiting the display of flags on city properties to the U.S., state, county, city, military branches flags, as well as the Olympic flag as needed. To display any other flag would require a unanimous council vote. The measure would also amend several sections that would require the city to transition from an annual to a biannual budget starting in 2026. It would also amend a section to move the election of the city clerk and treasurer to the same election cycle as the city attorney, clarifies the commencement dates of the terms of elected city officials. And finally, our last measure, ballot measure number 3, reads, shall propose Charter Amendment number 3 to require voter approval of any city transaction that forgives, waives, or forgoes the collection of property in excess of $100,000 per year, except acquisition of property for parks or infrastructure. Update exceptions to Section 612, otherwise known as Measure C, to allow certain children's playground equipment, park-related utility structures, and public restrooms be built or improved without limitation. And update the procedures to cancel a regular city council meeting be approved. An overview of this ballot measure would add a new section requiring voter approval of certain city transactions that forgive, waive, or forgo property tax collection by the city in excess of $100,000 without both council and citywide voter approval. Transactions to acquire property for parks and infrastructure would be exempt. The measure would amend a section to exempt the construction of public restrooms up to 6,000 square feet and the construction and replacement of playground equipment up to a certain size from requiring citywide voter approval. It would also amend one more section to clarify that council meetings can be canceled as needed by the mayor or majority of council members. So the recommendations are as follows. Consider the 3 proposed charter amendment ballot measures, ballot language, and exhibits to place all 3 measures on the March 5th, 2024 statewide primary election ballot for voter approval. If approved, the council would need to adopt 4 separate resolutions: 1, to call for the election; 2, to consolidate with the county's elections; number 3, would set priorities for written arguments and directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis for each one; and number 4, to provide for the filing of rebuttal arguments. Another recommendation would be to appropriate $1.2 million in general funds to support these measures. And lastly, and staff would like to recommend adding one more recommendation, would be to dissolve the ad hoc council committee if these items are approved tonight, since that means their scope of work would be completed. And that concludes our report.
Thank you. Councilman Burns. You told me you wanted to speak on the item.
Okay, there's been a lot of discussion about this tonight, and bottom line is we are just trying to make this the governing of this city more efficient and better for the residents and the businesses. That's what these charter amendments are all about.
Again, I would remind the audience, we had over 100 speakers. We gave you respect, whether you're with us or against us. Give the members of this council the same respect. Okay.
Again, there's been a lot of discussion. Just because the number of people that are in here have spoken loudly and have been very convincing in their conviction, it doesn't mean that you guys represent the whole city. And again, we respected you guys to talk. We didn't interrupt you, so let us do it. We got to invest in it. We got to do things to make the city dial it in so it's running more efficiently at how we do it. We talked about it. It's not every time, not everything is a committee and we started with just a couple items, and then as we went through, it developed into a few more, and it wasn't without other input. People contacted us because they knew it was coming, and they chimed in a little bit, but these aren't done haphazardly. We did it with we were very diligent and prudent in what we came up with. And I'd be willing to guess that we didn't get this kind of public outcry last election cycle. But what are you giggling about? What are you cackling about? Oh, no, never mind. I don't expect you to answer it. But we are working. Hey. Censor, yeah. Okay. But we are trying to do what's best. And this is a perfect example why it doesn't always have to become a big committee. It doesn't have to be a big deal. Because ultimately, it goes to vote. The people get the vote. They get to speak loudly as can be with their vote. And it's as simple as that. Catherine, can you ask, how much was it last election cycle to run those LMN? Do you recall?
It was approximately $300,000 each at that time, so times 3, that'd be about under $1 million.
Okay. At this point, that's all I have.
I have a question. A lot of the audience came up there and said they're going to sue, so on and so forth, because there's items that we can't put things on the March ballot. I want to clarify. I want to make sure we go to our city attorney and ask that question. My understanding, again, talking to different folks, and I just want to clarify from you, because you're our city attorney, are we allowed to put things on the March ballot? Because I do believe the clerk would stop us if we were not allowed.
Yeah, we are, and just for the benefit of the public, and so that maybe the whole council has a better understanding too, this assignment, this task of preparing all this was assigned to Paul De Losandro, is an attorney in my office who had been with the city for 35 years. He's done a number of these over the years, charter amendment proposals, bringing them to ballot, and so he knows election law as well as anybody else. And so he guided the process. I relied on his expertise. And so he did all the research. These questions came up early on when other council members had raised them. And for this specifically, one of the authorities that we're relying on to put charter amendments on the primary, if anybody wants to look it up, it's Elections Code Section 1415, which specifically provides for a city to put charter amendments on a primary statewide ballot. So there's all those other government codes that were cited are inapplicable. When it comes to ballot measures, there's a whole ton of law out there because there's different situations, different circumstances. But for this set of circumstances, in this situation, it's perfectly okay.
And I know the legislature said on what they put on the ballot, all has to be in November. I was in Sacramento when they were doing that. But again, clarification from your expert election law attorney says we can put it on the March ballot. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you brought up section 1415. I also have concerns about you giving us legal advice at this point on charter amendments that affect your office. Do we have outside counsel here to ask and answer certain questions?
So two things. It's not impermissible to be here, me giving advice on things that affect my office. And you will notice that one of the amendments is that these don't even take effect until 2027.
Which was a later question that I had on as to reasoning for that. But section 1415A, paragraph 2, states that a charter proposal that proposes to amend in a manner, you can put things on the March ballot as long as a charter proposal that proposes to amend a charter in a manner that does not alter any procedural or substantive protection, right, benefit, or employment status of any local government employee or retiree or any local government employee organization. I asked this question about, this is SB 311, which applied to, basically came out of the city of Bell, where they were shoving a bunch of stuff through in a low turnout primary ballot, raising people's salaries, doing a bunch of different things. And that's where I think now Senator Padilla brought this item through. So I asked this at the last meeting, and there was no analysis in the staff report on it, but how does affecting the term limit of the city clerk and treasurer and affecting the city attorney's office, including budgeting and or the ability to not budget or budget, changing that office not apply to being a substantive protection or right or benefit for that office? Like, how can we put these on the March ballot?
So Connor Highland is also here, who worked with Paul DeLisandro on these issues, and he can answer as well. But I will say that that's in part why the 2027 effective date occurs. But if you look at the statutes that you're citing, and you look at the legislative intent, they weren't meant to, they weren't aimed at how they affect elected officials in the future. They're actually aimed at how they affect employees. Because when there were a whole host of CalPERS issues and bargaining unit issues going on decades ago, there were cities putting in their charters that disputes had to go to arbitration. And the state stepped in and said, no, you can't put these types of amendments in charters that affect bargaining units, affect their employment conditions or their working conditions. Those statutes that you're referencing are aimed to protect employees, not aimed to protect elected officials.
But you are an employee, though.
But it's a different class.
Has that been litigated?
No.
Is there a court decision on that?
Well, all I can tell you is I'm relying on my attorney's research. And this is not the first time this has ever come up. So
I mean, there was a discussion during the last charter amendment section about if you could put some of the charter stuff on the primary ballot, and that involved potentially eliminating the city clerk's position as an elected position. It was, no, you can't put any of that on the primary ballot.
Same response. What is proposed here is completely permissible.
Again, but it hasn't been litigated, right? Like, there is a non-zero, I mean, there's always a chance of exposure, but like the fact that there hasn't been done for a elected employee.
I don't know that it hasn't been litigated.
I mean, I don't know.
I know. I mean, what are we supposed to take your authority on the legal research?
This is the reason why it would be helpful to have a legal memo on this, because we're talking about spending $1.2 million of taxpayer money, and I am not even sure any of this is legal. And
okay.
Why
you know
would
what?
we do that?
That's more of what I had a couple years ago with council members casting aspersions. We've had 3 attorneys in our office work on this, and all 3 attorneys arrived at the same conclusion. And the city attorney's office is here to provide that legal research and that service to the council.
So I would love to see the memo. All of us should be able to see the memo that lays all of this out. This is why we're asking this question. And all I'm saying is, before we send something to the voters, we should at least be confident that there's not going to be some legal issue down the road and we will have wasted $1.2 million putting this stuff on the ballot.
You can be confident.
Other questions?
Yeah, I mean,
please.
Okay.
Councilman.
So, as we go through the items, right, they're all in the exhibits. They're kind of all put together as one resolution, and then you have to zoom out, I guess, to see some of this. So, I guess the larger question is like, who's the constituency for these charter amendments? Like, we heard a lot of folks run on no charter amendments, don't change the charter. Some of this stuff was actually, a couple of these things came from the last set of charter amendments from the Charter Review Commission.
I want to address that.
And now we're not, again, like I'm interested to see that there's no people coming to the podium saying, you know what we really need to fix, or we need to instill the flag policy in our charter. We need to address some of these other concerns. The Measure C stuff is something that we do hear from staff quite a bit, but adjusting the clerk's position, moving all of these elected staff to one election, creating a 6-year term, which would, if a new person gets elected, would allow them to vest in CalPERS too at the 5-year point, which seems odd instead of doing a 2 and a 4-year term. Almost gives you a trial position for that person to see if they worked out over 2 years without having the city carry the burden of CalPERS for a 6-year term. But I guess starting off with the initial special provisions for municipal election, this locks us into hosting our own elections, right? Because the second we say we're going to do voter identification, the county's going to bail on us. So this isn't clear as to when the next election, when this would happen. It says in 2026, the city will provide voting, will have at least 20 residential voting locations in person, voting dispersed evenly throughout the city. And then we'll have monitoring drop boxes located in the city in compliance with applicable laws. But this says that we're going to have voter ID. And so that means, I don't know when this goes into effect. It's unclear. I'm guessing if it passes in March, it goes into effect 30 days, whatever, 10 days, a month. So the November election, we're on our own. There's nothing in the staff report here that describes what that could potentially cost us, because this says the city shall verify the eligibility of voters by voter identification. And according to the city clerk, it makes it very clear that the county is not going to have any part of that. We received some emails saying that voter ID is potentially illegal in the state of California. I don't know. I'm guessing that it's in here. We're going to get the same answer if it was vetted. The other concerning parts as we move through this is the removal of the city council shall have control of all legal business and proceedings and all property of the legal department and may employ other attorneys to take charge or may contract for prosecution, litigation, and other legal matters of business. Removing basically the authority of the city council to be the client is interesting. I have not seen that. I've seen that language in many other city charters involving an elected city attorney, of which there are only 10 in the state. And then adding in sections to the city attorney to add powers to the city attorney that effectively makes the city attorney its own island position where the council doesn't really even have any relationship with the city attorney. It really muddies the water even more of that relationship, which needed clarity to begin with. But again, like it does not make sense as to how that's situated and how it speaks to the attorney-client relationship. The annual budget piece, again, is wild. It basically stops the city from being able to reduce the budget if it exceeds 3%. Can't do it. So we're in massive deficits. We got to cut across the board. We can only cut the city attorney's budget 3% based on the charter. That seems like we're tying our hands. We're tying our hands there for wild reasons. And then we get down to L, which is keep, maintain, and protect all city confidential attorney-client privileged and attorney work product privileged information. I don't even know how that relationship works at this point. If we're trying to get briefed or have questions, we're gonna have to go to council and vote in public to ask to get privileged information that as a member of this board should be entitled to. I don't understand why why these go into effect in 2027. I don't know the reasoning for that. Lowering the city clerk's position for business and public administration, a related field. The clerk provided late communication that showed many of the other cities have very similar language in their charters that explain the city clerk's roles, and I think lowering that role doesn't make a lot of sense. The investigations of malfeasance, again, there's some edge cases here that start to become an issue for me. Primarily, what if you have an elected official who is sexually harassing someone? The DA is not going to take that. They're going to say it's an HR issue, and higher authorities in the government aren't. It creates this weird, again, like hand-tied, no accountability, but looks like there's accountability. role. And I think if we're investigating malfeasance, there should be some sort of, again, there's a larger thought process that goes into this than just an idea that gets thrown out and a small committee works on it, right? There's an inspector general position in some cities. There's other elected means in order to do this. This is an item I brought forth on ethics and an investigation of complaints from residents on things that don't necessarily require the FPPC. And so I think that this, again, muddies the water. The flag item, again, we're already changing it again. It's been 5 months. Now we're going to put it in the charter. And the requirement of unanimous vote to actually fly another flag goes backwards again on the policy. But it only requires a majority to do so many things, but to fly a flag, we're going to have a unanimous vote of the council. To have that in the charter seems wild to me, especially since, again, we've already amended this twice since it was introduced. Once to add the military flags, and one now to add the Summer Olympics flag if we get it. And again, it authorizes the mayor to do something. Again, in the charter for flags, I don't understand it. Again, putting that in our charter doesn't seem like a real good idea. And again, when we get back to the property tax issue here, it's again vague, and I think this adds even more complication. Like, if this council doesn't want to do that type of transaction anymore, just don't do it. But to basically say that the no transaction that forgives, waives, or forgoes the collection of property tax by the city in excess of $100,000 per year shall be approved unless authorized by the vote of the people and the council at a special election costing a bunch of money. The transaction shall exempt acquisitions of property or public parks, which handles the Naylor Act issue, which we brought up, and transactions related to acquisition for infrastructure is defined, and that's streets and public buildings, things like that. But again, this effectively could be considered a barrier to housing if passed, and if we are forced to repeal it because of litigation, would cause another section 1415, that would be paragraph B, that we could put on, but would cost us potentially $1 million to call another special election to have to repeal this out of the charter. Like, I think setting up an ordinance, which would require a couple of votes to repeal it, stops any nonprofit or someone claiming a hardship clause from doing any business with the city. So if there's a grant to make a bridge to create some really cool project, but the nonprofit happens to own it, we're going to have to go to a vote of the people to get that going, and that adds enormous cost to the project. And we have seen Measure C projects or really cool projects like the Ducks want to come and build an ice rink or something cool where there's parkland involved. It's not park; it hasn't been park for years and years, but it's zoned park. Deal's done because nobody wants to go deal with the voters and run a campaign because it costs so much money. I think former Director Slama came up and talked about the Measure C changes about what is a children's playground facility? What if we want to have just a playground facility for adults or something to that effect? So I think we're getting kind of narrow on that. So I think that there was no constituency of folks. We got no emails saying, or a handful, 2 or 3, 5 maybe, of emails saying we really need these charter amendments. I believe putting these on in November would be cheaper too. And there was I had asked staff for some analysis on that, do some of these need to go in March or could they go in November? I don't know. This just seems like a big rush to get stuff that no one's asking for, that the public didn't have a year-long meeting on, which the Charter Commission, which Councilmember McKeon served on, and supported some of the charter amendments as straw votes as they went through, where there was public input and debate about what should and shouldn't be on, a thorough evaluation. And some of these are just coming out of left field. And they're creating protections that are interesting, but again, are trying to solve problems that don't necessarily exist. And I think messing with the city clerk's position and creating a 6-year term, again, I think I have problems with the definitions that we're going to put on the ballot because it doesn't tell the voter who should maybe be just looking at that what's actually on there, right? Because it says to the effect of as what the little boxes are, right? So would you think that the flags displayed at the county, POW flags, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't actually say that you can also fly other flags. The Olympic flag leaves that out. And then also talking about updating the qualifications for city clerk vague, I'd say at best. And then, again, like I think that these don't give the full picture of potentially changing and clarifying budget authority for the city attorney's office. That's not necessarily what that is. Like I just don't think these describe what these items are in any detail, and I think we're going to end up in court and just cost us a bunch of money for stuff that doesn't really even seem like it hasn't been asked for. Again, like normally folks send us a lot of emails, like on e-bikes, and I appreciate the item later on the agenda that people want solved, but I didn't hear or see emails, haven't seen emails for folks really clamoring for changing the city clerk's term, having 3 new staff members potentially and 4 new council members get elected in one election, and then changing the city attorney's budget and all these other things. No one's been clamoring for voter ID, and I think the voter ID thing is the #1 thing that's going to get us sued immediately. And that may be in time, it may be after the election if it passes, but I also think that that we could potentially get sued for. Again, like I don't think that, I think that these City of Bell items that were brought in potentially impact elected staff as well, because I think, again, we're within the spirit of reading as that SB 311 was passed in 2013, it seemed like this is what they were trying to avoid, was changing things for staff on a very small, a low turnout primary election historically. Thank you, I'll yield my time.
Well, I would like to respond to, I can't respond to all those items, but I'm going to try to do my best. First of all, you mentioned that the 4, I can only speak for me, I can't speak for the other 3, were against all charter amendments. Yeah, we were against the previous charter that the previous council put up. I was against the amendments that you guys put up in the last election, but I never said I was against all charter amendments. In fact, one of the amendments I was trying to get, I've talked and I tried to lobby Michael Posey to put a couple amendments on last cycle, and he decided not to move forward on some of the things I suggested. Number 2, you said, well, voter ID, no one asked for this. And, just because they're not emails to you and the rest of the council, I will tell you, I've got many folks in the community asking me to bring in voter ID to Huntington Beach and for municipal elections. And then number 3, you said, well, the elections, it can't be done for us to do election law in a specific city. And again, as I mentioned in the last council meeting that we had, if you looked at some of the Northern California cities, they do a lot of different items on their local elected ballots for municipal elections. Some are called choice voting, and I'm sure you've heard of choice voting, but that's done in a lot of cities up in Northern California that are not done throughout the state, and not done most likely, I don't know any of that's done in Southern California, but it's done a lot up in Northern California. There's some municipalities throughout the state, particularly in Northern California, they do felony voting. They allow felons to vote in their municipal elections. Some even have 16-year-olds as a trial to vote. I'm sure you've heard of that. So Northern California, a lot of the cities do their local elections in their municipalities, and they're moving forward. So, we do have the right here in Huntington Beach, just like those Northern California cities, to take a look at different items. And again, voter ID, if it doesn't pass the voters, it's not law. Again, all this goes to the voters, and the voters will decide. And then number 4, the clerk. It was been, many of the speakers said, we're lowering the standards. That's not what we're doing with the clerk. First and foremost, Kelly Gates has already announced she's not running for clerk. She's already announced she's not running for clerk. But when you look at the language, it's ambiguous. It says a degree or something related. So really, it becomes ambiguous whether you qualify or not. In fact, the degree that's specifically written, and no disrespect, our current clerk doesn't have the degree in what's specifically written, it's what's related. And all I'm trying to say on the clerk thing, no matter who runs, I think it shouldn't be ambiguous. We should tighten up that language. I don't care who runs for clerk, we should tighten up that language. And then, what's the other one? November versus March. there's so many different ballots that are initiatives that are going to be, because the state moved everyone that the legislature puts on the ballot. There's going to be 25, 30 initiatives that's going to be on the November ballot, and it's going to get crowded. And what happens a lot of times is our citizens, when it's overwhelming for our citizens to have so many ballot initiatives, a lot of times people just vote no. I personally think that the March ballot will get more attention and more focus, which I think is important, because I think our voters are very smart here in Huntington Beach, and they'll have the focus in March, where when you have 25, 30 different ballot initiatives coming from the state, along with what we add, I just don't think that's healthy, good governance. And so with that, I'm proud of what we, the last thing is, the bundling. The reason why it was 3 and not 11, obviously, is for resources sake. We wanted to consolidate, and we try to consolidate things as close as possible, and not put multiple things that are controversial in one. So we try to consolidate the subject matter as best as we could, but we did have 11 different items. I don't think any of us here wanted 11 different ballot initiatives, so that's why we consolidated to save resources for the city. So with that, I'm proud of the work that our committee did, and I urge a yes vote on this item. Councilwoman.
Yeah, so I appreciate what you're saying, Mayor, about the fact that this will go to the voters, but I think we need to be judicious about what we send to the voters. So take the question about administering elections locally. So I understand what you're saying about what they do in Northern California, but what about Orange County? Mm-hmm. What is the registrar of voters going to do? Do we know? Do we know if they're going to, what are they going to, does anybody know? What are they going to do? Are we going to be on our own or not?
I don't think they know.
Okay, so again, it's the same. I have the same concern that I do with the legality of the stuff having to do with the city attorney, voter ID. If we don't know the answers to these questions, we should not be asking taxpayers to spend $1.2 million on this. We should know the answers to these questions. If we have to administer our own elections, how much is that going to cost? And so I just don't think that's fair. So, like I said, I appreciate what you're saying. Yes, can all go to the voters, should all go to the voters, but we need to be more careful than this. This is not ready for prime time. So,
Mayor. Yeah, so I think a lot of these charter amendments are great. I even included 2. But, over the last month, I just have received an enormous amount of calls from, residents and our biggest supporters who are adamantly opposed to just this process we're using to come up with these charter amendments, essentially to our city's constitution. And so there might be some legitimate areas worthy of review, but in my opinion, that needs to happen through a transparent process in a charter review committee that I was a part of with the public's involvement, and not through like an ad hoc committee, which I promised the community I would not do. And if we want to move forward with charter amendments, we should do it through the right process and reinstitute the charter review committee to ensure full transparency, public debate, and public participation. And from what I've gathered from the people that I've spoken with, I think it's in the hundreds. That's the will of the people who I spoke with, and that's something that I would support is, reinstituting like the charter review committee to really involve the community.
Are there any of those amendments that you are against?
To me, it's not, the issue is not the amendments, it's the process. And I'm sharing with you the feedback that I received from a lot of our really big supporters.
Would you be in favor to add a public ad hoc committee? Have it public hearings that involves all the citizens where they can come in and speak, they can come in and do all of that.
Yeah.
But it's an ad hoc committee, and that way it's not limited to 7 people that get appointed by us and get directed by us, but it's the ad hoc, and then everybody, it's on record, It's agendized and everything, official, but everybody can speak and have input, whomever wants to.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Would you be in agreement with
yeah,
that?
I don't think that the ad hoc is the correct definition, but if you had like, I guess, a study session that's in the public where people could participate and.
Well, have several, have a few meetings.
Yeah.
And where public can address it.
Definitely.
And then.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I just don't think that, I don't think the correct definition is ad hoc from what you're describing, but with whatever we could maximize public participation, and I think maybe the study session is the correct vehicle to do that. Yeah,
The study session, I don't know if it would allow the input from the citizens. That's why I say have council, three members of council, have a hearings in this room, and let whomever wants to come and speak. And yes, residents. Well, it's a public. Yeah. I don't know if you can limit it to. You can't limit it. Freedom of speech, First Amendment. Yeah. Thanks for the expertise there. And but you'd be willing for that, sure? Because then I'd be up for that too. If we may do a 3-member ad hoc committee or committee, whatever you want to call it, with and have some public hearings, and you can.
But I think
improve these. You can improve them.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think the ad hoc is the correct vehicle. I mean, I don't know why we all can't be up here. So that's why I keep saying like a study session. But whatever vehicle you guys want to use to maximize public participation, and if it's over several meetings, I'm all for that for sure. I just thought, based on my experience with the Charter Review Commission, there was maximum involvement. And I was outvoted, 6-1 all the time, but there was a maximum amount of opportunity for the public to participate, come speak, address comments. They could see the minutes from the last meeting, et cetera. So if there's a vehicle to do that with us and the public to participate, I'd be for that for sure.
Councilmember McKeon, I mean, you're describing the Charter Review Commission.
Right.
Again, to have the 7 of us have to go to, the idea is to delegate.
Yeah.
Ideally, is to delegate a representative from each council member or 2, so you've got a larger group and a larger field.
But weren't we elected to make decisions? We were elected by the people to represent them and make decisions. And that's what's being done.
But we're collecting input from the residents to have an open process to be able to, because if you do it at a study session, right, it's one-way communication. We can't have folks testify, ask questions, it's still a structured council meeting, whereas the Charter Review Commission, Councilmember McKeon, I wasn't able to attend, but correct me if I'm wrong, but there is it's a bit looser structure, be able to get some more debate and discussion and dig into, and then ask staff to come back with hey, what's this going to cost, or what are these options? Or again, I think the facilitator was helpful as well. But
you could, based on my experience on that committee, you could tighten the timeline for sure, right? We could set guardrails. But for me, it's just the feedback I received. It's just the process. People have a real big issue with, and so I'm trying to find a way to maximize the.
That's why I say open it up to the public and let them come talk to the committee of
Can I
council
add
members.
something?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please.
Go ahead,
Can I ask the city clerk? It's my understanding that in our charter, there's actually some guidelines as far as what we're supposed to do with regards to charter amendments. Is that correct, or charter reviews?
Well, really, I think the only thing that the charter calls out is a 10-year review.
Okay.
If I'm correct.
It's just a take a look every 10 years.
If needed, it's a suggestion, really.
Okay, thank you.
And the only thing that I'd like to say about ad hoc versus a standing committee, an ad hoc committee is not required to hold Brown Act meetings, so I wouldn't call it an ad hoc group.
So officially it's not ad hoc, but if they wanted to designate a panel of 3 to be meeting with the public, they could notice the meetings. They could. These are options. This is not a game show. You could designate 3 to meet with the public and take in feedback, and you could notice those meetings and so on and so forth. So they could be Brown Act meetings with a smaller panel.
A couple other things, though, right? So there's precedents for how we normally done this for many decades, as far as holding a charter review commission. I appreciate what Councilmember McKeon had mentioned with regards to getting more public input and responding to those concerns. And responding, I appreciate that, and responding to those concerns. I know Councilmember Burns had mentioned, I think that a charter amendment requires public input and review and transparency. And I know Councilmember Burns mentioned that some people had chimed in a little bit, which I think that's part of the problem, what people are concerned about. Another thing with the Charter Review Commission is that they don't come with preconceived charter amendments. They actually go through everything. They might have some things actually, like they could bring all of these things forward in that, and also they might come up with additional things as well, or discuss that. But I think that it's very important that we, I think, use the precedent. You talked about the value of the facilitator within that too. So you have a third party person who's a professional at doing that, who can and help everything along the way. As far as the length of time, like that's something that perhaps it can be shortened. I don't know. It did take a long time. I don't know what the standard is for that. Perhaps that could be made more efficient. But for me, I don't think it would be right to have 3 people up here and then the rest of us not being able to participate. With having 1 or more appointees, at least then we have some more ability to participate from the entirety of the council and not just a couple of people. And I think the community would always appreciate having more transparency, more input, and it sounds like the entire community would appreciate that. So I would support that.
I'd make a motion to...
Hold on. I want to ask clarifications. Clarification from the city attorney. Hasn't it been practiced in the past where certain council members have put things on the ballot without going through ad hocs, or they just author something that goes right on the ballot? Hasn't that happened in the past?
Yeah, I think the cannabis tax a couple of years ago was
That
not-
didn't go
not
through a
to-
commission, that didn't do it, just...
Yeah, and the council can vote to put anything on the ballot from any method. So there's like a million different ways you could go about putting something on the ballot.
But it has been done recently
Well, the
without...
cannabis tax had to go on the ballot.
Okay, but did you go through a commission?
We had an ad hoc committee. We had several
So
public
you had an ad
meetings.
hoc committee?
Yeah,
Okay.
but it was the tax had to go on the ballot because charter amendments do too, but it was a specific.
I'm just asking.
It was
But
a
there were
policy. It was a
several
policy.
public meetings, though, like town
Yeah.
hall style meetings to do that.
Yeah.
No, I'm just asking the question because so it's been done without the Citizens Commission in the past. So I firmly believe.
By the way, Mayor, just so we have the records from the last Charter Review Commission. So of all the time that they spent and all the consultation or consultants' input, we have those records. So if there are gems in there, we can go back and review those documents and pull those gems out and present it to the new.
And my question is there a way to do a charter commission with the full council instead of us appointing one person? Can we just do it with the full council?
You can do this any way you want.
Okay,
As long
I'm
as-
asking.
Yeah, no, I just want to
asking.
stress that point because you don't need, I'm just trying to avoid the 20 questions, right? Like you literally can do whatever method you want that the council ultimately approves the final result to put on the ballot.
Okay, and the last, maybe I'll have more down the line, but right for this time, Madam Clerk, timeline to get it on the March ballot. What's the deadline?
Well, you'd have to have everything done by December 8th.
December
That
8th?
includes, yes, that includes, so we put a timeline together of the council meetings that are coming up, but as far as forming, a new committee, and we weren't even thinking about that.
I understand.
So it would be tight.
So if I made a motion that we do a citizens commission made up of the council, the full council, and I would say that we do it every Wednesday for the next 5 weeks, and then come back to council.
Is that your motion?
Not a citizen, it's council. I'm saying a council with public input, absolutely.
Like public meetings?
Would you be able?
I would make a substitute motion. I mean, you don't have a second on your motion. I don't want to jump in until.
Do I have a second on the motion?
But just
It's been second.
real quick, just like so every week, could we do like Thursdays?
We can do Thursdays. You want to do Thursdays?
But I'm saying, but I just want to be clarified. So, 7 city council members, public meetings, just to talk about the charter.
Yep.
Okay.
So my substitute motion, I don't know if we can actually make that motion tonight, can we? I don't know if it's been agendized properly to form an
Yeah, it's based on the charter. It's on the agenda.
You're just scheduling the next
Okay.
meeting.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, it's just a regular council meeting, that's right. So, again, you're correct, special council meeting. The substitute motion would be to form a charter review committee with representatives, or actually have council staff come back at the next meeting with a structure and some options to form a charter review commission, and then form it at the next meeting. So we have options, times, if we want to appoint people, how many people we want to appoint. Again, I think it's the same staff report from a year and a half ago. It kind of explains how this has been done in the past.
We wouldn't be appointing people, though, would we?
No, that's what he's
I'm
making.
asking-
I made the
I'm-
motion.
I'm-
He's making a substitute motion.
I'm recommending that we appoint representatives to do that work, and then make recommendations to the council. Like, you can still read the minutes and find out what's going on, but I mean, you guys are all super busy on boards and commissions. You know, the three of us aren't really, but adding 5 more weeks of meetings in for Charter Review Commission, I would prefer to appoint folks for that, representatives. And again, like, I would determine that at the next meeting and ask staff come back for the best way to do that, if that's the pleasure of the council. I think us having 5 meetings on Thursday nights is, because that's a full council meeting, so I'm assuming we're going to have full staff here for everything versus a charter review, which could be some of the city manager staff and city attorney staff. So I think it would be a little bit mellower on staff. But, so I'll do a motion.
Do you have a second?
I'd second.
Oh, it's been second.
All
So
right, can I clarify something real quick, too? You said 5 weeks, correct? And you said Thursdays. So if you were to say, let's start next Thursday, the 14th of September, that would mean you'd go through Thursday, October 19. Your next council meeting then would, the last council meeting that we figured that we could go ahead and take care of business appropriately for this March 5th ballot was Tuesday, November 7, to start the process, because you're going to have to bring the resolutions back. We're going to identify a 14-day window for an impartial analysis and arguments, and then we have to make time for rebuttals, and this all has to be done by December 8. So it's tight.
it'll be tight. Actually, it doesn't have to be 5 weeks. We do 4 weeks.
3? Well,
No, we won't
we have
go 3.
a
We'll do
meeting
4.
on October 24th. Correct? A regular meeting, I'm sorry, October 17th, I'm sorry.
October 17. So you'd miss that meeting, you'd go to November.
So I'll amend my motion, do 4 weeks, and so we can make the October 17th meeting.
Can I ask what the rush is?
Again, I've already articulated why I think the March ballot is much more important than the November ballot, just because the kind of overwhelming initiatives are going to be on the November ballot.
Also, Councilmember Kalmick, you asked about some costing information and the difference between a general and the primary ballot. And it wasn't significant, but I'll just let you know that we did get figures. So if we were to wait until the next November election, we would save anywhere from $42,000 to $56,000. And that's just a rough estimate by the formula provided by the ROV.
I understand.
Okay.
But again, like, it's still money we don't necessarily, we didn't have this money budgeted, so we're coming out of surplus for this. So my motion was to direct staff to come back with options to discuss a charter review commission at our next meeting.
So substitute motion's been moved and seconded. Clerk, call the roll on Mr. Kalmick's motion.
All right, Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosier?
Aye.
Vandermark?
No.
Strickland?
No.
McKeon?
No.
Bolton?
Aye.
Burns?
No.
And Madam Clerk, please call the roll on my motion.
I have questions actually before we call the roll. That's okay. I didn't really get to ask. I didn't get to, well, we're now on your motion.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought, okay.
Right? So,
Go ahead.
If we were to move forward with doing this, I really hope that we would have answers to questions like we were asking tonight, specifically with regards to the voter ID in the municipal election, with the costs of that election. We need to at least have an idea. We need to have an idea of whether the OC Registrar of Voters would be willing to do this. It's my understanding that they likely would not. I have deep concerns about the cost, number one. I have concerns about the item itself, in that I think that, you mentioned you have the anecdotal evidence of, hundreds of people and emails, but there's no data regarding the strength of our local election system indicating that this would be needed. And in fact, I think that this would actually potentially make people more concerned about the strength of our local election system. And I know we can talk about that when we come back and have this, but I think that when we do, if that is what passes, I would hope for all of these things to come back during these meetings, because those are the things that I would want to know as a voter in this city is, well, what's the reality of this, right? Like if I'd want to know it's going to cost, I don't know, $10 million to do this. And I know we don't have that. So I would want the voters to understand that, and for us to, frankly, before we were even going to put it on the ballot. In addition to that, I think, also with things like the Measure C piece, and it's what I asked for before, I appreciate that there are some changes being made. Some of them were taking ideas from the past Charter Review Commission. What I had asked for previously was to actually go to staff and not say, do these look good, or can we adjust these a little bit, but really, what are the challenges? What are the problems? How can we make things less ambiguous? What are the challenges you're dealing with? Specifically, things like, we talked in this about children's playground structures and equipment, but what about pickleball courts? That's the thing that we hear about all the time, right? Would that be included in something like this? Really getting more into the specificity and defining these things so that we're not spending money and time on kind of fixing something and not really fixing it. Because if we're going to do it, I want it to be correct, and I don't think that it is yet. I appreciate the effort, but I really would want to have our staff go through more than just being asked, "Does this work for you?" To say, what are the challenges? What are the problems you see as we move forward? And what are your recommendations? And then we can talk about it. That's it.
Yeah, no, and just to kind of dovetail on that, that's based on my experience on the Charter Commission. The reason why I like this option is I think we can condense it just based on all our, in my opinion, experience dealing with the charter issues. But the goal would be to have these 4 or 5 meetings to make it tight, so you guys so we're all comfortable, right? And have the public reach out through us, come and speak and say, are there amendments that are important to you? But if there are ones that we all agree on, make sure they're tight, the Measure C stuff specifically. So that's the goal, is to maximize, from my perspective, public participation through their elected representatives, and then we can make sure it's airtight with staff, legally, cost-wise, and all those things. And if we can get it done in 4 weeks, we can get it done. If we can't, we can't. But.
And I think the other thing with that is you mentioned the legal piece as well. I would like legal memos and more specificity with regards to that as well. On many things. I have deep concerns about the first measure with regards to compensation, I think overreach, and again, more definitions of things. So if we could, I guess, really just have more meat and detail to everything if we're going to do this. And I guess the other thing is staff, is this even like doable? City manager, maybe we can throw that to you. Yeah, same. I'm not available on all Thursdays.
At 1:30 in the morning, is it doable? I think we would pull it together and make it happen. It's it's the will of the council, and we'll figure out how to get it done.
But again, I'm just going back on my experience last year. Like a lot of this is already there. A lot of it's already the chassis is there from the previous Charter Review Commission, and so we can take items that were already debated minutes-wise with that consultant and bring them forward. So I think a lot of that work's already been done, which is why I'm willing to go through this route, and I'm just confident that we can all, have public input and make the right decisions.
One thing I did want to say, Mayor, you made a point about, the general ballot being crowded and maybe it causing some problems or confusion with voters. But all of the data really shows that the primary election has less voter turnout, and it's cyclical. It just, the data is there. So you're not going to get the participation in the primary that you would in the general.
I understand.
It's fact.
And with 30 or 25, 30 measures going on, I could tell you from experience that a lot of people just get overwhelmed and they just vote no on all the initiatives. So I do think it's overwhelming, and that's why I was opposed to moving all those to the November ballot when I was in the legislature. So for those very reasons. So it's been moved. It's been seconded by Mr. Burns. Clerk, please call the roll.
Just to confirm, we're
4 weeks.
Thursdays starting when?
Starting next Thursday.
Or do you want to do like just Tuesday, since we have council meetings Tuesdays, and then just
No,
or
because
we want separate meetings.
Yeah, Thursday.
And Mayor?
Yes, Travis.
Actually, we have we're just powwowing a little bit. We were wondering if we had a consultant last time, and maybe they wouldn't come to every single meeting, but if it was possible that we would rehire him and be able to have him provide us some research, review information, and other things as we go through that process.
Yeah.
If
Sure.
the council would agree to that.
I'm fine with that.
I mean,
there was a consultant last time for the Charter Review Commission. We've already paid him, sufficient money, but maybe he can come in for just a short period of time for not a lot of money. I'd be fine with that.
all right.
Yeah, what's he do? What would the consultant do for us?
So he has been a consultant on many charter revisions, specifically for this city, at least 2 of them, and many other cities across the state. And so he has a lot of knowledge, a lot of research available. He, when we're talking about how to write ballot measures and areas like that, he provides a lot of input that could help us avoid pitfalls and issues that you come across when you don't have that experience.
Pat, in my experience, he was helpful. And it was pretty concise. I would just hope that again, we already paid for a bulk of this work. A lot of the chassis there. Hopefully, he can come in for a reduced fee.
Yeah, we will check in with him if the council agrees.
So we're Thursdays starting the 14th of September?
I don't have the calendar in front of me.
And who's
Please.
providing childcare?
Yeah.
Bring him, Dan.
14.
Huh?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Madam.
9/14 is the first Thursday. That's next week.
Okay. And that gets us
At 6 o'clock?
Actually, I would like to move it a little bit earlier. I would like to move it to like 4 o'clock, 4 or 5 o'clock.
We got there's a lot of childcare issues going
Okay.
on by picking up another meeting. There's a lot of divorces that are going to happen if picking up 5 meetings on another night of the week is going to require an enormous amount of childcare for 2 children.
All right.
I mean, honestly, the weekend would be best for, I think, most folks being able to come down and do this. And if we're going to,
Yeah.
I'm saying Thursday at 6 is going to be.
We're doing
it's gonna be
Thursdays.
real
Be a
fun.
staff preference.
Yeah.
The staff would have a heart attack. on that.
Thursdays. The motion's Thursdays for the next 4 weeks.
All right. So
It's been. I mean, we'll
before we
we'll
move
send out the
forward,
notice.
so I'm just understanding all 7. These are just city council
City
meetings.
council, right? With
Special
public,
meetings
with public input
for charter review.
For charter review, public input.
Public input.
6 o'clock. I mean,
Can we do 5 or?
I mean, I would like to do 5, but
Is that too early?
I would like to.
No. 6.
Okay. Well, we do council meetings at 6, but I did talk to city manager Zelinka on a separate issue about starting earlier because I actually don't think it's good governance to be doing issues like that. We still have 4 or 5 things on the agenda, and it's already 1:30 in the morning. So, so we probably in the future will start a little bit earlier, but for these purposes, for these meetings, we'll start at 6. It's been moved. It's been seconded. Clerk, please call the roll.
And sorry, Mayor Strickland, before you call the roll, could we do public comment before and after the meeting for maximum input?
I don't mind.
Yeah.
But
Right, just because it would be, folks can say, here's what we want, listen to the whole meeting, and then here's how we feel about that for the.
1 minute.
yeah, do you mind if we
Yeah,
limit?
Let's
we're
let's
going to
limit
limit.
Later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
made a
would-
commitment not to limit, but
But
that's the
the
city
second-
council meetings.
Yeah,
We will, we'll discuss, and actually, I don't know.
Give them a minute at the end, but
the end.
don't the
3
full
minutes,
3
3 minutes up front, 1 minute at the end. That's
Yeah,
fine.
all
But I
right.
just want
Yeah.
folks to be able to have
Think
a,
concise.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. It's been moved. Second, please call the
Okay.
roll.
All right. Councilmember Kalmick?
No.
Mosher?
No.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Aye.
Bolton?
No.
Burns?
Aye.
Passes 4-3.
Okay. Now, members, we're on file item 31. Staff, please introduce your report.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. The item before you tonight is the implementation of the boards, committee, and commissions reconfiguration that was approved at the last City Council meeting on August 1st. As you recall, on May 16th, the City Council approved the formation of an ad hoc committee, City Council ad hoc committee for a review of all the city boards, committees, and commissions. On August 1st, as I just mentioned, the City Council approved 9 recommendations to amend, streamline, and consolidate the boards, committees, and commissions. And tonight, there are 11 recommendations to enact all of the items that were approved by City Council on August 1st. I'll go through each of the items. Item A is approve the official dissolution of 3 City Council ad hoc committees. It's the Short-Term Rental Ad Hoc Committee, the Housing and RENA Ad Hoc Committee, and the Cannabis Regulation and Policy Ad Hoc Committees. Recommendation B is approve the renaming of the Downtown Urban Design Study Ad Hoc Council Committee to the Downtown Beachfront Ad Hoc Council Committee, and broadening their scope to include the beach area and the PCH roadway. Recommendation number, letter C is a resolution repealing previous resolutions to 2002-106, 2021-66 that would dissolve the Huntington Beach Human Relations Committee. Item D is approving an ordinance that would delete Chapter 2.104 of the Huntington Beach Municipal Code, dissolving the Jet Noise Commission. And any of those items would then be diverted to either city staff or the Intergovernmental Relations Committee, a council committee. Item E is approved for introduction on an ordinance that would repeal a previous ordinance, 3332, deleting Chapter 2.112 of the Huntington Beach Municipal Code, dissolving the Mobile Home Advisory Board. Item F is to approve ordinance number 4298, and this ordinance would dissolve the Environmental Sustainability Board and delete the chapter in the Municipal Code 2.102, and then also would modify Chapter 2.111 of the Municipal Code, which would modify the Citizens Infrastructure Advisory Board and Public Works Commission. And additionally, on item G, would also dissolve the City Council Smart Cities and Technology Committee. These items, the items that the CIAB would take over is the review of the city's sustainability master plan, and it would also review the long-term broadband planning efforts. Item H is approving an ordinance for introduction, 4297, and this ordinance would dissolve the Huntington Beach Youth Board, but I would note to address some of the public comments is in lieu of this council committee youth board, the city council approved and staff recommended previously that the youth board would be a new community volunteer group of youth that would work with the Community and Library Services Department. They would be called the Youth Civic Leaders Collaborative, and this would allow this youth group, when they're working on the Youth in Government Day and when they provide support to the Junior Citizens Academy, that they could work in a non-Brown Act format, so they could work together as volunteers supporting those events outside of, more in a fashion that the youth could perform those volunteer functions. And item I, approve for introduction an ordinance modifying the 4th of July Executive Board to rename the board to the Independence Day Board. And there is some modifications in there to clean up the roles. There's some language and changes in the municipal code to reflect the current practices of the board. And then also make it consistent with the operating policies for boards and commissions in Huntington Beach Municipal Code 2.100. Recommendation J is to approve an ordinance 4301, amending the code related to, in Municipal Code Chapter 13.54, related to specific events. This would clarify the roles of the Specific Events Committee, which is an internal staff committee working group that reviews and the permitting and logistics requirements for each proposed event that comes to our city. And then it would establish a separate council standing committee of city council members, 3 city council members, to review and recommend the overall policy of large-scale specific events in the city. Community and Library Services Department would be the department that would actually staff both of those committees. Item K, the recommendation K, would be to approve the official dissolution of the City Council Boards Committee Commission Review Ad Hoc Committee upon finishing the work. If tonight we approve this and finish this work tonight, we'd say to dissolve the City Council Ad Hoc Committee for Boards, Committee, Commissions. And I'm available for any questions you may have on any of those items.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to move recommended action A through K. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
On the 4th of July board one, there's a strikeout for removing like local residency option. I'm assuming that that makes it consistent then with, it's just a basically section 2100.
Yes.
If we amend that, then it just flows with it as opposed to having the language
That is
specific
correct. In the 2.100,
Yeah.
that's a standard requirement. There are a few boards and commissions that's not a requirement, but those are stated specifically in each of those. But
Okay, so we're not
residents still-
removing the local residency requirement?
You're correct.
Okay, or local elector requirement. Okay, that's all I had.
I'd actually like to just clarify one thing. A couple of people said we were getting rid of the youth board. We're actually not getting rid of the youth board. We're actually making modifications to increase participation so that they can actually meet more often. That was a change that we made.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, it's been moved, it's been seconded. Clerk, please call the roll.
I have questions,
Oh, I'm
actually.
sorry. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. I actually had a question with regards to the Human Relations Committee. I won't belabor everything that we said last time, but I wasn't able to ask Chief the last time, since he unfortunately wasn't here, about the value of the Human Relations Committee, since just for the public to understand, the Human Relations Committee, originally the Human Relations Task Force, had a pretty tight relationship with the Huntington Beach Police Department in that a representative was always at the meetings to discuss any past hate crimes, and give updates on things like that. Also, I know recently there was a request by PD to maybe help with some more youth-oriented issues that have been occurring. And so I know I would have asked Chief at the last meeting to give a little bit of insight on maybe the value or benefit of the Human Relations Committee. So I didn't know if you might be able to provide that.
Yeah, so we've partnered with the Human Relations Commission for years in terms of PD representation, and our goal is to have their input in things that we can do to better have relations with the community. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired, so I'm getting my thoughts together. But
I just try not to look at the clock.
Yeah, no, I don't do that. Not at this hour. No, so it's always nice to have a good partner out there to develop programs and to work with the community, and we were successful in that with the commission.
Okay, thank you. And I know some have said that perhaps the Human Relations Committee here was duplicative with the Orange County Human Relations or Groundswell, and I know that there are certain things that we both do, but would you say that there was maybe any additional value of having more of the local representation?
So Groundswell provides a lot of options for us, and there was a little bit of duplication of effort. There's no question about that in terms of the services. What the Human Relations Commission does is they could tailor a few more things that would be specific to our community, and I believe that that's always valuable. But we can probably work with the county to do that also. But as long as we're getting specific community issues addressed, then it works for the police department.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk, has been moved, has been seconded. Please call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, taking them all as once, can we, I know we had an issue on another item, can we just say we're yes or no on, as part of it? Like, just put me down for a no on all but a couple, or do we want, I don't want to take them all each one.
Yeah, I don't want to do individually. It's been moved A through K. Okay. I mean, you can publicly say which ones.
Yeah, okay, so.
Yeah.
All right, we'll start off with Councilmember Kalmick.
Okay, you can put me down for a no for everything but B, H, I, and J, which I'll yes for.
All right. Councilmember Mosier.
Pass, because I'm going to have to look at to see which ones. Sorry.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Bolton.
No.
Burns.
Aye.
All right. Mosier.
Just no.
No. So, how do I? All right. So we have, with the exception of yours that you called out, B, H, I, and J, the item then, I'm sorry, I'm so tired, I can't even figure it out. So it's really a 4-3 vote. It passes, and I
So
have
it's a
to do-
5-2 vote on B, H, I, and J.
Right, it will be called out in the minutes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I
I'm just trying to help.
apologize.
It's a
Thank you.
5-2 on B, H, I, and J.
Yeah.
And the rest of the package is 4-3.
Thank you, and my eyes went to pinwheels, sorry. Anyways, I have to do a lot of reading now that I have titles of ordinances. So for the record, I'm going to read the title, Approved for Introduction, Ordinance Number 4296, an ordinance of the City of Huntington Beach repealing Ordinance Number 4168 and delete Chapter 2.104 of the Huntington Beach Municipal Code, dissolving the Jet Noise Commission. The title of Ordinance Number 4295, an ordinance of the City of Huntington Beach repealing Ordinance Number 3332 and delete Chapter 2.112 of the Huntington Beach Municipal Code, dissolving the Mobile Home Advisory Board. The title of Ordinance Number 4298, an ordinance of the City of Huntington Beach deleting Chapter 2.102 of the Huntington Beach Municipal Code and dissolving the Environmental and Sustainability Board. The title of Ordinance Number 4299, an ordinance of the City of Huntington Beach amending the Huntington Beach Municipal Code by amending Chapter 2.111 thereof related to Citizen Infrastructure Advisory Board / Public Works Commission, and approve the official, oh, I'm sorry, that's the end of the title. Ordinance number 4297, an ordinance of the City of Huntington Beach deleting Chapter 2.108 of the Huntington Beach Municipal Code and dissolving the Huntington Beach Youth Board. The title of ordinance number 4300, an ordinance of the City of Huntington Beach amending the Huntington Beach Municipal Code by amending Chapter 2.106 thereof related to the 4th of July Executive Board. And finally, ordinance number 4301, an ordinance of the City of Huntington Beach amending the Huntington Beach Municipal Code by amending Chapter 13.54 thereof related to specific events.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So members, now we're moving to file item 32. Staff, please introduce your report.
Mayor and members of the City Council, on August 1st, 2023, City Council approved Councilmember Burns' H item to form an ad hoc committee to propose amendments to the Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity. The declaration was first developed in 1996 by City Council and last amended in 2021. The ad hoc committee, comprised of Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark and Council members Burns and McKeon, met in August and prepared an amended declaration titled the Policy on Human Dignity. The committee requested the City Manager's Office to place the policy on tonight's agenda for City Council's review and consideration. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Councilman Burns.
Yeah, there's been a lot said tonight about why we hate these people, why we want to alienate them, and things like that. And it is so far from the truth. My question is, what part of everyone isn't understood? Why are certain segments trying to alienate themselves away from everyone? And that's the whole thing. I don't like identity politics. I don't agree with it. I think it's divisive, and I think it really hurts our community. And this brings us all together under one umbrella as everyone. Everyone's easy. Everyone. It's just we're not isolating out anybody under some stigma or benefit. We're just doing it so everybody is equal, no matter what color, gender, preference. And it says everyone, and I'm not sure how that doesn't include exactly what it means, everyone. It doesn't alienate anyone.
Again, I've said this numerous times tonight. We had over 100 speakers. You had your turn. You all had 3 minutes. And we gave you the respect, whether you're with us or not. Please, let the council members, whether you agree or not, let them finish their talking points. Let them finish their presentation. Give them the respect that they gave you.
Yeah, to finish real quick, it's not a policy on victimization of hate crimes or anything like that. It's human dignity. That's all of us. All of us. We are all under the same umbrella. No matter what, it's just a simple concept of everyone. Everyone in this community is protected under this. Period.
Okay.
Any other comments from members?
I do.
Oh, please,
Okay,
Councilwoman.
so we are not all under the same umbrella, because you do not ever have to worry about being pulled over for driving while black or being killed because you're black. Or being shot at your synagogue. You don't have to worry about that. And so as much as I would like to say, yes, we are all under the same umbrella, we're just not there yet. And so that's what the
That's your opinion.
That's what the policy recognized. Well, it's not my opinion, sir. That's my reality.
No, that's,
And
you
so
know what? You don't
that's
know
why-
what my reality is. That's the thing. You don't know what my reality is.
Well, unless there's
Councilwoman, please, if I might, please let each one finish their comments. Please don't go back and forth. I mean, we're in a position right here, we can improve our decorum here on this council. So please let council members finish their talking points. If you want to respond to one of your council members' talking points, please do it. But I would also advise, don't do it like directly at like back and forth. You know, in Sacramento, we do it through the chair. I think it's a decorum that's important, that we have decorum among our 7 members. We all can disagree. We could all disagree without being disagreeable. And at least allow each one of us to finish their thoughts. Thank you. Councilwoman.
I don't think I have anything else to say.
Okay, thank you. Councilman, do you want to respond?
We all have our own story. We have all our own experiences. Nobody knows each other, but we are everyone, and we are one community. And I believe that it breaks the barriers once we start stigmatizing or alienating people as something that we all are. I mean, we all are one of different kinds of people. It's a simple concept, and I believe that it's divisive, in that everyone will start breaking down those barriers once we realize that we are everyone, period. It's just a simple concept.
All right. Councilwoman.
So earlier, Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, on a different subject, said, I think from Washington, D.C., talking about moving in between the Democratic and Republican parties and all of that, that was a game of addition. That was from the mayor. And I think that this tonight is a game in subtraction, because we are removing so much. We're removing even the origin and the reason that this Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity existed in the first place. The history and the origin and the intention is important. And if you want to create a different document that talks about what you believe, it has nothing to do with the original document. It just doesn't. You borrowed some language here and there and bastardized it, in my opinion. But the document itself came from terrible things that happened in this community, in a response from the council at that time, specifically Mayor Ralph Bauer and Shirley Detloff at the time, who acknowledged the hate crime that had happened, the other actually hate crimes that had happened, and the response from the community that they needed something to say, like, who are we? What do we want to be as a community? A welcoming and inclusive community, and saying that we're going to call out hate crimes. And in 2021, which I know you're not a fan of, that was adjusted or edited and included more specifics from the penal code with regards to different groups that were covered under hate crimes. I know at the last meeting, let me pull it up, and just now even, Councilmember Burns, you talked about equal application of the law for everybody. I have a couple of questions, but one, do you see the value at all in kind of the hate crime designation versus just a standard crime? Because you're talking about the umbrella of everyone, that any crime should be fought. It even says that within this document, which I assume that our police department goes after all crime equally. That kind of goes without saying. But do you see the value of the designation of hate crimes?
I believe there is an advantage to the application of the law for prosecution and as sentence enhancement if somebody intentionally goes out for something simple-minded as a hate crime as designated.
Okay. So a couple things then. One, hate was removed. There were previously in the current policy 19 references to the words hate crimes and hate incidents. And this is where the subtraction comes in. In this document, in the proposed policy, there are 0 direct references. That concerns me. Because again, the origin and the intention of this document was to speak to that, to let people know in the community who are marginalized communities, that they are safe, that they are welcome here, and that our government, our city government, says that out loud, declares that. And so it lets people know who we are. As far as hate crimes are concerned, I did a little bit more research, and it says these crimes not only harm the individual victim, but also send a message of intolerance and terror to the entire community associated with that characteristic or perceived characteristic. Thus, the origin of the hate crime designation is rooted in the recognition of the broader social harm that such acts can cause. And I think that that's the key thing here. We're looking at the broader social harm that such acts can cause, and by indicating that as a city, we're not okay with that, we talk about that and things like this. Everybody isn't under the same umbrella. Also, so it's the recognition of broader harm. It also encourages the data collection and understanding, which is currently being done. By not talking about that, I think that we basically stop encouraging people to talk. Do you think that people should report hate crimes and hate incidents? Do you think there's value in that?
If done correctly.
Can you go a little bit further into that? I mean, it's your item. This is the thing, right? This didn't need to happen. It was fine as it was. It was, in my opinion. Yeah. And especially because what you're doing here has nothing to do with what the original documents tried to do. And in fact, in this case, by adding this paragraph, let's see, 3, here we are. So the city of Huntington Beach will recognize from birth the genetic differences between male and female, and respect the strengths and benefits of each. I don't know what the value is of adding that here, other than to bring in language from national politics that is being weaponized against people. It has no place in something that's declaring, or in this case, a policy on human dignity. And in essence, so the next piece is that each sex carries advantages and disadvantages that warrant separation during certain activities like sports. There's so much to be said about this. One of the public commenters mentioned that I think the person who was a sheriff, that they were looked at with the advantages and disadvantages of being male and female, that they weren't going to be capable of doing that job, right? In the past, you've told me not to think. Frankly, it kind of feels the same type of way, where it's like maybe women and men don't have the same capacity. And that's just, for me, in reading this, it's vague and it kind of appears that way, and that's unfortunate. I want all of our kids to know that they can do anything, that they can play sports together, and they can do whatever they want to do. The other thing here is, why are we getting involved in this? Like, we don't have any sports groups within the city that I'm aware of that we have any purview over. So I'm concerned too that we are talking about things maybe with schools, again with through the stands. It just seems like we are talking about things that we have no business talking about, and we are adding that type of language here that's completely unnecessary. We also say here we encourage an environment free of hostility and discourage the erasure of either gender separate accomplishments. The reality is here, you are erasing people. By saying that you're going to find males and females, genetic, I don't know why we're talking about all of that, but you are erasing trans and non-gender conforming people. And, I talk to a lot of young people. And, and a lot of the numbers were provided earlier today with the percentage of people who see themselves or who identify as, not see themselves, who identify as LGBTQ. And we are, by stating this as a city document, are saying that, they maybe don't exist. And I want all of our young people and everyone to feel like they are welcome in this city. The whole point of my running for this council, mine is just working on homelessness, was to try to make this a more welcoming and inclusive city. And sadly, in this, my 3rd year, apparently I'm failing, because we are doing the literal opposite of that. We are not protecting the people who need protection. We are not declaring to the community who we are and what is okay and what is not okay here. And by erasing and using weaponized language here, it's just so unnecessary. I think that if we could if you want to create a document that is this, allow the other document to remain. Call this something else. It's not a policy on human dignity. I certainly would not vote for it. But if you want a policy on what you stand for in this community, then create that. But the one positive thing I'll say is, I think we need to think about like the long arc of history, right? And like, this isn't it. People are still welcomed here. We'll still keep fighting for the good and the inclusion in our communities. But the previous documents don't go anywhere either, right? Like the original declaration doesn't leave. The second one that was edited doesn't go anywhere. This will be a stain, as it is, on the history, but it will show up in this time as what this is, and it will be corrected in the future if this passes. But I really would say, if you could change the name or do something else to at least not say that this is a declaration from our community, because it's not representative of the entire community, and it will just create a less safe community. This council talks a lot about making this a safer community, and it's not doing that. And also, in the second paragraph, talking about sexual grooming, again, as the teacher who talked about this and wrote up on the paper, this is sure to be interpreted in many different ways, and I have a big concern that this is an effort to create a foundation for things like our library books issues that are coming up, and attacking our librarians, and I don't know, perhaps even our schools, which we don't have purview over, but this is within the city of Huntington Beach. So I'm just so concerned about this, and frankly, the concerns that I had at the last meeting apparently were very well founded. Thank you.
One more thing. I'm glad we agree that everyone should be included in the community, and this is for betterment, because the old documents excluded the majority of the citizens of this community. And that's, I'll leave it at that. Go ahead, Casey.
No, Pat, just Pat, real quick. I mean, in my opinion, every rational person condemns hate. I don't think we need a statement to affirm that. I mean, I'd be on board with just removing the original statement and the amended one if you guys are, but I'm good either way. I don't think we need this document to affirm that we condemn hate. I just think that's common sense, and every rational person feels that way. So I don't think either documents are necessary, but I mean, if you want to move forward with yours, I support that as well, but I just want to throw that out there.
So you're proposing that the other two documents that have been a part of Huntington Beach's history and reaffirmed multiple times since 1996 be removed because everyone who's reasonable understands that hate is not okay. But in the meantime, anti-LGBTQ hate is on the rise in Orange County, up over 70% between 2021 and 2022. So apparently not everyone is reasonable, and we do declare such things.
I don't think a statement from the government is necessary. I just don't.
Protect my kid. You want to protect kids? Protect our gay kids.
Yeah, it's been moved. I'll second the motion.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Go ahead.
Okay, great, thanks. If you could call it something else, perhaps
Okay.
government.
By the way, that is hate, right there. So, no, it's not. It's not. And at the end of the day, you will be removed. All right? Again, as I said, you all had your 3 minutes. We gave you the respect whether we agree or not. Give us the same respect. No, there's no buts. We gave you the respect. Let us do our job here on the council. And everybody here had the opportunity to do the 3 minutes, and you weren't interrupted, were you? Okay. Anyways, I'm sorry. You had a substitute motion.
Actually, before I go to that, Councilmember Keehan just said that he doesn't think that government should be making a statement like that at all, correct?
I really don't think it's necessary for us to sign a document saying we condemn hate. I just think every rational person condemns hate. I just think it's like a virtue signaling statement that's
Okay.
not necessary.
I
And
disagree.
what does it matter if we sign it? Like, I just feel everyone feels that way. So why do we need a document to affirm that? I don't think we need it.
So while I disagree with you, within that line of thinking, why would you think that this policy, allegedly on human dignity, would make sense to come from the government either?
That's what I said. I said I don't think either one is necessary.
This new one.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, so you're...
Yeah, I mean, I'm good either way, but I'm just throwing it out there for you guys. Like, I don't think either document's necessary. I think every rational person condemns hate. I think we're humans and we all condemn hate. I don't think we need a statement from the government that we signed to affirm that. I think it's just common sense and common decency.
But this document doesn't condemn hate. It does some other things.
Like I said, I'm good with removing both of them. I don't think it's necessary for us to sign this document. I just don't.
All right, I don't have a substitute motion.
I'm sorry, it's just like, that sounds like somebody would say at the signing the Declaration of Independence, right? Like, oh, it's a statement of the government, we don't need to sign this document. I don't know. I can't support this. The grammar in it alone would make my AP English teacher roll in her grave if she was dead. I don't know if she's alive or not. But yeah, I mean, this feels like spent more time on the decoration on this document. I support not having it called the policy on human dignity. I don't know, it's a mishmash of like right-wing policies from Washington, D.C. coming down here, and I think it just doesn't make any sense. Like, it just doesn't read like something that the city should be putting out. There's no prose, there's no pathos, there's no thesis statement. It's just, I don't know, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I just don't think this is something that the city should, this document specifically should be calling the policy on human dignity. I think Councilmember Mosier said it more elegantly, but yeah, it's wild.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick?
Nay.
Mosier?
Nay.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Aye.
Bolton?
No.
Burns?
Aye.
Okay, members, we're on to file item 33, submitted by council members McKeon and Burns regarding e-bikes. Who would like to open?
Yeah, I'll just make it quick. E-bikes are one of the biggest issues in the city that we're facing, along with homelessness, and it's really just comes down to just the young kids not understanding the rules and safety of the road. And so what I'm really trying to do is just kind of dovetail what the schools are doing by they're allowing e-bikes on campus, right? So you have to get a registration, basically do like a kind of rules of the road test to park your bike on campus. So I think it makes sense to merge that citywide. And so while this is just a concept in development, I understand there's some, as Councilman Kalmick says, some edge cases and someone brought it up, people that don't live in the city and come here, how do we address that? But I would just like to direct the city manager to work with the police department and the city attorney to develop a proposal for e-bike licensure and use regulations, and to return to city council in November if possible. And the following concepts should be addressed. Require city license to operate an electrical bicycle within city limits, unless the rider possesses a valid driver's license. Establish a fee for the license akin to a business license. Require rental businesses to require customers renting e-bikes to view a safety video in order to have a one-day license or show a proof of a valid driver's license. And then explore enforcements for PD. Revise the current municipal code to assist officers with enforcement efforts. See if our municipal code can follow borrow rules and enforcement from the California Vehicle Code. A new municipal code for pocket bikes which are illegal, and then possible higher fine structures like bike impounding, et cetera. So that's just the genesis of the H item.
Councilman Burns, you want to add? No?
That's perfectly put.
Councilman Kalmick.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate Councilmember McKeon bringing this forward. This was something that previous council brought an item forward on to discuss and deal with some of the e-bikes on the bike path, separating the bike path out, signage, things of that nature. I think we're going to run into a licensing issue, though. Like there was a bill, AB 1909. Basically, it says we could license them, but we can't prohibit anybody from riding a bike if we have a license. It seems like a pretty added bureaucracy. I'd like staff to take a look at it, but.
What was that number again?
AB 1909 was Freeman's bill. It's the one that talked about you can't drive level 3 bikes, or you can't stop level 3 bikes from driving on bike paths.
Yeah.
I think the league actually took a opposed position on it, but yeah, it amended section 39002 of the vehicle code. But it would be, I think, staff looking at like the pros and cons, if it's even legal to do it. I think having them come back with like the proposal to do it, I think would be a little rough. I'd maybe like a little bit more data on that, because licensing, getting people to license e-bikes could, I mean, finance is pretty bare bones, like creating what department's going to do it, how do we enforce any of it? I think the mandating of rental businesses, I think could maybe be softened to like, let's give them something to do and then ask them very kindly. But I think, again, enforcing that may be super difficult. The municipal code staff's already done with that. I've seen a draft municipal code, so I appreciate having him do it. I think that I think it's coming at the next meeting, in fact. So I think that's really interesting. I think finding out who's riding e-bikes is going to be really important too, to figure out, because we have limited resources to figure out where we focus on. Is it middle schools? Is it high schoolers? Is it kids under? I mean, we don't know really. We kind of have like an idea of it's hooligans, but like what level of hooliganism is it? Is it 13-year-olds, kids with licenses, or over 16 that should know better? And who should we focus on? So I'd like to. Oh, we lost the chief. Oh, there he's over there. Would helping to get like who we're actually looking at here, do you have a mechanism that could help develop that type of a data set?
Yeah, that would be helpful, and we'll look into that.
Okay. And then also some engineering changes too, right? Like we're looking at social fixes, but I'd like staff to come back with some engineering fixes too. Bike path downtown. Apparently when I think the U.S. Open, somebody was here, we put in the chicanes right by the pier. Those may be permanent, maybe temporary, but engineering that type of thing. And then also looking at for safe routes to schools, the schools, we had a bunch of folks testify, and we get emails on, the kids leaving and coming from school, it's really dangerous, that working with the school districts to see if, as grant funding comes in for safe routes to schools, if we can re-engineer how kids approach the schools from a traffic standpoint, either with class 4 bike lanes, or prioritize maybe the schools that get protected bike lanes, in addition to the education program. Because I mean, Irvine, for instance, right, like they've really done, the school districts are doing what kind of Irvine is doing as a city. Okay. I saw a picture, they got 500 kids in a room, mandatory for if you want to park your bike on campus for all the high schools, and if you're in middle school, your parents got to go too. Yep. Really cool policy there, and I'd like to see, obviously borrowing, but I'd like to see a little more like when these come, like with what other cities are specifically doing, because again, staff is very limited on time at this point. This is the 30th H item maybe, and it's August. So I think at a larger scale, like some of this stuff is in the strategic plan and staff's already working on it. But I think that this is I'll be supporting this, but I think mandating and creating a licensing structure may be a bridge too far. I understand where you're trying to get to.
Yeah, but I agree with all your points. It's just conceptual, and we'll just kind of work with the police and decide, like you said, what cities are doing it right and who's not. But something has to be done until the state catches up, right, with enforcement. So how do we what's a way that we can help to make sure these young kids understand the rules of the road? And like you said, with the licensing, can we do it with the business license department and track it there? So all these, nothing's concrete, it's just an idea, but I just think we got to do something. I know we are doing things, and we can dovetail off what the schools are doing to kind of make it more efficient and streamline it.
Right. So the item, instead of like coming back with a requirement policy, would be more of a, like, is it even effective? Like, I think it,
Yeah, I'm
zoom
fine.
it out a little bit as opposed
Sure.
to like, and then mandating rental business. Like, I think it may be outreach to
That's fine.
rental
Yeah,
businesses.
I'm fine to change it to that.
Because I think that there's, a staff sent me some, like, CHP just released some training material that may be like pretty functional. And I think if
Yeah,
we
the
could-
concept is just like if, you rent a bike, obviously, and how do you verify this? If they don't have a license, do they know the rules of the road? So can they, like you said, I don't know if mandate's a strong word, but can they?
Right. I don't know how old you have to be to rent a bike too.
Right.
I think you got to be 16 to rent one.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah.
So I think you have to have a driver's license to even rent a bike.
Yeah.
So at that point, you've
right.
California's giving you fogged a mirror in California, so you
Yeah,
have to get a
exactly.
driver's license.
So it might not be necessary. I was just thinking of all the different options that could come up, but there's going to be many more for sure.
Sure. So I think zoom it out a little bit more and have staff come back with some more
That's
policy
fine.
side of that. Okay. And then I think are you fine with the engineering and some data sets?
I want to look at all options. Like, it's just, as you guys know, it's probably the most emails we get is about e-bikes, and people they're scared for the kids. They're scared to drive. I know I am. Like, when I make a right turn, I always go slow. I look in my right rear view mirror, make sure kids not zooming up behind me, so I'm gonna get T-boned. And it's just something needs to happen, and we've reached the boiling point. So you guys good with that amended motion?
I move the item.
Okay.
Just one additional observation. So the public engagement part is important, and PD has been doing a great job of meeting with citizens and with groups of kids and stuff like that. But that's the question that I get most frequently when I talk to people is, what's the deal with e-bikes? What is the city going to do? So I do suggest that we, have community meetings or something like that, so that people know what it is that the city is planning to do, in addition to what's already gone on with respect to e-bikes. And it's not an issue that, nobody's working on. There's a lot of work going on e-bikes.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with all these suggestions, and we can amend the motion. It's just, as you guys know, people reach out, and it's been so frustrating. You can ask the chief. I probably call him 4 days a week. Like, what else can we do? So let's just start this process, and it'll be, it'll be fluid, and we'll refine it.
I move the item. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick?
Aye.
Mosher?
Aye.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Aye.
Bolton?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
7-0.
Okay, members, we're now on file item number 34. Councilman Burns, would you like to open?
All right. There was a lot said all night and about the meeting August 1st at the end, where Councilmember Mosher basically attacked or made accusations against, do we have a video? I asked a video to be played. Can we play that video? This is from May 7th, 2018.
My name is Gracie Larrea Vandermark. Tonight I'm speaking as a mother, Huntington Beach resident, U.S. citizen, and an advocate for freedom and equality. I am a woman of Ecuadorian and Mexican descent, a woman who is married to an immigrant of European, African, and South American heritage, a woman who surrounds herself with people of various backgrounds and views. November 2016, conservatives voted to secure our borders, to support the rule of law, and to support our Constitution. After the election, Republicans of all backgrounds became one, e pluribus unum. The left reacted apoplectic after the election. There was a concerted effort to attack, vilify, and dehumanize the conservative views. Antifa organized attacks against conservative speakers, and the illiberal left has become increasingly intolerant of diverse viewpoints. We are now at a point where promoting legal immigration is considered racist. Researching how religion is implemented into our school curriculum is considered Islamophobic. Promoting the rule of law is considered bigoted. Waving the American flag is considered white supremacy. As a researcher, I ask myself, how did we get to this place? To the point where my words have been attacked and twisted so viciously by the left in an attempt to remove me from a position they are threatened by due to ideological differences. Early April, the clerk of the Ocean View School District Board made a false claim that I was a Holocaust denier and irresponsibly labeled me a bigoted due to videos stored on my YouTube account for research purposes only. They were saved under the title of the first video with a question mark. I was questioning the content, not supporting it. I do not, nor have I ever denied the Holocaust. I am not anti-Semitic. I believe in researching and hearing both sides so I can develop an informed opinion, which is why I attended a meeting about white privilege, where I was physically assaulted for questioning their motives. The event was attended by people of various races. When asked to describe what happened, I described as best I could using terminology spoken at the event. I consider myself to be a colored person. I am not offended by the term. The NAACP, National Association of Advancement of Colored People, continue to use the term today. In my opinion, all people of all colors should be accepted. All political sides should be accepted, but remain neutral at schools and universities. School boards should be nonpartisan. History should be taught based on facts. Religion should be taught giving each faith equal amount of time, instruction that should never be taught in a way that encourages one religion over another. Fact-based only. My goal is that we teach our children to hear all sides, encourage a dialogue, and get away from attacking facts and attacking those who do research. The truth is not offensive. It's just the plain truth. Lastly, I'd like to thank Councilman Brendan for the opportunity to serve my city, the city I love, our family's home for over 18 years, our beautiful Huntington Beach. Thank you.
So there, she was accused of it back then. She defended it. She's done it since then, but yet it's ignored by the people who want to weaponize a lie. And Goebbels, a true Nazi, he used to say, tell a lie enough times it becomes the truth. And that's what's been the effort been here, to try to discredit her as something like as nasty as like a Nazi. And it's not so. And it's out there public right here in the video that she did it right here, right at these podiums at least 5 years ago. And what was done August 1st was inappropriate, and it was out of line of decorum, out of a violation of our own code of ethics within the city that most of us sign. Gracie, as evidenced by the video, it was explained then and many other times, but forgotten, ignored, or just plain old. But certainly it was weaponized against Gracie, and there was no place for it the other night the way it was addressed. I think it could have been, she could have, if she had questions, we've been around each other plenty of times, or appointment could have been met, but at the dais, so it was out of it. So I'm going to support the, and censoring really doesn't do anything. It's just basically saying, we will not condone this. Something like this, human dignity, it won't be tolerated.
Okay, I'll second the motion. I think, look, the decorum has to improve. I mentioned it a few times. Look, everybody's up here to say work together, but a decorum like that, there's no way we work together if members are attacking each other in that fashion. So if the goal for everybody is for people to work together, and as someone who worked in Sacramento and had amazing relationships on both sides of the aisle, I had amazing relationships on both sides of the aisle, and the reason, that would not be accepted up in Sacramento. The decorum needs to improve here in City Hall. I support the censure, but at the same time, I think all 7 of us need to work to improve this decorum in the City Council. I second the motion, but I see no other discussion. Clerk, call the roll.
All right, Councilmember Kalmic's out of the room. Councilmember Mosher's out of the room. Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark?
Yes.
Mayor Strickland?
Aye.
Councilmember McKeon?
Aye.
Councilmember Bolton's out of the room. Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
All right,
Okay.
so it passes 403.
All right, members, now we're on file item 35. Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark. would you like to introduce your item?
Gracie, we'll see you later. See you next week.
Yeah.
Again, we're on file item 35. Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, introduce your item.
In 2020 and 2021, national, state, and local governments throughout the country imposed mask-wearing mandates and vaccine mandates on the American people in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, when the pandemic broke out in February 2020, the nation's leading expert on COVID-19 response, Dr. Anthony Fauci, wrote that masks were not really effective. In 2023, in retrospect, the COVID-19 response related to mask wearing, we learned that the CDC exaggerated the evidence for masks to fight COVID. In addition, studies show that COVID vaccines lost effectiveness over time. Also in 2020 and 2021, the city of Huntington Beach imposed, among other things, broad universal mask-wearing mandates at City Hall and encouraged the community to follow broad mask-wearing mandates issued by the state of California. Businesses throughout the city imposed a requirement to enter or patronize by showing a proof of vaccine card. These mandates, like many other COVID-19 response restrictions, unnecessarily limited the freedom of the citizens of Huntington Beach, even those who were not around anyone or tested positive for COVID-19 or were at risk of any exposure. And as we now know, with little to no effectiveness on the spread of COVID. With the increasing reports that there may now be a COVID resurgence and spread by a new COVID-19 variant, and additional discussions of possible new broad universal mask-wearing mandates, and pushes for vaccine boosters, the City Council of Huntington Beach should take a stand against government imposing on individual liberties and broadly impose responsive measures on individuals that have been proven to have little or no effectiveness. The city should ban broad universal mask and vaccine mandates by declaring the city to be a no mask, no vaccine mandate city. An exception to this rule only applies to those who have tested positive for COVID. Otherwise, those individuals not directly at risk of direct exposure should have a right to choose whether to wear a mask or not, or whether to get a vaccination or not. And if someone chooses to, they should be allowed to do so. I am asking that the city ban the broad universal mask and vaccine mandates, and I'd like to ask the city manager to return to council with a resolution at the next regular meeting declaring the city to be a no mask, no vaccine mandate city. As a response to COVID-19 or any variants, individuals, whether at City Hall or in the private sector, should have a right to choose. This is all about individual liberty and standing against government intrusion. Last time when this happened, us residents were actually stopped from enjoying our beaches. We had state troopers with weapons guarding our beaches. We had bulldozers pushing sand up into the walkways so that the residents and visitors who were just trying to get away for a little normalcy and fresh air and sunshine couldn't use our walkways, couldn't ride their bicycles. We had first responders, police, and officers all throughout the country being fired for refusing to get vaccinated and wear mask mandates. These are men and women out in the front lines protecting us that were fired because they chose to exercise their individual freedom. There were men and women in the military risking their lives for us to have our freedom discharged because they refused to get vaccinated. We had parishioners who were being arrested at their places of worship. We had people being called out to the grocery stores by other people calling 911. Using up valuable resources by having our police officers go out to enforce mask mandates. If a business would like to ask for people to wear masks and be vaccinated and show vaccine cards, they should be entitled to do so themselves. But that should not be imposed on every citizen. Businesses were actually rated according to whether they were essential or non-essential. Who gets to decide who's essential and who's not? Because a lot of these businesses went out of business, and it was essential to their family so they can put food on the table. We had many small business owners, we're not even talking about big corporations, small business owners who lost everything they had because they did not want to comply.
Please, officer, please remove the audience.
Honestly, truckloads of bodies behind my hospital. Dead people because of people like you. You're idiots. That's right. I'm teaching him to stand up for himself and his other people. He can't keep himself. And no shit.
Councilwoman, or Mayor Pro Tem, please continue.
Government overreach, that's what it's about. This is a country my parents moved to. Both of them immigrated here along with 5 of my 10 siblings, looking for freedom. And yet people were denied of this basic right to work, put food on the table, and pay their bills. We're not saying everybody has, no one can not wear a mask. You can wear 1, 2, 3 masks. You can wear whatever you want. You can get vaccinated if you want, boosted if you want. But don't force everybody else to do the same thing because that's the way you feel and that's the way you believe. That's all I have to say right now in regards to this.
All right, it's been moved. I'll second it, but Councilman Kalmick, go ahead.
All right, so it's 2:30. Figure I'll end up around 3. Welcome to my TED Talk here. So you did bring up that you had PD. The number 1 cause of death in 2020, I think, for law enforcement officers, COVID. The statements made in the thesis of this document, citing pop news articles and studies rather than the actual studies, I think are disingenuous. Even just the fact that the city of Huntington Beach imposed, among other things, a broad universal mask wearing mandate. The city of Huntington Beach did no such thing. Your entire statement was a straw man argument. All of these things didn't happen in Huntington Beach. Our law enforcement officers were not sent to go enforce mask mandates in this city. There was no vaccine mandate in this city. The county, we followed what the California Department of Public Health stated and the Orange County Healthcare Agency. And I find it ironic that for the folks that keep talking about how homelessness and public mental health should be handled by the county, we want to have a policy statement for the city. So the newspaper article about Newsweek where Fauci said that masks aren't really effective, I hope you guys read Dr. Ben Zant, who is a public health expert, lives in town here, lives in Massachusetts. The other side used my call for this because he studied shortness of breath and respiratory disease, as well as masking, and for quite some time, and teaches in public health at Harvard University. So it was my first call when COVID hit, like, hey, Bob, what's going on here? What do you know? It's like, we didn't know much. And so this, when Fauci said masks are not really effective, that was in an email from February of 2020. That was right before that we really started understanding what was going on. Pretty disingenuous to basically show that. He's also speaking about N95 masks that we didn't have capacity for because the machine to make N95 masks at the time had been dismantled. Instead of stockpiling masks because the rubber bands get bad, we effectively built a machine that would generate all of these, and then the funding was cut for it, and it was never created. So Fauci's reference there was the fact that folks probably weren't going to wear masks properly. And then we cite a Chicago Sun-Times article that CDC exaggerated masks. So, I'm sorry, CDC exaggerated evidence that masks fight COVID. So that's a wild statement. And they do. It really comes down to like how well you wear your mask. And I think the larger fallacy here with regard to masks is that folks have been using like medical studies to study a mechanical device. And this report that people keep, this Cochrane report that says masks don't work and therefore they've all been debunked. Well, the editor-in-chief of the Cochrane report effectively had to come out, the Cochrane Review had to come out and say that many commenters have claimed that a recently updated Cochrane Review shows that masks don't work. which is inaccurate and a misleading interpretation. It actually studied quite a few studies prior to COVID existing and when there was no pandemic. And so if you get into this fallacy of looking at lateral studies, and again, like none of us are public health experts, none of us are research experts. I'm the only person up here with a science and engineering background. And for us to be making public health determinations when we're a public policy board is wild. But the fact that we're looking at studies, and we're looking at, not even studies, we're looking at articles about studies from not really reputable sources, talking about like longitudinal studies that happened before COVID, there was a really interesting analogy that showed up. There's a study that was done in 2018 using the same kind of longitudinal studies, using like best medical practices to study if parachute use to prevent death and major trauma when jumping from an aircraft using a randomized controlled trial, RCTs. Those are like the greatest thing, double blind, everybody's doing it. The conclusion was that parachutes provide no better protection than no parachutes when jumping out of a plane. Primarily because when they couldn't get anybody to jump out of a plane without a parachute on. And so when you get to the mask analogy, is you couldn't determine if people were actually wearing masks properly or not. And so when they get to the parachute piece, they had people jumping without parachutes off of a plane on the ground because that was the best they could do. And they did a double-blind study. They had a control. They had 92 aircraft passengers. They were self-selected. They adjusted for everything. But the conclusion was that parachute use did not reduce death or major traumatic injury when jumping from an aircraft in the first randomized evaluation of this intervention. So masks are an intervention. It's not a medical procedure, right? When they do these medical studies, the human body is this weird, gooey, biomechanical device that reacts differently based on a number of different things. And so when we're talking about mask intervention, we can study that. OSHA has 80 years of data on, like, we know how big the molecule for COVID is, and we know that it doesn't just exist in nature, that it's wrapped in a water molecule, and we know what the opacity is of N95 mask. And so we can shoot a variable through that and see how much comes out in the other end. So we understand that concept. So to say that masks don't work goes against years and years and years of data. And you can tell that to every paint sprayer, to every surgeon, to everybody in a full Class A hazmat suit, and say masks don't work, and they're going to laugh in your face. And so when we get down to the study shows the dramatic decline in the effectiveness of COVID, which is an LA Times article, yeah, that's true. Just like we get a flu vaccine every year. The decline in the effectiveness at preventing you getting COVID is well documented, but the decline in hospitalizations and the decline in severe COVID are well documented that you have a much lesser chance of generating both of those things. So I think to start off with these kind of even articles of it, I mean, if you'd posted the studies, it probably would have been more helpful in the research sense. So we had to dig a couple of farthers to really understand where we were starting the premise of this conversation. Then we got into the fact that Huntington didn't actually do anything that you've said that they did. Businesses, I believe, are allowed to set their rules, and I think the Supreme Court just ruled on who and who not they're allowed to serve and not serve. The mask discussion, you get into at the bottom of this recommendation talks about the private sector. I don't know. I mean, businesses require you to wear shirts and shoes to go in, so I don't know why any issue would have with a mask. But I think the bigger straw man issue here is that there are no rumblings of masks or vaccine mandates. You know, my calls with George Soros every week, we're not being told that that's happening. I haven't heard that we're going to have these things anytime soon. But for us to get involved in a public health discussion, again, is folly. This agenda item also potentially has some conflicts with Cal OSHA for employees and first responders within the city. I know we're talking about a broad universal mask mandate, but I don't know what that means. Because it's not defined in here. Does that mean that everybody's going to have to wear a mask, or are we going to, there's no exception here for like Cal OSHA, because Cal OSHA requires if you've been exposed to COVID and you're going to come back before you test negative for COVID, you must wear a mask. And so I don't know if we're going to get sued or anything if we come back with a policy that says our first responders or our employees are going to have to wear a mask for that. We have no vaccine mandate. We have no vaccine mandate, I think, for even our first responders. For anything, you have to sign a waiver if you don't want to do that. So I don't know where this vaccine mandate. Huntington Beach was always very, I think, conservative with regard to how we responded to COVID and the fact that there was other cities that were like, what are you guys doing? but we were following county and state mandates. So I heard a lot of control issues and a lot of this. I don't know to what end any of those conspiracies actually make sense if you take them to their conclusion. But I think that this is really about 2 years too late. I don't know if we're going to bring a policy supporting apartheid in South Africa or supporting the trek across Shackleton's trek across Antarctica. But this just is out of nowhere with a straw man argument that somebody actually sent me an article that I guess some folks in Pennsylvania were doing it, so I didn't get the right phone call, but I guess the state legislature in Pennsylvania is trying to bring this same thing up, and everyone's looking around being, there's no one talking about doing any of this. Like, the politics of it nationally don't make sense, but to cut off our legs and post we are not going to do anything, we're not going to follow mask mandate, like, we have, again, there's a Cal OSHA issue, I think, that's suspect. We open ourselves to massive liability. And again, none of us have any public health bona fides. Like, so if I've always looked at, if I'm not an expert in something, and I'm an expert in very few things, we look to the people that love to do pipetting all day, every day. The people that love to do this type of research. And the science moves, and that's one of the biggest things you learn in science, and when you go through a science curriculum, is that the data changes, right? We don't leech people anymore because it gets the bad humors out. We've learned more and more. They used to remove women's teeth in the late 19th century because they were hysterical. That was the solution to that problem. And so I think that for this city to get involved in the public health situation and not just follow the best science and the best data puts us in a very, I think, negative position for anything coming down the line. We should be nimble and ready to move on anything, but to bring a resolution effectively saying that we're not going to follow good science and we're not going to follow good public health protection. And again, public health is weird. It usually is unpopular. It is constitutional. The Supreme Court has ruled that public health is important. And to the point where the public health, because we live, if you live downtown, you get a cup of sugar, you put your arm out the window. We live in close quarters. We're not out in the middle of nowhere. That we, because of the social compact, give up some of our freedoms in order to live in a close community like this. And I think I'm disappointed to see the science education and the politicization of something that was very transitory at the time. Folks were trying to understand it. We have, I think, a much better understanding of COVID and how it works. But the mishmash of all of the support for the straw man argument of mask mandates are coming to rile folks up. I don't really see that many folks riled up. But I think from a business standpoint, the fact that we're talking about regulating business in such a way that they can't protect their employees, I think is dangerous. And I think that if folks on this dais want to say, look, I don't think we should be wearing masks. I don't think we should force folks to wear masks. I don't think we should force folks to get vaccinated. That is effectively the current policy of the city. So I don't know. I think that just has a lot of pitfalls and a lot of additional legal exposure. So thank you all for attending my TED Talk at 2:45 in the morning. But yeah, this was just disappointing to see this late in the game. Thank you.
Well, I would like to comment. First of all, your business that you're talking about has that ability under this measure. If they want to have a mask mandate, the business can have a mask mandate. Look, the COVID mask vaccine disaster that happened a couple years ago. Look, the studies, you could go look at studies on both sides. In fact, Fauci talked about the lack of effectiveness, the strong effectiveness, and he was back and forth on the mask. We would all agree. I can show you the videos if you haven't seen them.
Yeah, but he's a virologist.
Hold on. But he was the foremost expert on the COVID during the COVID, and is really Fauci's statements that really shut down the country. It really shut down the country, and he was all over the place. Now, I had a friend in Congress that I asked to ask Fauci this question. Mr. Fauci, do you consider, when you're making your statements and when you're suggesting your mandates, do you ever put in your mind or in your consideration the other effects that come with those shutdowns? Do you consider the economy? The fact of the matter is a lot of people are out of work. The fact of the matter is a lot of people lose their life savings. Do you consider any of that? Do you consider anything in terms of the kids when the kids can't go to school and what the psychology damage will do to kids moving forward in the years? His answer was, no, I don't look at any of that. The only thing I look at is trying to control the spread of the virus, which is respectable in terms of science. But again, he's someone that was all over the place. We as elected officials have to take a look at the macro, and look at the science, but also look at the other effects that come from a global-wide, or actually a country-wide shutdown. Because globally, there was some countries that didn't have any shutdown, no masks, no vaccines. And in some European countries, per capita, they had less COVID-related incidents than we had here. You know, again, this is a statement, you know, because I have heard the potential of these mandates coming back. I think it's important for our city to at least make a statement. Right now, there's no other competing authority. And I think it's important for our city to make a statement that said what happened in the past is not going to happen in the future. We're going to fight hard to make sure the individual freedoms are respected, that we're not going to go abide by what happened in the past, because there was amazing damage to our economy. There was amazing damage to people losing their life fortunes. There was amazing damage to kids psychologically moving forward. And you have to take all that into account. And by the way, when the economy is down, and I could say this from the legislature, there's a little pie. When we have a huge deficit, you know, a lot of this, there's a huge deficit in Sacramento. You can't touch public safety. You can't touch K through 12. And when you have a huge deficit, you know what gets cut the most? Healthcare and health and human services funding. So when you have a huge downward spiral in our economy, a lot of important healthcare programs get cut. And I would argue that more people got hurt from those cuts than they did on the original Fauci mandate in terms of whatever possibility he might have saved. So I wholeheartedly support Mayor Pro Tem's resolution. And again, right now there's no competing authority, but I think it's important for the city of Huntington Beach to say no more in Huntington Beach. Go ahead.
So I think that Councilmember Kalmick covered the science aspect pretty thoroughly, so I won't talk about that, though I do agree with you, Councilmember Kalmick, on this scientific aspect. My issue is, why are we talking about this? I kind of find it incredible. It's almost 3 a.m. and we are sitting here talking about COVID, masks, and vaccines. Nobody has asked for this. And, you know, what the residents, they expect us to do stuff like solve the e-bike issue and deal with homelessness. It sounds like we're taking our marching orders from somewhere outside the city. This sounds like part of a national, you know, what's going on the national agenda, this, along with, you know, the book banning stuff. And, you know, now we've kicked the Interfaith Council out of doing our invocations and all this culture war business. We're not here for that. This is not our problem. So, you know, and it is true that the current policy of the city is there is no mask mandate, there is no vaccine mandate. People already have the freedom to do what they want to do. You may not have the freedom to go into any business you want if you're not vaccinated or if you're not going to wear a mask. If those business owners want you to wear a mask or whatever, you may not have the freedom to do that. But yeah, right now you absolutely have the freedom not to get a vaccine or not to wear a mask. So waste of time, massive waste of time. Sorry, folks.
Did you have someone use your mic raised or no? Nope. Okay. It's been, I don't see any other discussion. It's been moved, it's been seconded. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick?
No.
Mosher?
No.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Aye.
Bolton?
No.
Burns?
Yes.
4-3.
Okay. So do I have a motion, members, that's through the, oh, go ahead. Oh, motion to adjourn?
I'll second.
It's been seconded. We're adjourned. The next regular scheduled meeting of the Huntington Beach City Council Public Finance Authority is Tuesday, September 19th, 2023.